Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the channel. I'm Captain Quasar, and today we're doing a reaction of the very long, very highly anticipated debate between Ethan H3 Klein and Hasan Piker. So it's a long debate. I think we should just get right into it, honestly. I know I can get through it, but it's going to drain everything out of me. Let's begin.
All right, folks, that's enough of the dog chat. It's time. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hasan Piker.
Hello, Hasan.
Amazing.
Piker.
Okay, we're fine. The thing I found kind of funny was obviously where the Palestinian I don't know what this is specifically called, but the scarf is fine. But I do find it to be a bit of I don't know. He's obviously trying to send a message being like, well, I'm obviously on the side of Palestine and you're on the side of Israel. When the debate, I mean, we're going to span many, many topics. I don't think it's just going to be Israel-Palestine the whole time.
What's going on?
Well, I'm doing a debate. What about you?
That's what I'm doing as well. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, are you going to show me all the time as well on the Zoom call?
Here, I can fix that. 1 second. Let me just set it to Ethan's output here.
If you want,
there you go.
if you want, just show like not just Ethan, but yourself as well. If you're going to talk, like that's fine.
Hey,
I don't
Hasan,
think it's too
leave
difficult.
the production notes to my team. You can
Well, I
switch
mean-
your show how you like.
Well, you know, they were my coworkers as well, Ethan.
Well, it's been a
for 2
while, my
years.
friends, and guess
Yeah, I
what?
know.
They are not now.
No, I
So
know.
let's start. I mean, so you did this content cop, right? And I mean, did that go how you expected? It didn't seem to hit
Wait,
very
but
hard.
before we get started, can I lay some like ground rules so we can have like a productive conversation?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, I wanted to come on to make this as issue specific as possible. But yes, you have grievances with me, and
Okay.
of course, I think they're valid to address.
Okay, good.
Of course, we'll talk about that. Hopefully, I'll be able to address some counterpoints as well, if
Sure.
you will allow me
Of
in
course.
that process.
Absolutely.
But before we get started on anything, I would like to potentially talk about definitions, so we can have like an established definition on a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about.
I want to say I pre-watched the live stream before it even happened. Yesterday, I said they need to do this. They need to see. I wasn't expecting Ethan to, because I got through maybe like the first hour, and then I was like, I'm gonna just watch it in full tomorrow, which is today. But one thing I said is they need to define what they think Zionism is, and Ethan went for this one. Hasan went for a more extreme version of this one, but then Ethan almost instantly conceded this point, which I don't think Hasan was ready for, which I find kind of interesting. So,
Is that okay with you?
I mean, it depends how many definitions you got. What do you want to define? I don't want to get bogged down in this. So
Well,
let's,
I'm also experiencing audio issues on my end, so hold on
go
one
ahead.
second.
No worries. No worries.
Okay. All right. So you're fine with that?
I mean, up to a point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like
I don't want to get bogged down in a conversation.
It's not like a
Go ahead.
gotcha. I'm
Start.
not-
No, I know you're not. I
Okay,
just want to
so,
get going.
All right. So first and foremost, I think we should define what Zionism is and what you mean by Zionism and what I mean by Zionism.
Zionism
and where I'm
is
coming from.
the belief that Jews should have their own homeland in the historic Palestine area. That's it.
Okay. All right. So I believe that Zionism is a religious ethno-supremacist ideology that revolves around the exterminationist policies of removing the indigenous population that lived in, as you said, historic Palestine, as long as they are not Jews, because it's a religious, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. I think that this is a disagreement that you and I have.
No, I agree with
on this
you.
front.
yeah, that was a very weirdly worded definition for Zionism and very specific. That I don't think would fit many people's like notion, even considering themselves Zionists. And I will say the bit that I did see, I feel like what Ethan was trying to avoid is Hasan's key tactic is info dumping. So Hasan is just looking for moments where he can go, well, what about this, and this, so that you forget what your initial question even was, because he's like gone down so many like tangents that you know what I mean? It's just like he's on like a completely separate topic that is somehow like tangentially related to the topic at hand. So I think that's what Ethan was trying to avoid in the beginning, but I don't know if it's necessarily the best course of action in a debate, because in a debate, optics are what's going to matter the most. Nobody cares who's right or who's wrong. All they care about is the points that they win later.
I agree with you. If you want to add that, like the genesis of Zionism included, you know, the displacement and you know, the ravaging of the culture that existed there, then I would agree with you. I mean, I don't think that the establishment of Israel was like a good thing. I mean, it was tragic and a lot of bad things happened. But let me ask you, sir.
Okay.
I will say that it's nice that he added the caveat that he's saying that from the inception, like it, or in the inception, not necessarily currently, or that that's what it should be. I think the distinctions matter for sure.
How was filming that content? I just have to know what you felt, what you were thinking as they were doing the
No,
Fortnite L behind you.
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
No. We're here. I don't want to talk about
Okay.
definitions. You got your Zionism. Let's do
think, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was fine.
Did you not?
I've participated in other YouTube videos as well in the past.
But that
You know,
Fortnite L dancing.
Some of them feature sketches.
I noticed you weren't in the other shots. Why was that?
I think I was being interviewed
Oh, really?
by
Who was
the
interviewing you?
journalist while that was happening.
Really?
I don't remember.
Really? Oh,
I will say that's convenient. I don't not believe him because he just probably calls, he probably texts with random like article writers all the time, like, "Hey, when are you coming over? I need another couple articles. Need a new puff piece."
that's convenient. I think you were embarrassed, frankly. You were absent from every other shot. I think you saw
Wait,
him doing
why
that.
would I be-
I think you saw him doing that Fortnite dance, and you said, "I gotta get out of this." And by the way,
No, I
I'm
don't
giving you
care.
credit for that.
I mean, Ethan, you're a comedian. You know, you participated in some sketches. You know, it
Not that.
happens.
I mean, shit. Yeah.
Really? You're one of your most famous sketches. You in a fucking diaper. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about it for. I'm not gonna watch it today. I'm gonna wait till Monday, and then I'm gonna watch it for the waiting room stream. But Content Deputy H3, I can't even imagine what he's gonna talk about. I watched literally the first couple seconds, saw he was talking about Creator Clash, and I was like, dude, don't even try. So we'll get to that on Monday, though. We have a lot to talk about today. So.
we've done funny things.
Okay, you know what? Let's not
boosting
debate
that.
the merit of our comedy. You're right. I'm very hacky, and so are you.
Okay, so-
by the way, you believe
yeah,
that the
that's
likes
fine.
were botted on that.
What?
You had said you thought the likes were botted on the content cop. Do you still believe that?
What? The likes were botted on the content cop?
The
I don't- I have
dislikes
no
were
idea.
botted. The dislikes are. Yeah, you said it was brigaded and was botted, and it was unnatural. The dislikes on the video.
I don't really care about this. I don't know. I mean,
Well, I'm asking-
I
I
don't
don't
recall
care.
saying this, but I don't know why
You
this
did
is a
say
main point
it.
of contention. All right, so you
No.
I will say that it's easy for people to fall on "I don't care" when like it's an actual question. I know it goes both ways a lot of the time because sometimes things are being said that doesn't matter, but falling on "I don't care" this early into the conversation is not a good start.
No.
Let's get back to some other
Hold on,
definitions.
let me finish, and then you can do your definition.
Okay.
Do you think it
Well,
was?
it's not my definition. I want to hear your definition.
That's fine. I'll answer it how you like. Do you?
I hope you know that, like, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I didn't publish the content cop. iDubbbz did.
Yes, I know that, and I've addressed
Okay,
him
good.
thoroughly.
All right,
do you know that? Do you believe he should have included the context of the CPS call?
What?
What? You don't know what I'm talking about?
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's content.
I like the way you phrased that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Hasan is just weird, and maybe he just thinks of his house as a studio, and he's cool with people just walking around doing whatever they want. Like, just taking his stuff, using it for photos. Like, and maybe he's just really that weird about his personal space. He thinks he's a real communist. You know, he thinks that his space is the public space. But this part just
Wait. I'm a little confused. You are asking me
Yes.
what my opinion is on
the video.
iDubbbz's.
yeah. Why can't he ask you about your opinion? I feel like he didn't mean to phrase it that way, and that he doesn't realize that he can give his opinion on something that doesn't necessarily have to do with him.
content cop.
Correct. That's correct.
About the CPS. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I think it was more so about like your year-long conquest of deplatforming and also
Right. Well, 90% of the clips were
Quite
from the
frankly,
episode
harassing a bunch
entitled
of
"CPS Came
content
to My
creators.
House." Hasan. I don't know if you think that's an important detail. I sure do.
Ethan, I think you know my position on this, as I made it very clear. I think it's completely inappropriate to fucking call.
Know that he's seen in this whole like interaction. He didn't watch the nuke. He hasn't watched the like responses that Ethan's made. Why can't you talk about the one video that you actually sat through and watched?
You made a video with
I
did a
don't know why
total
you're-
fucking
I don't
hit
know why you
job.
think I have
All right,
any
go ahead.
hand
Ask me a
in this.
question.
I don't have any like.
Go
dude,
ahead.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. Listen. We're both content creators online. We both have received an endless wave of harassment. You and I have talked privately about
Hasan,
this.
I don't care. Let's just go on.
What do you mean? You brought this up. You brought it up. Hold on.
I know what you're saying. We've all been harassed. The internet is tough. Whatever. Yada yada. Ask me a question.
No. Please, Ethan. Please.
Because you're so boring, bro. I just want to have an interesting conversation.
You know who else also told me that? Andrew Tate. Please, just hold on.
Wow. Wow. God forbid.
Explain my position to you. You and I are both content creators. We get an endless wave of harassment, doxing, swatting, all of this stuff. Okay. Sometimes by the same people. Ironically enough, by the same communities. You and I know we've had these conversations in private before we stop doing our podcast. And you know my position on this. I think it's completely unacceptable.
I know you're against
I am victim
CPS.
to the same exact things that happened to you in this regard. I would never in a million years
ask me a
that sort of
question.
thing and don't think it's appropriate.
Very good.
And I don't know why you think that I have anything to do with this.
Because you're misrepresenting what I asked you. I didn't ask you.
Hasan is a textbook gaslighter, and if you can't see it, you've just never dealt with a gaslighter, and I think that's kind of plain and simple. Like, he's just it's so blatant. He can never be wrong. I almost want to keep a list of all the concessions made, because I feel like Ethan is just going to keep going, yeah, that was probably wrong. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Whatever, X, Y, and Z. And Hasan's just going to keep doubling down and going, maybe I phrased it incorrectly, but the point still stands. That's not an apology. That's not even like correcting your opinion.
Do you think it's okay that people called CPS? I asked that the video that you participated in, which was a total fucking hit job that used 90% of its clip from an episode of the podcast, called CPS got called on me and didn't even include the title of the podcast. Now, do you think that's fair?
I think you should take this up with iDubbbz instead of me.
Okay, sure. Ask me a question.
Yeah, I didn't make any of the editorial decisions in iDubbbz's content cop.
I'm asking what you thought about it. Okay, not if you made it. It's pretty fucking.
Sure,
go ahead, ask me a question.
I'm sure it would have been. I'm sure that I'm sure that it would have been all right if he mentioned it.
It would have been all right.
I don't know why.
I'm just like lost. Sorry, I don't mean to make you think that it froze, but he really just doesn't understand how to give like an actual like critique on anything. Like, just honestly give your opinion. You're just like you are just like iDubbbz, that you just have to like sit on the fence, be like, I don't know, maybe it would have been all right. Maybe it would have been all right. That's just as good as saying absolutely nothing.
This is a major point of contention for you. I thought we were going to talk about Israel-Palestine.
We're talking about whatever we want to talk about.
Yeah, and that's also, see, exactly. Hasan came into this thinking, okay, we're about to debate Israel-Palestine. That's where our issues lie. Even though that has never been anything that Ethan's brought up to Hasan, and that's probably just the underlying issues that Hasan's had with Ethan that he's never like brought up in person.
Had said that I have problems with your character. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead, ask me a question.
But you having problems with my character.
Hasan, ask me a question. I'm going to
so
move on to the next topic.
You asking me about iDubbbz's editorial decisions in his content cop.
No, it isn't. You like the way that you like present yourself and the way that you talk about subjects like is what your moral like foundation is based on. You can't just be like, oh, well, there are these other topics that I don't want to talk about this and none of this matters. It all matters. Your opinion on anything can matter. I don't know why he's trying to just be like, oh, this doesn't, who cares? Ethan cares. So answer the question and then we can fucking move on. It's that simple.
Asking about your opinion on it. Go ahead, ask me a question.
Okay. So do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you agree with the with numerous human rights organizations, the UN?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. No, that's important. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, see, he had the little thing there. I think he wanted Ethan to say no so that he could be like, so you don't agree with the UN, so you don't agree with this. And Ethan's like, no, I do.
I also agree on this. If you
no shit.
believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, okay, do you feel like you have used your limited amount of time that you have as a content creator speaking out against Israel doing a genocide on the Palestinian population living in the Gaza Strip? Or do you feel like most of your commentary on that issue has overwhelmingly been to rail against people that are doing that?
Sure.
He doesn't focus the critiques on pro-Palestinian creators, quote unquote, on their perspectives on the conflict in Israel and Palestine. That is never the critiques that he's making. Again, he's making critique on their morals and on their like personalities and stuff. he doesn't really talk about Israel Palestine. Maybe he talks about Israel more than Palestine, but when he's talking about the pro-Palestinian creators specifically, I don't think that their perspectives are, at least on the conflict or what the, like, where the issues lie.
Palestinian advocates that you feel like you've been wronged by, myself included.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but if you're pro-Palestine, it doesn't absolve you of criticism. That's something that you guys keep harping on.
Do I think my coverage? I don't think that's the case. I don't think that is the case.
Okay. Do you think my coverage has been like totally balanced? I would say no. I've obviously given less time to the Palestinian perspective, and I think the reason for that is simply that.
No, not just the Palestinian perspective, Ethan. I think that rather than talking about that issue in and of itself, rather than talking about the genocide itself, every time you have
Hasan, I'm answering your question.
Every time you've talked about Israel Palestine, it almost always revolved around.
I was going to tell you why. Do you want to have me answer?
Personal vendettas that you have experienced
I was
from
going to explain that.
content creators.
That's just almost like entirely untrue. Because what like, if you want to be charitable, what you would say is that Ethan spends his time not talking about the actual news that is like happening, and is instead talking about his own like perspectives, which you could say is like misguided, in that he should rather talk about like specifically what's happening. But I don't know. That's just kind of.
Okay. Would you like me to? You asked me a question.
That's a weird criticism.
The reason for that being is that I feel like I'm responding to a lot of bullshit that's been passed my way ever since leftovers ended, starting from you and your community. Now that's my answer to that. Now let me ask you about this. This sword has a Nazi swastika hilt.
Okay.
Do you disagree? What's funny about that?
I think it's funny because you've made this a major point of contention. That's why I think it's funny.
It's a swastika, is it not?
Yeah, it's a sword that is a bleed sword, as you know already, that has a hilt that has a Japanese manji sign on it. But yes, it does look like a swastika, as I've also noticed and have talked about on numerous occasions that you've brought forward.
Yeah, of course you're conceding that because we fished this up.
Such as when I made fun of, I believe it was Alexa that grabbed it, and I said, "Oh, you immediately go for the swastika one." Yeah, exactly. Do you think?
Anyway, my point is, Hasan, if I can continue, my point is that you knew it was a swastika sword. So why did you guys choose to pose with this sword?
Ethan,
answer that. Why was the choice made for this sword?
I'm gonna gently explain this to you again. One, it's not a swastika, but regardless.
Do you think it looks like a swastika?
I did not make this editorial decision. I wasn't even.
Do you think it's reasonable to perceive that as a swastika?
Ethan,
answer the question. Is it?
I'm not in that photo, bro. It's your sword in your room with your name in the background.
No, I don't think it was a deliberate decision that IDubbbz made, but I don't know.
Hasan, they're your swords, and according to the New York Times article, there was 10 options. So what's the chances that they chose the swastika one? That seems pretty slim.
Well,
you have 10 swords, don't you?
The week prior to that, I believe. I don't know the exact time. I don't really remember when they shot this, but I had the sword out because I was doing an Assassin's Creed promo. Do you feel like if I thought it was like genuinely a swastika sword, I would use it in an Assassin's Creed promo shot?
Yes. That's what we call a dog whistle, Hasan. And what you're doing is gaslighting somebody. You made a video. Let me make a point here, Hasan, because you're the king of microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minority groups. True. Right? So you made a video. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish. Let me finish my point, Hasan. No. Stop. You are making a video accusing a Jewish man of
Hasan keeps on trying to cut him off in like the most ridiculous ways, just by going like, "Oh, wait, I'm gonna let you finish that. But let me say something real quick. I'm gonna let you finish that, but 1 second. What are you talking? Let him finish first, and then start, like, answer your question, and then like continue and be like, 1 second, I answered your question, and now here's my point. That's how a conversation works. It has to be back and forth.
Exaggerating anti-Semitism while exhibiting the most hateful symbol against Jewish people.
Yes, I did get a haircut. Thank you for noticing.
People, do you not see this as a problem, or at least
had to match our king over here? Really, it's just starting to get hot, and I don't want it to get too long.
I am insane for thinking this is odd.
Ethan, take a deep breath.
Answer the question. I don't need you to console me.
I didn't even hear your question. I need you to.
Well, you should try listening instead of speaking.
I'm just looking for clarification here. Do you think that I deliberately was using a dog whistle in an Assassin's Creed promo, or that it was a cool sword that was laying around because it's the only long sword that I have?
You have 10 swords.
I know, they're heavy. That's not a real sword.
You have 10 swords, and you've deliberately used it twice after noticing that it definitely has what appears to be a swastika on it.
Oh, yes, I'm aware that it's not a real sword, but you had 10 to choose from. What does it matter how much they weigh?
Yeah, the other ones are heavy.
Let me paint a scenario.
And the thing is beyond if that was actually the intention or not, trying to act like it's like a diluted like perspective to have, being like, oh, there's no way that you could even perceive it to be that. maybe it was just because it was a long sword, but him questioning you is not out of the norm at all. It's not misplaced.
Hasan, let me paint a scenario for you, okay? Listen, okay? This is important. You participated in a video accusing a Jewish man of exaggerating anti-Semitism. You exhibited in that video the most hateful symbol against Jewish people. 1 out of 10 of your swords that you have previously already stated you know is the, quote, swastika sword. So am I insane for even... You're treating me like I'm insane for bringing this up, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
I mean, it's a little insane.
So-
Wait, didn't he say in something else that it's like in another room too? Because it's not these ones. So does that mean that Ian was just like walking around his fucking house looking for another sword? That doesn't even make any sense. He would have just grabbed one of these if he was just using it for the, for the picture because they were in this room. What would be the point of going out to a separate sword that's never seen on stream other than when it's referenced as the swastika sword? Because he said he was doing an interview or whatever. He wasn't a part of that picture, so that would have been during the time that he was doing the interview, I'd presume. But maybe I'm just mistaken. Maybe Ian really is his good friend. It's his good buddy Ian.
So yeah, microaggressions just don't exist for Jewish people.
You're asking me why iDubbbz.
It's your sword, bro. I don't believe that you weren't there.
I'm not iDubbbz.
You were there, bro. It's in your fucking house.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Because it's your house and your sword.
But I also gave you what my speculation is, and that is that
it was just a cosmic chance.
I previously had it laying around because I had just done an Assassin's Creed promo.
Okay, if you say so. So if it's a cosmic fluke, which you claim, then why leave the photo up?
I'm not even in the photo.
I know, it's in your room though, and with your sword. Why leave the photo up if it's a cosmic fluke?
Wait, why are you asking me this question? I don't know. I'm not, Ethan.
I'm sorry, Hasan. Are you unable to make value judgments on situations? Like, isn't that what you do for a living? Do you think that iDubbbz should have removed?
I don't think it's relevant or that big of a deal at all. If that's what you're trying to get out of me, like, yeah, I think it's not.
Okay, so you're telling a Jewish man who's complaining about a very odd coincidence that I'm crazy and I'm exaggerating.
Put an emoji on it, Ethan. Can we? Okay, you got me. All right. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you got me. I put a swastika in the video calling you out for exaggerating anti-Semitism. You got me. Yes, you did. You literally did.
I didn't do that.
Okay, laugh about it. Go on.
It's not a swastika.
Then why should you leave it out?
You have that much of an issue with swastikas, considering you drew one on PewDiePie.
I'm a Jewish man. You fucking moron.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is anyone in that room Jewish?
Was
anyone in that room? Did I draw swastika one time on?
Do you think that Jews have an exclusivity agreement with like being offended or not offended by Nazi imagery? You've done a Sig Heil approximately what 50 times?
Why did?
Okay. I mean, there is a bit of can you decide what oppressed class is allowed to use their means of oppression as to uplift themselves? I know someone who made shorts that had a KKK member being hung. Would you be like, hey man, I don't know, they've hung other than just black people were hung? Is that what you would say? It's stupid.
Why did I do a Sig Heil? Why did I do a Sig Heil?
I don't know.
Because you only watch clips on Twitter. I was making fun of Elon Musk and trying to see if it was valid or not.
Oh, thank you.
And by the way, as a Jewish man, are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word?
Wait, what?
Are you going to tell black people not to use the N-word because it offends you?
That's actually a good point, because I think he's taking it in the most basic sense. But if a black dude is using the hard R for a joke or something and trying to make commentary on racists, are you going to be like, hey bro, that's still not cool? That's not an okay thing to say. I mean, really, it's just I mean, all that is at some point is just purity testing, though. So I don't really have much of an opinion on it, I guess.
Do you think this is an app
do what you got to do? People aren't going to like the jokes regardless.
Comparison?
Yes.
Okay. So you think that being able to draw this, your anti-Semitism radar is completely out of whack.
And who are you to say that to me? You pose with a swastika.
You're saying that it's not a swastika, and you know it's not a swastika.
I mean, it literally is a swastika.
No, it's not.
No, honestly, if they wanted to do something to where they could double down while also saying that it's not a Nazi sword, is to just go, you know what, we can see how that looks like a swastika. That's not how we intended it at all, and that's why we're not going to take it down. So fuck you. Think that we're being racist. We're not. We're criticizing you for your character or whatever. Keep looking for ghosts or something, and that would at least show their charitability. And that's the part I don't get, is they're being Ethan, you're being completely uncharitable. It's can you not be charitable to the perspective? Because other people were saying it too. It's not like Ethan was the only one pointing it out.
Let me see the sword in your background. Why didn't you choose one of those ones?
I didn't choose the sword, Ethan.
I don't believe you.
Do you think this is a productive use of our time?
Well, you just said you did for Assassin's Creed.
Absolutely. So anyway, you say it's a weird cosmic flute. Personally, if I think it was a weird cosmic flute, you say basically it's not a swastika. The difference between the Hindu symbol and
But it's not.
Okay, right. The difference between the Hindu symbol
What
and
you
the
draw on
Nazi
PewDiePie, on the
swastika.
other hand, was a swastika.
I'll finish what I said. Yeah, I'm a Jewish man. I depicted a
All right,
swastika,
cool.
a tasteless joke
I'm just making sure.
on
Okay,
IDubbb's
so you
shirt
can-
10 years ago. You said this is the swastika sword, and you keep it in your house and you use it and pose it in photos, attacking a Jewish man. The fact that you
No,
can't
I
even concede that
jokingly
looks
referred
bad.
to it as looking like a swastika when my friend picked it up.
So
if I genuinely thought it was a swastika memorabilia, do you think I would keep it in my house?
Dude, you're being obtuse.
And that's oh my God, I keep pausing it like every 2 seconds. But that's a stupid point. You can own old like Nazi gear or someone. If someone went, hey bro, look at this fucking Nazi helmet that my grandpa fucking took off of a Nazi's dead body, I wouldn't be like, why do you have that? You should destroy it. I'd be like, bro, that's crazy. It's about what you do with it. If you're fucking dressed up in the gear being like, yeah man, this was taken off a Nazi soldier, doesn't it look good on me? Then I might have a couple questions. But it's about how you use the things that you have. That's a fucking stupid point to make. You really think I'd own some Nazi memorabilia? I don't know. That's not the point.
I know it's not a swastika, right? And I know you know it's not a swastika, but it is literally a swastika also. Because the difference between a swastika and that Hindu symbol is this. You see what I'm doing? This is the difference. If you ask a Hindu person, would they walk around with a swastika sign?
Wait, so you know it?
Fuck
So
no, they know that looks like a
but you keep calling it
swastika.
a swastika sword, so I'm a little confused.
Ask your Hindu friends if they would walk around with like a swastika brandished. They know.
Okay.
Are you Hindu?
I am not Hindu.
Okay, interesting.
No.
So anyway, it was a cosmic
Wait,
fluke.
do
You
think
brandished
only-
what
do you
I
think
yeah, it's
only
cultural
Hindu people
sensitivity
have,
at the end of the
bleach
day.
swords? Like, what's going on?
We're discussing the symbol, not the sword. Okay, go ahead. So you think it was a cosmic fluke. There was 10 swords. He magically picked that one.
I can't. Again, I'm speculating
he
on
left
the
it up.
decision making
If
of
it
a
was a
person
mistake, he could have
who
deleted it.
I'm not him.
Go ahead,
I don't
ask
know.
me.
Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. I think I'm doing
You
this
don't
a
need to.
lot.
Go ahead.
I am
Ask
not
me the next
iDubbbz.
question.
I don't know what was going
I'm
on
not
in his
accusing you of being
mind.
iDubbbz, Hasan, but you're acting like you're incapable of making value judgments on things because you're not
No, because
iDubbbz.
I already made the value judgment. I think you're being crazy.
Okay, well, Mr. Microaggressions thinks I'm being crazy. Very good. You have no problem telling Jewish people they're being crazy on what?
Yes.
It's like a blatant fuck. Go ahead, ask me the next
Yes.
question.
Yes, I don't.
Do you
I
think
don't
this-
have a
if you
problem
could go
telling
back-
you're being crazy right now. You being Jewish has nothing to do with this.
Sure, I'm sure it doesn't. Do you think going back that it was a mistake to use that sword?
I don't really care about this at all.
Okay, fantastic. Well,
Oh my God, just fucking take a stance, bro. Just say, no, I don't think so, because I don't think of it as an Nazi. Just say that so it can... I really do hate that I don't care. Because at this, you could just answer it. You could just be like, no, it doesn't matter to me. Let's move on.
well that really shows where
I
you're at on this.
genuinely-
Go ahead,
I
ask me a
don't
question.
Okay. So, since you believe that Israel is committing a genocide, what are the appropriate steps that people can take, both in the Western world and also regional actors can take against this entity doing a genocide by your own admission that you would consider to be appropriate? Because it feels like throughout this entire process, you have set boundaries on what you think
Just
is
killing
inappropriate.
civilians, that's the boundary.
As you have set boundaries on what you think is inappropriate.
Killing civilians.
And time and time again has said is outright anti-Semitic.
My boundary is killing civilians.
Okay, that's great. So
Is that unreasonable?
That's a perfectly reasonable boundary to set.
Okay, good. So
I
then we don't
totally agree with
disagree.
you on that. Great.
Great.
Okay.
So let me ask you the next
So
one. Let me ask you about this Sabra tier
hold on.
list.
I have a. Let me finish.
Well, you asked and I answered. Go ahead. You could go on a little bit more.
Okay. So hold on. Everyone's complaining about my volume on my side because we're using Zoom instead of Discord. So my fucking
Go ahead.
audio.
It's fine. Take your time to get the
My audio
right.
keeps going up and down. Okay. So one of the first conversations that we had, you and I had, that led to the Leftovers podcast ending, was that you considered "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to be an anti-Semitic slogan. You said that Jews feel like this is an exterminationist slogan, and Jews fear this slogan in the United States of America.
Correct.
If you think that Israel's doing a genocide, do you feel like it is appropriate for Westerners in the United States of America and Palestinians and people of Palestinian descent to be able to use emancipatory slogans, or should they go to jail under the Trump administration?
Okay. I mean, these are pretty extreme.
Those are like... Those are like two drastically different questions. If you think that it's like a thing that is a good thing to say, versus should it be legally, like, should they be legally reprimanded for using it? Those are two completely different things. He can think that it's like that it leans anti-Semitic or that it can be used in an anti-Semitic way without saying they need to go to jail for it. That's fucking hilarious. Like, what?
Extreme questions. Now, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying.
I don't
All I
think
was
that's
trying to
your
do.
question is what's happening
Bro,
right
do you
now.
want me to answer?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to explain the Jewish perspective. I'm not trying to make a value judgment of it. But what I will tell you is that, how do you feel about Norm Finkelstein?
Love Norm. I know he has said that.
Here's what he had to say about this.
I know what he
No,
said.
no. I want the audience to see this, Hasan.
Hold on.
Hasan, I want the audience to see this video.
I realized something really kind of fucked up about Hasan. I need to pull up a few images and then I'll show you guys. But 1 second.
Because I know Norm's position.
Good. I'm glad you know. Let's let the audience know, Hasan.
You know what I mean?
Hey.
It's less fucked up about Hasan, I realize, and so I'll say sorry when it's time.
Hasan, let the audience watch the video.
I can have a nuanced and reasonable disagreement with a person that I actually admire,
so that's what we're having,
like Norm. But
so it's nuanced and understandable with Norm. Let the audience watch the video, Hasan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Palestine will be free.
Let me go back. Yeah. Here's the Norm Finkelstein, a prominent figurehead in the Palestinian liberation movement.
I don't like the slogan.
I know. I have
No,
more
it's just
positions
part
that
of
I
me.
agree with them on.
The video
as
was
well.
Will be free. I think it's a bad slogan. I know the slogan from the 1960s, the 1970s. It was a bad slogan then, and it's a bad slogan now because it has too much ambiguity. When you say from the river
Someone can hit you with the chair react.
to the sea, Palestine will be free, obviously a question arises. Okay, what happens to the Jews in that scenario? And some people will say, well, all it's about is everybody being free, but that's not what the slogan says. So I have, in recent weeks, I have voiced my concern that it's a bad slogan. And I said, just change it, tweak it. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And you can't answer that slogan.
God damn it. I'll say sorry to Caleb Hammer and to start. Hasan and Caleb Hammer look like Robin and Larry. It's more fucked up to Caleb Hammer, but that's just what they look like to me. And it's because Hasan's always trying to look young. Caleb at least gets the pass for being somewhat younger. He's in his late 20s, I think. Let's continue.
Because all you're talking about is equal rights for everyone. From the river to the sea, one person, one vote, Palestinians will be free. And
well, I don't know if he actually means the one vote thing, because I think what he's saying is good in that. From the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free, which I think is good. You're laughing at Norm.
Routinely talked at campus encampments, college campus, Palestinian encampments as to, I'm not going to make much hay about the slogan in general. There's plenty of other slogans.
Well, you're willing to listen to him, but when I say it, it becomes a big controversy. I'm it's not even my opinion.
I have a disagreement with him on that, and you're forgetting one key factor.
What's that?
Okay, you're forgetting one key factor. Norm Finkelstein still ultimately will always say, while I disagree with the slogan because I think it scares people, it ultimately does not matter, and I'm not going to stand in opposition to it. He doesn't say it's anti-Semitic.
When have I opposed
he doesn't say it is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is when has Ethan been like, you can't say that and it's wrong and evil?
Extermination.
When have I opposed
it? That's what people think.
When have I opposed it?
If you think that Norm Finkelstein would be in agreement with you in any way, shape, or form on any issue, please have a conversation with him.
He's literally in agreement with me, like verbatim.
Okay. No,
actually, even more.
You said it was anti-Semitic. Norm doesn't think it's anti-Semitic.
Hasan, do you remember me advocating against it? Do you remember me advocating against it?
If he agrees with you on anything.
Sure, I'll ask Norm Finkelstein. Do you remember me denouncing that statement and saying people shouldn't say it?
I believe in our conversation.
No, it didn't happen. You're lying.
You said it was anti-Semitic.
I said it's perceived that way by Jewish people. All right, let's move on. The Sabra tier list.
Norm does not believe it's an anti-Semitic
Very
slogan.
good. I'll ask him about it. Now, let me ask you about
Are you actually going to do that? Because that would be wonderful.
Yes, I'm going to talk to Norm. We'll have a...
Would that be as productive as the Sam Cedar conversation? Are you just going to keep pushing him off to other Jews? Other Jews?
Great conversation about from the river to the sea.
Is it? Wait, can I ask you a question?
No. It's my turn.
Okay,
You spoke, and now it's my turn.
You know what? You go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very gracious of you.
Well, I mean, it's just a back and forth conversation, but you seemingly have a lot of grievances not pertaining to the actual issue at hand. But
I don't know. The issue, my friend, the issue at hand is your behavior.
No, I think the issue at hand is the genocide.
Well, we seem to be coming at this from two different angles, which is great, right? So let me ask you this. Hold on. You said it's my turn to ask. So let me do that. Is it my turn to ask a question or what?
That there's a genocide. You already recognize that Israel is committing a genocide.
I can care about two things, Hasan. It's very important to acknowledge that.
Don't you think?
I can care about two things, my friend.
Narrow framework
very
surrounding
easy.
Your own personal feelings.
I'm not that smart, but I can care about two things.
Okay. No,
even if one is more urgent than the other.
You think your own personal feelings, born out of your misunderstandings, is more important?
Did I say that? I said one is more urgent than the other, referring to the genocide.
Oh, okay. So you.
I think that kind of exposed that Hasan believes that Ethan doesn't care about this at all. That's kind of like where the issue lies, is that Hasan thinks that if you don't support Hamas, if you don't support the Houthis, if you don't support every single person that says something pro-Palestinian and everything that they say, that you are anti-Palestinian, you are pro-Israel, and you want them to keep destroying all of Gaza and the West Bank. It's flawed. It's just a complete flawed, like, it's flawed logic. You can't proceed with that premise. Or everybody's going to, like, as soon as they disagree in the slightest way, they're a Zionist baby killer, genocide supporter, which is what they say.
You recognize that
Hasan,
the genocide is a more urgent
Hasan,
issue.
please, let me
but you
ask you a
spent
question.
Almost all of your
Yes, very
commentary
good.
surrounding this issue
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So you claimed
Wait, can you answer that question?
No,
Does
Hasan,
that
you
make
asked your
sense?
question. It's my turn. I talked about how gracious you were, man. What happened?
Wait, but
I
does
said
that
you're
make
so
sense
gracious.
to you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. I wanted to hear.
Very
on
good.
talking about your own personal feelings and how you've been wronged by people.
Very good. Let me ask you. So
Wait,
Yeah, and again, he already answered that question, that you can care about two things at once. And to be fair, I mean, someone that's people that are affecting your personal life is more pertinent to you than things that are happening overseas, regardless of how severe they are. So, is it in the totality of all things happening throughout human history as pressing? No. But is it important to him still? Of course it's going to be. And to act like it shouldn't be is literally crazy making, which is what he's already tried to do.
but
I
does
said
that
you're so
make sense
gracious.
to you?
You're gonna let me ask you a question. What happened?
Does that make
Don't
sense
make me
to
take
you?
it back. All right,
Does
let me
that
ask you a
make
question.
sense to you?
Hold on to that. Ask me after this. You defended Frogan's use of the Sabra tier list. What was your opinion on that?
Oh my God.
Go ahead.
I think that the Sabra hummus tier list is absolutely insane to consider anti-Semitic, and most people have already laughed about it, despite the fact that it was very damaging in terms of deplatforming a bunch of content creators that participated in this, egged on by yourself, by the way.
Yes. With pleasure.
And yeah, it's not.
It's insane.
Even remotely.
Okay.
It's not even remotely anti-Semitic.
Very
it's
good.
Like
Let me ask you a
the
question.
cracker band that Twitch capitulated on.
So let me follow up with this. Have you seen the thumbnail?
The thumbnail?
Yes, that's what I said. This
For
is the
what?
thumbnail that's still up. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. Here's
What?
Frogan's thumbnail for the Sabra hummus tier list.
Uh-huh.
In the F tier is me and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is not in the tier list. He has never explored or used. Why do you think Ben Shapiro is on the F tier?
Ethan?
Whoa,
I'm gonna
answer the
walk you through this
question.
again.
What, you're dodging?
I'm not iDubbbz. And
Oh,
I'm
but
not
you can't
Rogan.
make value judgments suddenly on your friends who you've spent all this time defending.
No, because I don't care.
Well, I do.
I don't.
Stop just saying I don't care. Just give it. Why is he there? Because him and you are equivalent. You guys are the same kind of person. What kind of person? Jews.
Like,
I
this
think
is
it's great
so-
you don't
this
care.
is-
Why is Ben Shapiro there?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably because he's also
Probably
a
because he's
massive
Jewish?
fucking. What?
Because it's the most
he's Jewish?
most prominent Jewish creators on
Do you
YouTube.
think Ben Shapiro's Judaism is the reason as to why he would be on this?
100% without a doubt, yes.
Hasan doesn't think he's cute when he giggles. He thinks he's kawaii.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Hold
go ahead,
on.
take your time.
He'd go
I know
like
it's a lot
this
to
if he
process.
could.
Okay. Yeah, this is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know, man. It's tough. You really don't know what to say because it looks pretty bad.
No, because it's so fucking stupid.
Well, tell
Ethan.
me then.
You look kind of
So
dumb
why
right
is Ben
now.
there?
You look kind of insane.
Okay, very good.
That's
Why is
why
Ben
I'm having
there?
a hard time.
Explain how. If he looks so dumb, if it's so simply like, it's just so simply put, explain it. Because yes, all of these things individually don't mean a whole lot, but it's what they all add up to. It's all like compounded. You know what I mean? And I don't understand how they can just go, well, this one thing doesn't matter, this one thing doesn't matter, this one thing doesn't matter. They've done them all in a row. So they still don't matter? What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't get why he just keeps playing dumb. What? Huh? Like, was he not expecting any of these questions? Like, at all?
Like, I don't know why fucking Frogan made this thumbnail. And
Why
I
is
don't
Ben
care.
there?
I don't have any issue with this thumbnail.
Why is Ben there?
Because he's a prominent defender of Israel.
You're quick to say.
Wait. He just gave up the sauce. There you go. There's your answer. He's there because he's pro-Israeli and he's Jewish. Because he's a pro-Israeli Jew. Why not use some of those other people that were in the tier list? Because I'm sure Ethan wasn't the only one on the F tier. Why bring in someone that has nothing to do with the tier list?
Hey, the Jews aren't the only Zionists, right? So why is Ben Shapiro, of all the people in the world who are conservatives, who are Zionists, Christian Zionists, why Ben Shapiro? Me and Ben Shapiro and F tier, the two most prominent Jewish creators on YouTube. That's a coincidence, just like the swastika, huh?
Ethan,
These are two cosmic coincidences.
Ethan,
Hasan are really stacking up.
The tier list that you're talking about, first of all, the tier list that we're talking about was literally designed by a Jewish content creator who you advocated to ban, and he got banned.
Very good, and I'm glad he did.
You
He
called him a
definitely
token
deserved it.
Jew. You called him a token
And
Jew.
I still stand by that. The man is just fucking.
So you get to draw swastikas on PewDiePie, but Rafi can't say that there's a tier list here where.
Are those two things even like comparable at all? A guy who says, like, I hate when people say self-hating Arab, self-hating Jew, but it's like saying you drew a swastika on this thing as like an edgy joke. I don't know if he was doing it as like a calling PewDiePie racist or whatever, but that in comparison to someone being like, isn't our hummus the worst? There's no way that I could say Habibi because my people make this terrible hummus. Like, I don't understand what you're talking about, bro. Like,
Sabra
This is
hummus
Rogan's tier list. This is her.
the lowest. The Sabra hummus, liking Sabra hummus is the lowest tier.
Ben Shapiro.
And the highest tier is being able to get a Habibi pass. You, as a Jew, get to determine what other Jews are able to do.
you Jew. That's what he just said. You guys hear that? Crazy.
You're the Pope of the Jews.
I'm not determining what they can do, but this is Rogan's bit. This is her stage. This is her bit. I mean, you can say the Jewish dude is the fall guy and did everything, but that's not true.
So you get to draw swastikas, but Rafi can't even say Sabra hummus is dog
He can
shit.
say whatever he wants. I'm not criticizing. By the way, you think that my criticism is that he doesn't like Sabra hummus? Are you being serious right now? By the way, is that a beat? Hold on, what are you drinking?
And also, if it's just about being able to say Habibi, why does being pro-Israel have anything to do with that when Habibi is a word that's used in Israel? When there are, like, Arab Israelis. Like, there are even just regular Israelis. There are even just Jewish Israelis that say Habibi too. But you get what I'm saying is it's just kind of a... Like, what? What, like, him like I'm saying, him saying that exposed, like, the whole viewpoint of the Habibi tier list.
It's a Dr. Pepper cream
Isn't that
soda.
Who owns that?
I don't know, but it's not on the BDS
Are you
national
sure?
BDS list.
We'll double check.
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, we'll double check that. It's not about Sabra hummus, and like let's not be obtuse.
Ethan, actually, the BDS one is actually pretty funny too, because like you've been, you consistently talk about how like I drink Diet Coke or whatever. When that fan.
I don't know how factual. This was just the first thing I looked up this is the first thing that came up when I looked up BDS, Dr. Pepper. The owners of Dr. Pepper, the Ryman family, are staunch Zionists and support the Zionist state with investment and donations through the Alfred Landecker Foundation. Don't buy Dr. Pepper. Don't sell Dr. Pepper. I know this is just from some fucking thing, but just from The Witness, but...
Came up to me and said,
I think that in general, the divestment thing is kind of just... I feel like that's performative activism. I bought a Sprite instead of a Dr. Pepper today. I bought vitamin water instead. Who gives a shit? I feel like that's so secondary.
stop drinking Diet Coke. It was not on the Palestinian National Committee's official BDS list.
Yes, it was.
And ever since it has been on the official BDS list,
You're lying.
I have not drank Diet Coke or purchased any Diet Cokes at all.
Oh, you're lying. It was on the list.
Oh, because it's not the official I just pulled up something. It's not the official list. Even if they're Zionists or not, it's not respected on the official list. It doesn't matter if they're actually Zionists.
Wait, what is?
Yeah, it was on the list. You're lying.
What was on the list?
Coke.
Yes, it was put on the list, and I stopped purchasing Coke, and I stopped drinking Diet Coke.
You said, you know what's funny? You told her.
Because I think it's like a,
Wait,
remember you told her?
Is he saying that it wasn't, and then as soon as it was, that's when I stopped drinking Coke? Why don't you just do a little bit of research beforehand on these companies? If you actually care, if that's like the way you feel like doing your activism and you care about it, just you go and do the research to see if they're Zionist or whatever. The inward pass tier list? I don't even think I've ever seen that.
significant.
You remember what you told her? You said, I'll just put it in a cup.
Yeah, no, I was joking with her because I thought that it was a ridiculous request at the time because it wasn't on the Palestinian National Committee's official boycott, divestment, and sanctions list, Ethan.
Okay. It's not about Sabra hummus, just so you know. Like, let's not be silly.
Wait,
about
what is
this.
it about?
It's about what's Sabra means a Jew born in Israel. It's an Israeli company. It's every.
I think you're gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that, Alex, because I just Googled inward pass tier list, and the first thing that came up was a Dragon Ball Z inward pass tier list. Oh, and that's just so like just dumb to me. Good job, guys.
Everybody knows it's like considered like Israeli hummus. It's been on the BDS list. Everybody knows the connotations of Sabra hummus, right? Nobody. Yeah, I don't like Sabra hummus either. But we're not talking about hummus. What I don't like is anti-Semitism perpetuated by your friends and swept by you. Now, why is Ben Shapiro on the F tier? That's a cosmic coincidence. Okay, let's move on. Very good.
Ethan,
go ahead.
Can I also just say, I don't even care if it's racist, if it's anti-Semitic, if it's whatever. The as a on stage like presentation segment, whatever you want to call it, it sucks. Like, that's just like a terrible segment to have for a live show. We're gonna sit on a couch and rank people and put them on a thing. That's a fucking just dumb, terrible fucking waste of time. They wasted that space, that slot in their live show, and ended up getting a bunch of shit for it. Good job.
Next question.
I'm not
I
Frogan,
know it's
and I don't know why.
know. How can I make value judgments on my friends I've been defending for 2 years?
Also,
who can say?
there is a tier list in front of me, and it seems like a bunch of people, both
Ben
Jewish
Shapiro and me are in the F tier.
on the Loves Sabra tier list.
You're looking at the end. I'm looking at the thumbnail, bro. I'm talking about the thumbnail.
I know, but I first of all, again, I'm making inferences about editorial decisions that other people have made. I'm just simply speculating at this point.
Sure.
But you know, it's a.
Are you not embarrassed by this
joke.
armpit hair? It's so cringy, bro. It's like so weird. I'm glad you changed that finally. On a separate note.
What?
I find it just so weird and bizarre that this was your thumbnail for so long. Also, ironically, wearing a Rolex hat, which is like probably the symbol of capitalist excess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a
Cool,
free Rolex
dude.
hat from a friend of mine. I still wear it every now and
you're
then.
so, oh wow, who knew? So anyway, Ben Shapiro was
Low key too. Why do I feel? I get this feeling, right, looking at this, and it almost feels like they wanted to put Islamophobic or something in this last one. Based on the way that it goes, Arab coded, asks permission. I'm assuming that's what it means, asks perms. Maybe that's not what that's supposed to mean. Whatever. Thinks it's a slur. What would be below thinks it's a slur? Right? Like, I feel like it would be Islamophobic or something would be the next one. Someone that hates the use of Habibi or something. Very odd. Just my own inference that I'm making.
accidentally in the F
What
tier.
does this have to do with anything? What's going on, man?
Yeah, I know
What's
it's
happening?
confusing. It's very confusing for you. It's like a car crash, I'm sure.
So why do you think there's a
so this
Jewish
is a
man in
cosmic
the A
mistake.
tier
Let's move on.
on the tier list? If you think that it's like all about anti-Semitism and
Do you think that this is at least a bad coincidence?
No, I don't.
Wow,
I
that's
really don't.
fantastic.
No, I don't think it's a bad coincidence at all. I think you're trying to find with a fine tooth comb like any
Of course.
incidents.
The Jewish man is crazy. He sees anti-Semitism
and you're having a really
everywhere.
hard time.
These
If
are
you
just
want my
cosmic
perspective,
mistakes.
I'm telling you. If you want my perspective, I'm giving it to you. I think genuinely, at a time when there is unprecedented levels
Yes,
of
I know. We can't talk about anything else. That's very convenient for you.
At a time when there's unprecedented levels of out and about anti-Semitism, with incredibly prominent, oftentimes right-wing conservative figureheads actively talking about Jews, in deeply anti-Semitic fashion, you have lasered in on people that you can't even actually catch, quote unquote, dead to rights because they're not anti-Semitic.
Well, they're not
And
wearing a
you
shirt
want
that says
to
"I
make
hate
them-
Jews," but
it
they're walking
seems
around
to me- it seems
swastikas
to me
and
like
doing tier
you-
lists with Jews on the bottom. I mean, that's as
it
close as you
seems
can
to
pretty
me
much fucking
like
get without them
you-
just saying "I hate Jewish people."
Ethan, it seems to me like
And I
you
think you're
want
acting really
them
silly and
to be
obtuse right now. The
anti-Semitic.
guy who's all about microaggressions and understanding the perspective of minorities and stuff, telling a Jewish man that he's hallucinating anti-Semitism and won't even
I'm doing
concede
that.
that this looks bad. Okay,
No,
fantastic.
you're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this circumstance.
Very
I'm
good.
not saying anti-Semitism is not a prominent fixture of American politics.
Very good.
You're hallucinating anti-Semitism in this instance and in any other instance in relation to me or my community. But beyond that, hey, Candace Owens is an anti-Semite. There's so many other anti-Semites. Steven Crowder. Why don't we talk about them? Why are you coming for me?
I actually do think that anti-Semitism has exploded
brave
in
of you to say.
popularity
Very
in
brave.
American politics, especially So that's not my point at all. I'm saying you individually right now wish that these people were anti-Semitic.
I
So
really
you're trying to find anything you can hold on to.
It's really not a
But once
stretch,
again,
man.
none of those people are me. So I don't know why.
Let's stop with the
we
value
devolved
judgment
the
thing. Like, you can't make a
conversation
decision. It
away
sounds
from-
stupid as hell, dude.
Wait,
Let me
I
ask-
sound stupid as hell?
No,
What?
when you go, I can't draw. I'm not them. I mean, it's.
I mean, I don't know why you're asking me what their genuine decision making is.
Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want my best friend Ida to be anti-Semitic? Why would I want that? You think I enjoy my friends and people around?
Hasan really does dance around everything. He can't make a point without first like establishing a bunch of caveats and a bunch of like extra nonsense. He loves to info dump, and it's just a lot of the stuff he says true. He says too, it just isn't true. He'll just say stuff that are like blatant lies or mischaracterizations, but he says it in a way that's so fast and in your face that you have to just take it at face value.
Around me
Can I
being
be honest?
anti-Semitic?
Do you want me to tell you why?
I would
I
love.
don't think you're
to
gonna like the answer.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Go ahead.
Okay. You want everyone that has criticized you to be anti-Semitic so that it makes you feel better about your position. It's not your own personal positions that you have explained to people that come across like you're using anti-Semitism as a shield to deflect criticisms against Israel.
This is
and that if they are actually out and about anti-Semites, that'll make you feel a little bit more comfortable, like you won the argument in your mind, and that your community would also finally go, oh yeah, you're right, you're a permanent victim in this situation. But because there's an unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism everywhere online, it comes across as shocking that you laser in on what you perceive are.
I think Hasan says Ethan. He says people's names during debates and during conversations. I think it's because he wants to seem like he wants to seem like the passive one, like he's not being aggressive or anyway, or anything. He's trying to like meet them at their side. Listen, calm down. It's okay.
Dog whistles when they're very clearly not even dog whistles at all. And I'll give you an example of this. Something that you did that I found very funny was you tweeted, or you don't tweet, sorry. You Instagram posted about my Theo Von podcast appearance.
Sure did.
My Theo Von podcast appearance where you were like, oh, I can't believe Theo Von didn't actually ask him about his like dangerous anti-Semitism or any number of different things in the conversation, including, I think you talked about Rick Scott. Now, we did actually talk. Theo Von and I did actually talk
Let's
about
pull
Rick
that
Scott.
clip up,
I'm sure you didn't see that. But hold on.
That was just such like a... So you said that Theo Von didn't bring up my anti-Semitism, didn't bring up any of this. I think you said something about Rick Scott, but we actually did talk about Rick Scott. What about all the anti-Semitism stuff? That you're just going to gloss over all that just to say that you brought up Rick Scott for a second?
Let me finish.
The point still
what
stands.
I found very strange about that was the fact that Theo Von, and I didn't even know this at the time, the day prior to me, had actually interviewed Candace Owens. I think you and I both agree that Candace Owens is an anti-Semite, right?
I think that he was on that 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Wow, bam.
Do you think...
You hit him with that anti-Semitism, boy.
Ethan. As
think
your
he
former
was on the
podcast
vibe.
co-host, as your former podcast co-host, do you think that I am anti-Semitic one? And if I am, if you think I am, do you think I'm as anti-Semitic as Candace Owens?
So, yes, I think you're anti-Semitic at this point. I'm comfortable saying that. Are you
At
as
this
anti...
point.
Well, let me finish.
Okay,
let
then
me
let's
finish.
move
You
on
asked me
from
two
Krogan
questions.
and let's address
No.
what you think
asked
I'm
me.
doing that's
Hold the
anti-Semitic.
phone. You asked me two questions together. I'm going to answer both. You said, do you think I'm anti-Semitic? After talking to you so far today, I can say unreservedly yes. Do I think that you are more anti-Semitic than Candace Owens? No. But I think your form of anti-Semitism is way more destructive and sinister. Candace Owens is outright... Hold on there, Hasan. This is an important question.
You think I'm anti-Semitic now? Because 2 days
I'm
ago
going
you
to
said I
answer.
wasn't.
I'm going to answer.
Okay.
Your
Or
form of
yesterday, I think.
anti-Semitism
Or 2 days
is way more insidious because it's silent, it's tricky. She's out there just saying what she believes, and I respect her for that. Nick Fuentes is just out there. Nobody knows that what's his stance on Israel. Candace Owens' stance on Israel. But you're tricky. What you do is deny the heritage of Middle Eastern Jews, stuff like that.
The thing that's the most, I think, ableist about when people say Ethan's on drugs is his tics flare up, obviously, when he's more anxious. Like, you can tell when he's starting to feel like he's starting to get more amped up when his tics start flaring up. And it's like, what, did he just do 2 extra lines of Coke before this debate? Is that what they think happened? Because like, honestly, like, watching it at this speed, too, I'm noticing them a lot more. But I just feel like that's like the most like annoying part is that they're going to be more noticeable in the moments when he's more flared up, when he's more like animated.
You accuse them of being always the oppressor,
What?
always, everything.
Can you
and by the way,
point
you spent the first part of this debate calling me insane for what I think most people would perceive as blatant, obvious anti-Semitic
Ethan,
acts.
I don't think most people would look at what you're doing right.
I think regardless of if people would think that it's anti-Semitic or not, people would accept that like the viewpoint is valid and that even if it isn't, that it's a conversation to have.
Now.
Well, let's
think
not worry
this
about
is a
that. Let's
sign of mental sanity.
Well, we'll have time to poll the audience afterwards. So let's continue.
Okay. All right. Well, look.
Like it's literally if someone who like like someone involved in Hinduism or something has like a statue in their home and it has the symbol on it. And someone comes into their house and goes, "Hey bro, is that a fucking swastika? What the fuck?" The correct response isn't to go, "Bro, you're insane. That's not a swastika. Why don't you go read a book? You're fucking insane. You're crazy if you would ever think that's a swastika." The correct answer, like the correct response to that would be like, no, man. I get what you're thinking, but no. Actually, this is, and then you give the whole explanation of the reason that you have it and why you got it. But just to go, "You're fucking crazy. What are you talking about?" It isn't just like completely like shooting down the perspective. It's just like disrespectful to the feeling, like, you know what I mean? Because you can feel like if somebody feels like someone's being bigoted to them or someone feels like someone's being racist, it's valid regardless of if it's true or not. But then once it's like talked about, that's when it like the it can change. And if the person's still taking it as racism, because like if they just said, "Hey, that's not how we meant it, but we used it, so what?" Like, it doesn't mean that. That's not how we mean it. We're sorry you took it that way. Do one of those backhanded responses instead of this "you're crazy" shit.
Going back to the Theo Von situation, and you said I'm anti-Semitic, right?
You don't get it, Alex. The difference is I am on drugs.
You said, or 2 days ago, in the aftermath of the Sam Cedar conversation, you said, "I'm not anti-Semitic." So what has changed in that process? Is it this conversation that you and I had?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right.
Here's the clip, by the way. You accused me of not mentioning that Theo Von did not ask you about Rick Scott. Let's go back and watch the clip.
Because no, I didn't say.
Bro, you literally look like the dude from Beetlejuice. That's crazy. The small head guy.
Ethan, I use my words very carefully. I said in the Instagram story that you posted. I don't watch your stream that much. I only
in that
see
waiting
like
room. Bro, that's crazy. Do you see the resemblance?
What?
You're this guy from Beetlejuice. In this photo, you have like the same coat and shit.
Yeah. That's you are a comedian.
I sure am, buddy. I see you laughing. All right, anyway.
Why is he wearing, like, he's a big guy. Why is he wearing such an oversized coat?
Accuse me of misrepresenting what happened. Let's play the clip.
Right, $800 billion of Medicare and Medicaid that they want to cut. Mike Johnson goes on stage, says, goes on Caitlin Collins on CNN and says, "Oh, there's a lot of fraud happening." There's not fraud happening in Medicare and Medicaid on the point of the recipient.
Right.
It's happening on the point of the providers.
Right.
And that's why I got banned recently on Twitch yesterday because
Sorry about that one day.
You just got back.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok was like posting about how I said something. Wait, what is this? And they misconstrued it as though it was a call to action to assassinate a sitting Why are you showing me this?
Well, you're saying I didn't bring this up, or I'm saying that Theo didn't bring this up. He didn't. You brought it up, framed it in your own way to basically preempt a tough question.
Ethan.
Yep.
Ethan, I said on the Instagram story that you posted about me, Dan, can you switch it back to Ethan?
Don't switch it back, Dan. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm switching it back. Okay. 1 second.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
I know, man.
This looks ridiculous on my end.
Buddy.
I'm sorry. Okay. So yeah, this was.
And it's not just because of the video.
The post as well, but the post I was referring to was make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent content creator, and I believe there was another post about it or something. But again,
I said he was irresponsible to platform you and not ask you difficult questions.
Yeah. So the question I have for you once again is like he had Candace Owens on. Like, do you feel like that's a little bit more damaging in terms of
what?
In terms of spreading potentially anti-Semitic narratives, or do you think that anti-Semitism is when you feel bad personally? And
again, the point is that you're elusive. The things you say aren't like in your face. They're very much like you have to watch 12 hours of your fucking stream to understand it fully, but it's slowly like whittling these people down to where they're just slowly being ingrained. It's slowly being ingrained within them. Like, what are you talking about? And you did totally bring up that. You did totally bring that up to try and act like that you and Theo Von talked about it like thoroughly when you did bring it up preemptively in an attempt to get like ahead of it so that he can't bring it up and do what Theo does and kind of call you out jokingly.
That could be any number of different things that I've done in any given moment.
Yes, I think you were just as bad as her in your own special way, and that's why.
You
guys were hitting that same flavor.
Owens on anti-Semitism in my own special way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Very good.
Cool.
Very good. So let me ask you a question. Hasan, can I ask you a question?
Can you now officially not talk about like Frogan or anyone else and tell me why I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, we're kind of getting
2 days ago you said I wasn't, but also for a year.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I am, because you haven't answered this question.
I have literally answered it probably 2 times. The reason that I'm saying you're anti-Semitic is because how you responded to my question at the beginning of this interview.
Ethan, for an entire year, you called me a virulent anti-Semite, a rabid anti-Semite.
Never did.
You did.
You did not. I have actually went.
Ethan's always been kind of The same way Hasan says that he tries to be very precise with his wording. Ethan's always been pretty precise with saying that Hasan probably isn't anti-Semitic, but he spreads anti-Semitic. Oh my God. He spreads anti-Semitism within his community and allows it to propagate from within, regardless of if he actually has these anti-Semitic viewpoints or if he holds them like super near and dear to his heart. It's still something that is happening within his community regardless, and something that he is seemingly okay with.
And back and checked
you on it.
I had said that you spread anti-Semitism and stuff, but I never called you an anti-Semitic. I went back and checked.
So
You're
you're
lying.
simply spreading anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difference.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Tier list is about Habibi, not Sabra. You're conceding the framing. Yeah, we're not conceding to anything. I don't want to even talk about the tier list anymore. Stop it. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you, my turn. Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
You're saying that Ethan Klein and ADL in unison.
Hasan, let me finish. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy.
Yes, I do. I do think that that's
You're getting ahead of
What? Why does he keep trying? He really does want to try and cut off any videos or anything being. He wants to get ahead of anything that can be said because he thinks that he can he can brush it all under the rug. Yeah, I know. Hey man, I'm willing to talk about it first, but you're not willing to actually explain what you mean. And dude, come on.
That's a valid thing to not only speculate, but also.
Just wait for Ethan to make his argument and then contend with the argument.
Stand on that for sure.
Hasan, I'm getting there. You're getting ahead of yourself, buddy. Here's an example of it being used in an anti-Semitic way. I'm sure you'll agree. Timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you.
What is this?
This is your fan who ran up on me.
Does he not mention the housekeeper controversy throughout the whole thing? Yeah, I mean, if Hasan really is thinking that he's racist, and I mean, what's worse? Ethan thinking that this lady inside of his house was his cleaner and not Hasan's mom, or that Hasan had Ethan over and then just walked past his mom who was cooking food and didn't even say anything to her and walked into the room. Didn't go, "Hey mom, this is Ethan Klein. We do a podcast together. We do this." Oh. I know you're not little kids anymore, but I feel like that's something that you would kind of do with your mom.
Me on Rodeo.
Who the fuck is this guy? My fan?
Yeah.
And also, he said that you talked to her through fucking Google Translate. Did that just not happen? Did you talk to your mom through Google Translate? He's like, I'm not. My Turkish is lacking. He's like, I haven't been practicing it enough.
Yeah. You remember?
Wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, you remember.
Wait. No, this is the guy that you claimed was my fan, right? He was calling me the fucking.
I mean, there's a clip of being like, "Yo, I love this dude." Anyway, who cares if he's your fan or not?
No. Hold on.
No,
you brought this dude
it doesn't
up.
matter. I'm showing him as an example of you.
It does matter.
Okay, fine. He's not a fan. I don't care.
You brought him up. Wait, what do you mean you don't care?
If I brought him up, Hasan, if I brought him up, let me finish my point.
He's not a fan of mine. Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to.
I really do think this guy was a fan of Hasan and might have felt scorned by the way that Hasan treated him and then turned away. Because I haven't seen is there actual footage that proves this guy wasn't a Hasan fan? Because all Hasan's ever said was, "That guy's not a fan of me. You mean that fucking guy that I avoided for the whole event? The guy that I was running away from?" That just means you're an asshole to your fans. That doesn't mean that guy wasn't a fan. That just means you don't care about your fans at all.
To there, okay?
You don't get to pick and choose the people that like you. They come based on what you say.
You asked me. It's my turn to ask.
You might be able to push him away at some point, but I mean, come on.
Why did you make it seem like that person was a fan of mine then?
Let me get to there, okay? You asked me. It's my turn to ask a question. Just because I brought him up doesn't give you the space to interject.
Is it because he rolled up to me and tried to fucking clout farm? Is that why?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
I was very clearly disturbed by his presence.
Hasan, I think you know where I'm going, and I think you're scared. Yeah,
can you answer the question? Why did you falsely claim that this fucking random dude who does not like
that you're his favorite person in the world? What do you mean?
Didn't you use? Wait,
all right, Hasan, here you go, buddy. Here we go. You wanted it. I got it.
I'd like to know, does Hasan have a good memory or a bad memory? Because it really does bug me how often he goes, "Wait, didn't you? Wait." Like he's just remembering something. Like, you either remember it or you don't. Stop doing this. Like, wait a second. It's all coming back to me now. Didn't you use this guy in a debate? Didn't you debate with him? Just shut the fuck up, man. This guy loves you. He's your best friend.
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so
I
sorry,
love
bro.
you.
I'm so sorry.
I love you, bro.
I love you, bro.
You're like my
You're the GOAT.
You're the coolest guy in the world, bro.
Wow, how crazy.
You look gay now.
I'm fucking. Is this another hysterical delusion?
Yes, it is, and I'm gonna explain to you exactly why. Because
Wow,
we
dude, I
spent a
love
good
you.
deal
You're the
of
GOAT, bro.
We spent a good deal of our time in the encampment. If you watch the unedited full live stream, we spent a good deal of the
seen it.
entirety of the encampment running away from him because he kept trying to ask me.
That doesn't mean anything. That literally just means that you're a fucking bad, like, you're bad to your fans. You're an asshole to your fans. I fucking hated that guy. He was a creep. My fans keep coming up to. It's like when Sneeko had that fucking, those kids come up to him and go, yeah, fuck the Jews. We hate women. Like, it should have been a realization for him, but instead he's just like, that guy isn't my fucking fan. I don't associate with him.
Dumbass fucking questions.
Okay, but that's
for
got
his
nothing to do
own
with he's a fan.
Dumbass,
Listen,
for his own
Hasan,
dumbass
please.
podcast.
You're derailing this, and I need to.
I'm not derailing it.
You
It's not
absolutely
called derailing.
are.
When I'm telling you I was there and I'm telling you the situation,
Very good.
you are nefariously making it seem as though this person is a massive
Do I
fan
need
of
to play
mine.
the
You
clip
were just
again?
trying to cloud chase.
I'll play it again. I'm
He's
fucking.
not a
play the clip.
collaborator.
Oh my God.
Bro, I had
I love you.
subtitles.
Can I give you a hug,
Can
bro?
you play the clip where he openly admits he doesn't know who I am and asks people around him? Because that also
You're my hero, bro. I love
You're
you.
the coolest guy in the
You're the
world.
coolest guy in the world.
Hold on, I think I look gay now.
I think I look gay in that one.
3, 2,
Ethan,
1.
Ethan,
Want the fastest working GLP-1?
Hasan just loves to yell over everything.
Yes, sir.
Ethan.
I wonder if when he yells, the Zoom call, like, on his end, like, completely, like, you know what I mean? Like how on Zoom and stuff, like, you'll only be able to hear your side. I wonder if that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep his stream from hearing the clips.
Ethan.
You okay?
If you think he was a fan of mine, why'd you call him a Sneeko fan when you interviewed him?
Because he's both. I mean, surely there's crossover.
There's a crossover.
Do I need to play the video again?
Okay,
I'll
well,
do it again. Fuck it.
my
Yeah.
producer and my camera op, March. My producer and my camera op, March,
Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sorry, bro.
there.
I'm so sorry.
And he's in the chat right now.
You're like my.
My cameraman that's on my side's in the chat. He'll back me up.
My hero, bro. I love you, bro. You're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay.
Listen, he might not be a fan, but you can't accuse me of being delusional for saying that.
You are delusional.
Okay, very good.
No, this is literally the whole point, though. Is the whole, like, is this going to be the whole debate? Because this is what he said so far. These things are valid reasons to believe these, like, claims that Ethan is making. And you can't just wash them all away by going, well, it's untrue, so you're crazy. Regardless of if it's true or not, it's still a valid thing to believe, and you should have been able to, like, point it out more clearly. Because all you're saying is, he just wanted clout. He just wanted me on his show. So what? That doesn't mean he's not a fan.
Let me get to my point, please.
I mean,
I'm not even asking you to endorse this guy. I'm just simply showing you.
I don't endorse him.
I know you
and
don't.
he's not a fan of mine. So why did you
Wait a
claim that he was a
second.
fan of mine? Because he
I'll play
fucking
it again.
clout chased.
I mean, I feel like we're running in circles. I'll play
chasing
the
in a
clip
fucking
again.
Palestinian encampment? That's why? That's all it takes for you?
No, it was when he said, "You're the GOAT. You're my hero. I love you."
He didn't know who I was. He was just saying that so he could fucking ask for
He
an interview
literally
for his
recognized
podcast,
you.
for his POA podcast.
Okay, who cares? I don't care. So let me
Well,
move
now
on.
you don't
Do you
care.
want to talk about this for
It
2
seems
hours, or do you want to actually have a
it seems like
conversation?
wait, well, hold on. You can't just say
That also doesn't make any sense. He didn't recognize me. He didn't know who I was, but he somehow knew that I was famous just because I had a camera. Like, because I was filming and doing stuff, he knew that he wanted me on his thing, on his, like what?
you don't care all of a sudden when you look like a fucking asshole for falsely claiming that some random
I'll play it
person who
again.
stalked you is a fan of mine. You said
I heard
he
you
was a fan of mine in, I believe in,
Okay,
your,
I
in one
lied.
of your videos.
I lied
You
about
said he
him
was
being a
of mine,
fan.
and I was sending harassment
I
your
concede.
way.
Yes, very
Don't
good.
you think that's a big point of contention? Don't you feel like
I
this is a big point of
concede.
contention?
I concede. I want to show you an example
Do
of.
you see my side of this though?
I think
like
no.
a
You're being
random
dishonest.
Sneeko fan
What?
comes up to me,
Random
wants to
fan
talk
comes-
Do you see my side? Do you see Ethan's side? No. So why should he give you any type of charitability?
Up to you.
and you wants the cloud chase, and you turn around and you say that he is a fan of mine to prove a point, to make a false point that I'm to imply that I'm sending people to harass you.
That's
Do you
not what I
feel like
played.
that's appropriate?
That's a total lie. I have never accused you of anything of the sort. That is an
So you
outright
didn't-
horrific.
You did not imply that this person that was a
bad-faith
fan
lie.
of mine
Yes,
was
I did.
actually harassing you.
Yes. Now that's a big logical leap on from he's a fan of yours to you're sending people to harass me. That's fucking insane. And by the way, I mean
Did
you
he not
are
harass
a
you?
liar. You know that, right?
Did he not harass you?
Bro, what are you talking about? Did you
Did he not
send him?
harass you?
Did you send him to harass me? No.
Did he harass you? And
yes.
did you imply in your
Okay, who
video
cares,
that he was a
bro?
fan of mine?
Go ahead. When you're
leading
done,
the
go-
audience
I'll-
to
I'll
believe.
wait.
Leading the audience to believe. Here, we have a clip, by the way, Danny.
This is the same. Wait, no, this is dumb. This is the same argument that, like, Denims uses for CPS of, like, I never directed them. I never. Who cares if you are specifically saying and telling your fans to go do something based on the words that you say and the actions that you do, the things that you do say? Your fans feel like it is justifiable to then go and say these things to people, act this way. Like, it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, I just don't understand how Hasan tries to hide behind, like, such, like, Like, I feel like a kindergartner wouldn't be able to give these excuses. Well, I wasn't saying that he should go take the cookies. All I was saying is that cookies are good. And, like, I really like eating them, the cookies. But, like, I didn't tell him to go get any. Like, come on, man.
And if you want to play this supposed fan of mine, since you guys are playing clips over there.
By the way, this was a while ago. He turned on you when he saw that you support trans rights. I know. He spoke ill of you.
No. Even before he actually
who cares?
meets
I'm
me.
not even mad. I don't care about this guy.
No, well, seemingly you care enough about it that you brought him up here and you used him.
You didn't even let me explain why I'm showing it.
You used him in the past to act like I was sending
Bro,
hate
you're
your way.
terrified because you know where this is going.
I have no idea where this is going. This has been a journey.
Well, how about you let me fucking speak, and then we can figure out, we can take the journey together.
Can you play this clip though?
So this clip is just an example, not that you're endorsing him, not that he's a fan.
Can you play? Dan, I sent you a clip.
I passed it along. It's out of my hands.
It's the
I'll play it.
introduction of this character onto the stream where he's like, "Who's this guy?"
I'll play it. Yeah.
Pothead or pot man. Is that it? Hey, I can, are you guys doing interviews? I know I look Jewish.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's busy right now.
What are you guys doing?
You're not there.
We're just streaming.
Live stream. Oh, live stream? Yeah. Dude.
You're not even in this clip, bro. What are you talking about? You're not even present.
Later.
You're out playing with swastika swords or something. You're not even in this clip.
Dude, why? Chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
Okay.
That is the first.
Wait. So because he didn't recognize Hasan's team, like his filmer and his like these guys wearing masks, that means that he didn't know who Hasan was just because he was asking for an interview.
Chat, I think he's showing it on his side. You're not seeing the clip. Yes. Yeah. He's showing the clip.
Okay.
That is the first introduction of this character onto the broadcast, and he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He just sees cameras and goes, "Oh, I would like to do interviews with this person who is famous."
He did not say with this person. He was asking literally the cameraman if they were doing interviews. You were not involved in that clip at all. He did not see you. Maybe when, like, I would like to see, oh my God, I need to find this clip now because I want to see the full interaction of when he finally saw Hasan. I need to see that.
It seems that was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent of my viewpoints, he started calling me the F slur. He's a Sneeko fan.
Hasan, in that clip, he doesn't see you. You're not there.
Ethan, he is a clout chaser. And
Fine.
Your point doesn't stand logically, Hasan. Well, let me double down.
Bro, I don't care. Who cares? Let me ask you a question.
I do care because
okay, very good.
I do care because you have made an inference.
Oh my God,
that is erroneous.
Dude. You are dragging your feet on this topic, bro. It's getting ridiculous. Can we please move on?
That is ridiculous.
This clip you sent didn't prove me wrong at all. You're not there. And you were never there, Hasan. Okay, let's continue, please.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an example of someone who I think is anti-Semitic. You probably agree with me on that, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. He's not a fan of yours.
I think that guy. Yeah. I mean, from what I've seen, any number of different things I've seen from that dude, I think he's like a right-wing dating coach or something.
Yeah, he is. Dating Money 101, baby. Like and sub. All right, so here he is using the ADL. He accuses me of being in the ADL, and I'll play it. Operation?
Okay. I don't know, but I heard you survived it, and I heard you survived the Holocaust.
That timeline on that doesn't make a lot of sense.
I heard you're in the ADL, bro.
The ADL? No, I'm not. All right, so he says, I heard you're in the ODL, bro, which, like, obviously is, I perceive that as anti-Semitic.
I don't think you're in the ADL, Ethan, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, you said, and I'll quote a tweet that you made. Okay? Yeah. Go ahead. You said, I'll quote, he worked with the ADL to make Zionists a protected class on Twitch. Now, that is an outright lie.
I don't think it's an outright lie.
I worked with the ADL.
Over it,
sorry. I worked with the ADL. What does that mean?
Yeah, as in, like, worked alongside. I don't think you're in the ADL.
Oh, that's what you meant when you said I worked with the ADL. I worked beside them, just incidentally together. You didn't mean that I worked with them privately to get people banned. Of course not.
No, I do think that.
Didn't you say you choose your words very carefully?
Alongside the ADL.
You just told me briefly ago. You choose your words very carefully, Hasan.
Not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak on the side of my mouth when I say you work with the ADL.
To keep, I mean, that is just like blatantly. I don't know if you want to say it's anti-Semitic. I mean, maybe you could argue that it's not necessarily anti-Semitic, but it's clearly a lie. And for him to act like that's not what he meant from that is kind of just stupid. You said it. You said he worked with them. Not that they worked for like this toward the same goal. Not that he is aligned with the ADL. You said he worked with them.
Here you are again repeating the lie with Steiny on video. Go ahead. You had time
constantly come after me when he knows I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am.
Because you could say, here would be the way to phrase it. Ethan and the ADL worked in an aligned like cause to yada 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 whatever. But saying they worked together is to say that they collaborated in some way. What the fuck is he talking about?
And like partnering with like the ADL and
Partnering with the ADL.
Partnering with the that's even worse. That's literally like 10 times worse.
You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
Yeah. Again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what
I have
took
never
place.
spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly you
Well, actually, you know
look?
what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you
Okay.
directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are a prominent.
Oh my God, Hasan can't. This is what I was talking about. Ethan's conceded points already. Ethan said that sometimes he misspeaks. There's certain things that he could do better. Maybe he should talk about Palestine more. He talks about Israel too much. Hasan can't even fucking admit that using this word is wrong. That it was fucking wrong. He has to go, no, you know what? That is true. You wanted to be like in the beginning. You wanted to talk about definitions. To partner. So I don't think you meant. Oh no, here we go. Either of a pair of people engaged together in the same activity. Arranging the children in pairs so that a person has a partner. A person or a group that takes part with another or others in doing something. This goes farther than to just say they have an aligned goal. Together in the same activity, not just toward the same end point. So, and again, to say that the ADL was influenced by this, like the things that Ethan has said is almost a non-starter, because that's literally just you making like a wild assumption. You don't know if that's true or not. So what's the point in saying that when there are other people that are also making these, like, you know, saying, like, calling this stuff out? How can you say that it's Ethan partnering with the ADL?
That's a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't
I have not spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL. Now, what's interesting to me, of course,
Hasan,
about this is that
I
you
do
have
not
taken
work with the
credit
ADL.
for these bans.
Hasan, I do not work with the ADL.
You were a part of the mass smear campaign.
That is not working with the ADL. Would you say that?
Falsely
I got
claimed
nothing to do with the ADL. Blame Frogan for doing a racist fucking panel at TwitchCon that became a viral story, independent of me.
Panel, Ethan. Just like cracker is not an anti-white term, except.
Hasan, do you work with Hamas? Do you work with Hamas and the Houthis because you promote what they do? You promote their end goal, their aims. So are you a part of the Houthis and Hamas?
Public pressure clearly works.
You should say that clear on a stream for the FBI to see.
Twitch, and they make erroneous bans when they don't want people coming after them.
Here's Frogan repeating the same lie that you heard from you.
Pressure on numerous instances.
This is what she learned from you.
Everything in your power to push people to bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
Hers is like, I forgot. Hers is like 1,000,000 times worse. Hasan started with you worked with the ADL, then went to you partnered with the ADL, and then she specifically said, let me hear that one more time. That was so specific.
bully and harass me, including weaponizing propaganda organizations such as
including weaponizing propaganda organizations like the ADL. That would mean that he is literally using them at his behest to do his own bidding. What the fuck? Like, the stupidity is just so dumb. The stupidity is dumb. I'm losing brain cells talking about this. Jesus.
the ADL to get me banned off Twitch because I made a
So she said I weaponized the ADL. You said I partnered with the ADL. You said I worked with the ADL. But you didn't mean that I spoke to them. You just meant that we were magically skipping along and happened.
Like two ships crossing in the night. You may have spoken, may not have. But you definitely are doing the same thing.
To just, without even seeing each other, just working together in perfect harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
I mean, can you take any other, like, is there any other explanation to what he's saying? Because his explanation makes absolutely no sense to just be like, well, that's not what I meant, though. But that's not what I meant. But that's what it means. That's what literally it means. And then the people that are on your side, like Frogan, even more, like, just said it even more plainly. Like, kind of insane.
Harmony and love. And by the way, I'm pretty sure you're implying that I worked directly with them on this.
No, I don't.
Okay,
think
well,
work
well, you doubled
directly
down
with
on
them.
it. You said that you do believe that, and I just want to let you know that that is a
No, I don't think you directly
that is
work with them. I think your goals are aligned on this. Yes, and
but then
you're
for Mr. Precise words, say that. Don't say you're partnered with the ADL. Do you understand? You said partnered with the ADL. Me, a Jewish man, you accused without any evidence at all of being partnered with the ADL.
Ethan,
You're now
you
trying to
admitted
rewrite history and say I said you were
got the
working
streamers
besides
banned. You
them.
took
You
ownership
are a
over it.
liar.
What are you talking
You are a
about?
virulent fucking liar.
Ethan, did you or did you not take ownership over the bans?
I think, yeah, I might have. Does that mean that I'm working with the ADL?
Ethan?
Hey, Hasan, can I ask you a question?
It's just stupid. Like, even if the ADL did take influence from Ethan, that is not the same as working with them. Like, at all.
Are you working with the Neo-Nazi Party of America? Because they're also anti-Zionist. No, seriously. Are you working with the Neo-Nazi group of America who's also anti-Zionist?
Ethan,
do you
have
work with
I ever
them?
taken
Are you
credit?
affiliated with them? Are you
Have I ever
partnered?
taken
Are you
credit
partnered with
for an
neo-Nazis?
anti-Semitic
Or
incident
do
that the
you guys
neo-Nazi-
happen to have the same
Yeah,
goal
wait, no,
and
I
are
have a question for
completely...
you. Here's a parallel for you. Have I taken credit for
Jesus, man.
a neo-Nazi anti-Semitic incident that took place? Because if the answer is yes, if neo-Nazis
Swastika sword, baby.
actually
Getting people banned on Twitch is a, Islamophobic, Zionistic... Because I don't understand this. The ADL, I guess, does some stuff people don't like sometimes, but what is the actual, like, negative of them? They're the Anti-Defamation League, right? I know that they focus a lot on, like, anti-Semitism, but it's like, if those things... It's one of those things where I'm like, if it's happening, why would I care if they're, like, dealing with it? Like, if they're dealing with it, that's good, if it exists. You can care if they're not focusing on other stuff more, but I don't know, this implication that they are just like wholly evil, I don't quite understand, because I don't know, I really don't get it, I guess. I don't know much
engaged
about
in an
them,
action, neo-Nazis, actually not like your fucking hallucinations, something that we all agree. Like neo-Nazis did an anti-Semitic incident, and I took credit for it, and I said, this is awesome. I'm glad that it happened. I made numerous videos so that they would do this. Yes,
I was
you
on
would
the
be
tier list,
valid
bro.
in saying that.
It was literally
comparison,
targeting me. I was on the tier
Yeah, so it is about just Jewish people? I guess then... I mean, I just don't, like, am I supposed to be like, it's terrible. They care about Jews. Cool. It's a company that, it's an organization that specifically focuses on Jewish discrimination. Oh no.
Tier list. Why
Especially
wouldn't I respond?
considering, Ethan,
I don't have to be
And they got something done. Oh no.
member of ADL to respond to someone harassing me. Are you
Listen to
fucking
my words,
dumb?
please. Listen to my words.
I'm trying, but
Okay?
it's just fucking
Listen
lies
to my
and
words.
filth and like empty air.
From your perspective, my association as a 10-year fighter of anti-Semitism, my association from your perspective with anti-Semitism is like something that is so laughable that I don't even know how to describe. Like you're like, oh, it's a swastika sword, but then you admit that it's not a swastika sword. That's how loose this association is. But on the other hand, I can't say that you have worked alongside
That's
the
not what you
ADL
said.
in getting
You said I'm
streamers
partnered
banned.
with.
That's
Partnered with.
anti-Semitic?
You are
took
lying.
credit
You are
for it, my
rewriting.
man.
You are not taking accountability. You said I'm partnered with the ADL.
Ethan, I can't take accountability for your
Hassan,
hallucinations.
do you think that the normal, reasonable person watching that will infer that we were just coincidentally working the same, or that I was working directly with them?
What do you think?
What
a
do you
reasonable
think the average person would?
I mean, I would also just say that again, it's like a non-starter thing to say, because wouldn't a Jewish person's goals be at least somewhat aligned with with an organization that is fighting against anti-Semitism? Like, again, I just find it like Frogan's claim is to what end, saying that it's a weaponization, which is what would be the negative of it. Because that's the claim that's being made, is that you worked with them to do something negative. But he's not even arguing that point anymore. He's just being like, well, I don't know, just you did it. You did it though. I don't even know if he wants to argue if it's bad. This feels weird. Just part of the part
Julie
felt
from
really
saying
weird.
I'm partnered with the ADL.
What do you think a normal, reasonable
I'm kinda
person
confused
would
as to what even
infer
the argument
when they
is right
hear
now.
you,
Bro, you are
Ethan
literally
Klein,
gaslighting me.
make
It's
numerous
so
videos
obvious what you
demanding
meant.
the bans of Twitch streamers, and then after they are banned, you say, "I'm glad that they got banned. I take credit for it." What would a normal, reasonable person?
I was on the
infer from
tier
that?
list, dude. I was responding to them. It wasn't like it wasn't like I went out of my way to get them banned. I responded to them. I was on the tier list. There's been 3 instances, I think, of, in my opinion, very credible accusations of anti-Semitism. You've accused me of hallucinating all 3 now, which is very convenient.
No,
and also,
because they're not credible. We are not in agreement. These are not credible allegations of anti-Semitism. These are hysterical hallucinations
So it's only credible if Hasan agrees with you, apparently.
of a person who desperately wants all of his critics to be anti-Semites so he can
I'm
feel
so glad
comfortable
this is on record.
in the unique position that he has created for himself.
I'm so glad this is on record. So you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you. Yes.
So you think that you think a reasonable person would hear you say he's partnered with the ADL and not think that I was working directly with them?
I think a reasonable person will hear your own words and think that you probably worked directly inside of the ADL.
Have I ever mentioned the
didn't even
ADL?
make that
Have I
inference.
ever mentioned the ADL?
You took credit.
Did I
for
ever mention the
ban.
ADL, Hasan? Answer the
It
question.
doesn't matter. You took credit for the ban that the ADL pressured.
I got sick of guys.
But when Hasan does stuff that leads to other communities and other people acting and saying like certain things, acting in certain ways, he has no responsibility over them. He doesn't have any, like, it's just all the way that Ethan has to like contend with the decisions of the ADL when Hasan has no control over the videos that he was a part of and the pictures that were taken is in his house. Makes absolutely no sense.
I ever mentioned the ADL in my entire fucking career? Actually, I mentioned them once, but I didn't even know what they were, frankly, if you have the thing.
It's like when Ethan said that he's never talked about Destiny, but the one time that he talked about Destiny was being like, oh yeah, I used to watch that guy when he did StarCraft, and now he's like a big political guy or something. I used to watch him in my StarCraft days. And that was like the reference that he's made to Destiny. It's just like Ethan needs to make sure he's clear. Say I don't think I ever talked about that. Then you're all good.
It's a clip where you are saying,
okay,
I did that shit. I'll fucking take credit for it. You know who did that shit? The ADL did. You are taking credit for something that the ADL did. I'm not even making that inference.
Well,
you're
they
saying,
attacked me.
which one do you think? What do you think the average person would
so
think in this
silly, bro.
situation?
I'm not even making the inference. I'm just claiming that you partnered with them and worked with them.
When you are saying that you did that shit, and it's the ADL's pressure that caused these people to be banned for such
Bro, I
a
was being
ridiculous,
silly. I don't care.
stupid,
Listen,
not anti-Semitic thing
listen.
at all.
I was being silly. They attacked me. I responded. Do I know? Do
Oh,
I know
you're
who?
being silly.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, all right. I guess we can
Well,
move on.
do I
then.
think I
You're
got them
being
banned?
silly.
I don't know. Who knows? You know, I think that
you got a Jewish content creator alongside multiple Arab content creators banned off the platform for 30 days.
Because the reason they call him token, my
and then the ADL
friend,
actually reacted.
you spend time
because
being
they
a
saw it as
token, you're
great
gonna get
opportunity.
spent.
But it was just silly. You know, fuck them.
You want to cash in on
Silly.
your Jewish friends anymore? Or can we move on?
Am I what?
Would you like to cash in on your Jewish friends more, or can we move on?
Cash in on my Jewish friends.
That's right. Do you know any Jewish people that aren't anti-Zionist?
Yes.
Who?
I'm not going to review. I don't want to. They're normies. I don't
Okay,
want to dox
yeah,
them.
you're lying.
The thing is that that's definitely a lie, because you don't need to say names. Name them. Go. They're my friends that I play basketball with. I don't want to talk about it. They're actually in a Jewish basketball league. Like you could, like, there are answers and the ways that you can answer that without giving away their name. It's Ari Finkelstein. That's him. It's Toby Fleming. He could have just lied too, but I feel like he realized he was lying, and he's like, I can't go any deeper.
You're
No, I'm
surrounded.
not.
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
lying.
You're absolutely lying.
Dog, I live in West Hollywood. You think I'm not around Zionist Jews? What are you talking about?
Do you pass Jews on the street? Yes. Are you friends with?
No, I'm friends. Yes.
Okay.
I
Very
am.
good. I don't believe
And
you.
they've treated me with much more dignity than you have, as a matter of fact.
Well, yeah, because you're not on the
Surprisingly
receiving
enough,
end of
we
the
can have a
same
more normal
fucking
conversation. I
harassment
can have a more normal
campaign.
conversation
Why
with
wouldn't
them
they?
than you, seemingly.
All right. So you think
They
that
would most likely
just to
laugh
recap
at all of this.
Just to
if they're
recap,
watching.
here, so we can move on. I mean, did the random Zionist Jews that are treated you so kindly, did they have CPS show up to their house or skulls sent to their house?
Ethan, I didn't do that.
Ethan.
I didn't say you did that.
That's just, again, why can't he just like contend with he can't answer a question, he can't contend with any arguments. He asked you a question. Did they get skulls or CPS sent to their house? I didn't do that. Just say yes or no. Go, no, they didn't, but why would that matter? They can still, like you said, they can care about multiple things at once. What happened to you was bad, and that doesn't mean that what's happening in Israel is all right. Even though that's not what Ethan's saying, but you get what I'm saying. Like, there's ways to argue, but Hasan just loves fucking avoiding everything. We were talking about this in my last stream, that Hasan really does, or what we were talking about in this stream. Been too long. My brain is dying. Hasan's a narcissist. It's the truth. He doesn't want anyone else to have control in the scenarios, or in any scenario. Like, if he's having a conversation with somebody, he needs to be the one directing it. He needs to be the one asking all the questions. Any question that gets sent his way, he's either going to dance around to avoid or just straight up say he doesn't care about. And that's just insane.
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
I know you don't, but
that
you're
has
acting
nothing to do with me.
Part
I'm
of
not
your
in
shtick,
support of
Hasan, is
that.
acting obtuse when you're caught in the corner.
Okay. All right. You've dominated the conversation so far. I think we should get back to some stuff that
I agree. Let's just summarize.
No. Look, can we just get
This
back
is
to
quick.
Palestine,
It's very
please?
quick.
Like you
I just
see
want to
the
put a cap
genocide.
on this. Just a cap.
And making these
You're doing the
differences
thing that
I
I'm
am,
so
and,
critical of you on.
partnering
okay?
with like the ADL. And
You said so. Just to put a cap on this, and we'll move on. You said I'm quote partnered with the ADL, which you now claim was just a was. You didn't mean that I was working with them. You mean that we had the same goal. Okay, very good. We'll see how that plays. Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay.
You okay?
It's interesting because you're currently doing the thing that I'm criticizing you on, where you are looking at a situation that you recognize is a genocide, and your only consideration and your only concern
That's not my only concern. I care about
revolves
multiple things, my friend.
Revolves. Yes, you can, but these are really.
Hasan, it's just so fucking dumb to talk about this. What would be the fucking benefit to the Palestinian people with you debating your old co-host about the conflict? What the fuck is going to change from that? It's so ridiculous to be like, there's bigger things to talk about. What are you actually doing in this? We're all like progressive minded in these circles and all think that what Israel is doing is disgusting and needs to stop. But the only difference is that his circle thinks that Hamas is doing a justified thing. They can both be doing wrong. They can both be bad. And you know who isn't bad? They're civilians that are having to live these lives and live in fear of the other side because they don't know what's going to happen because of the governments that, are keeping this conflict ongoing. But for some reason, Hasan wants to look past that and just go, we could talk about the genocide, but instead you care about my framing and my way that I talk about it. Yeah, because you fucking are just completely, like, you're missing the point. You are absolutely missing the point. It has nothing to do with if Israel's bad or not. We all agree on how bad Israel is. What we don't agree on is how bad Hamas is for some reason. And they want to go like, I never said it was good. I never said it was good. Say it's bad. Just say it's bad one time. One singular time.
Stupid things to care about.
I mean, that's easy for you to say. You're the one being accused of it. Let's just let's ask the accused how serious their crime is. Fucking brilliant. O.J. Simpson, do you think that this is a serious court case?
Do you think that
no, I don't.
Sabra hummus
there it is. Let's let him free.
Do you think that the Sabra hummus shit tier is akin to O.J. Simpson?
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment.
Yes, it is. The Sabra hummus tier list is the exact same as O.J. Simpson cutting the head off of what's her name? Nicole Brown. It's the exact same thing, Hasan. Good job obfuscating from the point.
Killing someone.
No, obviously not. You're being obtuse.
Then why are you bringing up stupid fucking
because you're
parallels?
You are saying that the accused, right, can dictate how serious the accusations are.
Okay. All right, Ethan.
I'm partnered with ADL. Remember what you said.
You have in the past talked about your pro-Palestinian bona fides. You have
what do you mean
talked
bona
about how you
fides?
gave my fundraiser. What?
Sorry. What do you mean by bona fides?
Like that you claimed that you were a stalwart ally of the Palestinian cause.
Correct.
You tried to also say this to Sam Cedar as well. Mm-hmm. You brought forward the fact that you had given $6,500 in your context puke that you did as a further indication that you are pro-Palestinian. Even though you then turned around and actually criticized additional.
He really just used context puke to his face. I don't even care if it's like, oh, I'm trying to be disrespectful. It's so cringy, bro. It's so bad. Well, Hasan. Well, has SS on. Pi KKK. See how dumb that sounds?
Fundraisers that had taken place, like the Creators for Palestine charity that
it's funny as a joke 1 or 2 times. Don't keep hammering it home.
$1.3 million, including the fundraiser that you initially had given $6,500 to as a reason for why you were such a staunch ally. Why did you turn around and say that pro-Palestinian fundraisers are actually completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things and completely useless? Do you think that pro-Palestinian charities are simply there to make yourself feel like you're pro-Palestine?
No, I think that is a fair criticism in that Ethan has used it in the same way that he has criticized that charities are the bare minimum of what you can do. Like you can, like I've been saying this, if you really want to make a change and you want to do something, write a letter, start writing up a bunch of letters and send them in to your different, your state politicians, federal politicians, just try and get the word out. And if more and more people do that, then more and more is going to happen from it. But purely just donating is just feeding funds into a never-ending like conflict at some point. So we have to remember that it's about where is your money going, where is your effort going, because like the people could say the same thing about the military. Well, more people should join the military. If we have more militarized force, then we could take out more people. Is that what you think is good? No. It's about where the effort is being put, and it should always be put towards like obviously the donations towards humanitarian aid, but like I'm saying, doing actual things that you can do would be like going out and doing public speeches at fucking random parks and stuff, random public centers where there are people like collecting. I don't know. I don't really have a problem with that, but I do think that it's fair to say that Ethan probably shouldn't also say that that is the reason that he supports or that is the proof that he supports Palestine.
Do you feel like $6,500 was enough for you to spend the rest of the year actively deplatforming pro-Palestine content creators?
I'll answer your question.
Right.
So I claimed when talking about, now by the way, this is something I criticize you for, which is,
Wolfie, you really subscribe to this channel to come back to multiple streams? Why are you here? What is happening? Are you trolling me right now? The wolf? The wolf?
Being obtuse, mischaracterizing arguments, and basically just being a prolific liar. So here's what the conversation was about, right?
And I will say that the difference is at least Ethan can admit when he's wrong. And what lies are you talking? Because there's a difference between being an overt liar and just being mistaken or, being obtuse and, speaking about something inaccurately. Because sometimes you hyperbolize something because of your emotions, but I think admitting that is probably half the battle.
I was talking about how when you're talking about activism, raising money isn't the most important thing because it can only do so much. There's other ways to do effective activism, like protesting, et cetera, working with Palestinian organizations. So I'm just saying, my point was not that
let me finish. Virulent anti-Semite, and I've done all of those things.
My point was that not that raising money is bad or dumb or pointless, as you erroneously claim I said. My point was that it's not the most effective thing in the world. And
Ethan isn't even Jewish. He's from Santa Cruz.
Other thing, it's probably like the least effective form of advocacy you can do. That was my opinion.
I don't think that's the case, and I don't think that the Palestinians that
What's not the case?
those,
what I said or what I claim?
No, your claim is wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of the fundraisers not being important.
That's fine.
So we've established that you claim to be pro-Palestine, and yet you've spent all of the genocide coverage criticizing
people that harass me,
fundraising, creating, working with Palestinian organizations.
I never said it's not important.
Interviewing Palestinians from Gaza.
Hasan, being an advocate for Palestine does not absolve you of criticism. Stop with the silliness.
Claiming that they are anti-Semitic. No, this does not, because your criticisms are ridiculous.
Well, I mean, that's kind of up to other people to decide at this point.
Your criticisms are in your own mind, like you have hallucinated an alternative reality.
By the way, gaslighting, anti-Semitic trope. This is what dog whistles are. You whistle to other people, and it's subtle enough that you have plausible deniability, so that when you get accused of being anti-Semitic, you can call the accuser crazy, which is exactly what you're doing. You are a fucking anti-Semite, and you've been caught out 3 different times calling me crazy for very viable, very credible examples of anti-Semitism that you should at least be able to admit are at least not insane, maybe a misunderstanding, but not insane. But no, according to you, they're all hallucinations. So go ahead and tell me why you're not dog whistling.
Yes, because people having an issue with your statements and with your coverage as a prominent content creator with a relatively progressive audience, your coverage has entirely focused on your own personal feelings and a lot of misplaced paranoia from people who are criticizing you. You literally think
Can we get a whistle soundbite every time you call me paranoid or hallucinating?
Anti-Semitism. That's not the case. I used to like you. I don't know anymore. And I don't think it's because of anti-Semitism.
I definitely don't like you.
Anti-Semitism.
Let me stand on business and say I think you're a terrible person and a liar, and I don't like you at all.
I know. I still wish you well. I do. I wish you well, and I really do.
I wish everybody well. Everybody, be well. All right, let's move on. You want any more? Call me crazy or hallucinating again? Is that all you got?
I don't even need to do that. I think you're doing that all on your own, to be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny? What?
What? The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day that is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
Thank you for asking.
Oh, you're very
Not only
welcome.
is there video footage of you corresponding with someone in your Discord that literally aligns perfectly with Destiny's own Discord, offering clips for you to pull.
That sounds like a stretch.
You've also used used clips that are unlisted called hummus obbies
Yeah.
when making arguments about my virulent anti-Semitism
gives a fuck?
from
I pulled a
unlisted
clip.
link that came from a Destiny fan account.
So that's your
But
proof that I
also,
work with
none
Destiny.
of that is relevant.
Okay.
What's relevant is your constant coordination with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman, who you featured on your context nuke. So yeah,
Did I
I
feature him
don't
in
think
my
it's that
content?
ridiculous of a fucking assertion to make, especially when
I don't remember what it
considering the fact that you have been corresponding with Dan Saltman, and you did, and he is Destiny's podcast co-host.
Couldn't he use the exact same thing that you say? I'm not Frogan, I'm not Ian, I'm not Dan Saltman, I'm not Destiny.
And the what does he call himself? The general of the Hezbollah, I think that's what they call themselves, the Taliban and the Hezbollah, their mass
How the
harassment
fuck would I
operation
know?
that they engage in. So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane, and it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to.
And if anything, bro, isn't that the exact same thing that fucking Hasan does with Bad Empanada? Isn't Hasan like cool with showing Bad Empanada stuff even though he hates him? Can't Ethan have a nuanced perspective on Dan Saltman if he's getting things that are reasonable and actually like purposeful in like the content that he's trying to make?
No, I think you're doing enough to
about
discredit
Destiny in
yourself
my
all on your own.
life.
I don't need to bring
It's a
that up.
really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are you pulled a meme from his subreddit once, and there was a guy in your Discord. It's also in his Discord. I think you're
I didn't
hallucinating.
say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hasan?
Ethan, I didn't
Hasan,
say
are you
that.
crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who are aware
reason.
of the condition and can help you get the help you need?
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
You featured Destiny's podcast.
I said he discovered the
that you
IP ban. Is that
correspond
not
with.
true? I said Dan Saltman discovered the IP ban. That's all I said. I didn't endorse. I didn't. All I said is he discovered the IP ban. Is that true? Is that materially true?
I don't think
It
so.
is. It is.
I think someone in Destiny's community did, but it's fine. Yeah.
So
you
how
brought
is that
up.
an endorsement?
Ethan, are you
Ethan,
claiming that
is this
you
what
don't
you
have
do whenever you're
direct
trying to avoid
correspondence with Dan Saltman?
Ethan, Hasan, are you hallucinating?
Ethan,
Hasan,
do you not correspond with Destiny's podcast co-host Dan Saltman?
I talked to
Do you not? No, he does not. Has he? Yes. It's such a weird, like, Hasan really likes to use like framing to try and make all his points. Because do you not talk to Dan Saltman? Why would he still be talking to Dan Saltman? What would be the purpose in that at all at this point?
Dan Saltman, but also I don't think that that's Destiny, is it?
Yeah, no, that's just his podcast co-host and is perfectly
You
aligned with him
say-
and uses his community to brigade. And also has literally tried to blackmail people in Destiny's
don't
own
really
community.
fucking care
for
because that's not
literally
Destiny, is it?
unearthing sex crimes that he did.
Man, you
Do
are
you feel
really
like that's a good
hallucinating.
person to align with?
I'm not
You now
endorsing
openly
him.
admit.
I'm not endorsing him at all. I just
Bro, you could say things a million times worse about Bad Empanada and you align with him. It's such a fucking stupid point.
said I've spoken to him.
No, yeah, you're not endorsing him. You're just getting
Have
information
you ever
from him
spoken to somebody
use.
you don't endorse? I mean, what kind of silly bullshit are we doing here?
Certainly.
Well, there you
Yes,
go.
I speak to
Oh my
people I
God,
don't
dude.
endorse. I'm speaking to one
You
right
talk
now.
to Dan Saltman. You're fucking outed as a Destiny's best friend.
Ethan, you're the one who admitted that just
Does he
now.
bring
I
up
said I've
Bad
spoken with
Empanada?
Dan Saltman, not that I'm a Destiny collaborator, which is what you claim, which is an outright, pathetic, provably wrong lie. And this is
He
part
should
of
have brought up Bad Empanada right now, because this would have been a perfect counter. Because that's not even like a whataboutism. It's literally just saying you are being a hypocrite right now because you literally promote somebody. Ethan just said something that was true, that Dan Saltman is the one who uncovered the IP stuff with Twitch. Hasan literally says, go watch Bad Empanada videos. Those are two drastically different things.
your disinformation campaign to delegitimize my points
I don't
without
think I
ever
need to
having to
delegitimize
address
you by
them.
associating
And
you
isn't
with
that
Destiny.
convenient? You never have to address anything I say because you can just say, Ethan's friends with Destiny. Ethan's hallucinating.
Ethan, I don't
Hasan?
think I need to. I didn't bring up Destiny. You did.
Yeah,
and also,
because you lied about me for 2 years working with them.
2 years.
That's right. Hasan, listen.
Ethan, this is kind of embarrassing
Year and a half.
to admit, but I defended you both to my community and in general because I thought that you were a lot more open-minded until
What have we
pretty much
disagreed on?
The
What have we
December of
disagreed on?
2024.
I'm sorry. What am I not open-minded about? What have we disagreed on, Hasan, other than me criticizing you and your friends? What have I said against the Palestinian people? Go ahead. What do we
What
disagree
we are
on?
disagreeing on is what you choose to focus on
that seem
and
significant?
what you think is the major point.
Wait. Is this not Hasan doing exactly what he's criticizing Ethan for? You care more about the people that are attacking you than you do about Israel Palestine. Hasan's saying, I care about not what you think about Israel Palestine, but just the fact that you don't care to promote it more. It's like it's almost the exact same criticism, I feel like. I know I worded that very poorly, but they're very similar.
Point of contention here.
Well, that's first of all, I'm what I choose to focus on is certainly something you can critique.
A little frivolous.
But does that justify like lying about me continually for a year and a half just because you don't like where I'm focused? That seems immaterial.
Lying about what?
About me being a Destiny fan, about hallucinating, sweeping for your anti-Semitic friends, lying about
getting another okay, Ethan, is it's always a star on a cloudy night. You know what I mean?
Saying that my video's out of context without watching it. Hasan.
Welcome to Take 5 Oil Change. Going on vacation.
Take your time.
Do you feel like your video wasn't out of context?
Absolutely
wasn't
not.
A compilation of a 2-hour sequence of out of context clips?
You want to do this? What's out of context?
Okay.
Name one thing. Go ahead, read the chat. Someone will send you on Discord.
No. I have it readily available.
Well, I'll wait.
One of the major points that you made that I've seen through other people's coverage of it so far.
So Hasan has criticisms of the content nuke through the fucking clips and like fucking bullshit that he's read in chat. Bro, why didn't you just nut up and watch it? Like, come on. Like, all the people that were speculating that Hasan probably watched it in private, Hasan probably this, I really don't think Hasan watched it. I think he's too prideful. He's too smug and prideful and thinks that he's too good for it and that it's all lies. Oh, it's just somebody else, another person turning on him. Fucking insane. So, one of the major points that I've seen through other people's content
is that I deny rapes happening on October 7. Okay? That I deny rapes happening on October 7. There's a clip of you when you first encounter that statement where you are actually understanding of my position until your wife stops you and says, that's inappropriate. You literally...
Your Jewish wife. Your Israeli wife. You mean Hila Klein? The fashionista?
Say, oh, he's saying the likelihood of rapes happening does not justify genocide, which you agree. A genocide is happening. Months later.
Which you agree. Was that like a audio error, like glitch on my end?
Happening does not justify genocide, which you agree. A genocide is happening.
You agree.
Ever since then, though, months later, you still chose.
Her name is Hila, by the way, Hasan. I don't know.
The frog came out of him. More frogs. Crazy.
Why you refer to her as my wife? I find that a little chauvinistic, frankly. You know who she is. You know her well. You've begged for Teddy Fresh from her many times. So, like, yeah, you know who she is. You've written her emails asking for clothing. Her name is Hila.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so why don't you say that?
Okay.
Who goes, oh, your wife? Like, she's not. She has no. She's just like, oh.
I wasn't. Can you respond to what I was saying?
Yes, absolutely. With great pleasure, I will respond.
Why is it that you initially understood the full context until Hila stopped you and said, no.
I'll answer. Would you like me to answer? That's one example of many. Seeing your response in the totality of all the responses shows that you do deny the rapes that happened on October 7th. In fact,
the totality of all my responses.
In fact, you had promised me, and I know you would never lie to me, that you would watch the context puke with me. So why don't we pull up that bit there, and we can see how out of context it is.
Boom. Do it.
Great. Someone pulling that, Dan? How you doing? I'm waiting for the link. You good?
Am I? Oh, yeah, I'm great. I don't think this is going the way you perceived it to be going. But
sure. I mean, you're reading your chat. Do you think that's the most accurate way?
I'll be honest with you. I was thinking about being a lot more stern initially, but this has turned into the last conversation that we had where I am trying to gently nudge you in the direction of sanity.
Ethan, I want you to really understand. You're crazy. You're crashing out. You're hallucinating, my friend. Come sit over here. You know what I mean? Don't ignore the swastika. Ignore the accusations of working with the ADL with no credibility. Ignore the tier list with fucking Ben Shapiro and Ethan. Come sit here. You're hallucinating. Oh, thank you so much for, you know what? Thank you, Hasan. That's so kind of you. How fucking genuine of you to take off the baby gloves, you fucking liar.
I mean, this is
you are a prolific liar, bro. Where's the link?
Then take him off. Hasan's just such a little coward bitch. He wants to hide behind everything. I am going easy on you right now. You don't understand. I haven't even shown my full power level yet. I've merely been toying with you because you're making yourself out to be a fool. That's why I don't answer any of your questions. That's why I don't contest any of your arguments that you make.
Just control F or...
The reason, for the record, the reason why I don't like to bring Hila into the conversation is because I'm
sorry, but I have to say this every once in a while. Sometimes the crew, you guys got to get it together. Learn how to control F through transcripts on videos so that you can pull up stuff a lot quicker. They need to learn how to like hone in so that they can bring up something real quick. And be like, got it. Little phrase, they can just keep repeating it in their head.
Expressing my concerns with you, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to, extend
Well, you
the
just,
lens of
I mean,
criticism
that's a
to
little
other
silly
people.
considering you're like, well, actually, it was Ela who influenced your opinion, the evil IDF lady. Anyway.
Okay, while we're waiting for the clip.
No, I got it. Deny the,
Well, okay.
violent rapes that took place. That is way beyond the pale.
I'm hearing you. There is one instance in captivity.
Uh-oh, chair react.
That we have.
I'm not going to let you chair react to me, buddy. You grab that Dr. Pepper. I'll wait.
No, I said I'm listening to you. Don't worry. I was just grabbing another soda. Go ahead.
On the pale.
There is one instance in captivity. Put a Hamas headband on me?
I sure did.
He thought that was sick. He's like, that's awesome.
There is one instance in captivity that we have actually gotten verifiable evidence on. Beyond that, the systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified. And people still run with it over and over and over again.
Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
I can't see myself, by the way,
As
if
I
you're showing
said,
my
You're
video.
giggling. You're giggling. It's so funny.
Has a right to
No,
defend
I'm not
itself.
giggling.
You sure are.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking
What
about?
rapes did
The
Hamas
Stop
do?
Anti-Semitism account that considered me to be anti-Semite of the week has also been hallucinating rapes once again, doing rape fantasies once again because they're fucking mentally ill.
Hamas has committed.
That's something you go to a lot. You notice that? Call people mentally ill. I find that odd. Probably should revise that. I don't know if that's kosher for leftist values.
Horrific acts
I'm
of sexual
exactly
violence.
I'm not exactly doing a lot of stuff that's kosher for leftist values in general.
So you have no problem weaponizing.
I just hate that so much. Oh my god. Hasan really tries to get off on the fucking like bullshit that he spews by going, well, I'm just counterculture, you know? Yeah, I don't say the mainstream stuff, you know? That's why people like me. Shut the fuck up.
Mental health.
When someone is hallucinating, I think
not even half. I'm not even like a quarter of the way through. I'm fucking losing my mind already.
Watch this.
Horrific acts of sexual violence.
Eden.
Hasan, I am so sorry. You promised that we would watch this. I pulled it up. Now sit silently and enjoy.
Okay, but I got the point. You're saying that like you're showing clips of me. You're showing clips of me saying that someone is
men and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like
I can't believe how quickly leftists go from believe all women to Pixar didn't happen. There you go, son. What do you got?
Pixar didn't happen. That's great commentary, by the way. Okay,
I mean, it's pretty apt.
Okay, so let's talk about it. You did actually. I'm surprised. You did actually show my findings on the UN committee report that came out.
Does Hasan do this because he's trying to think of what to say? Like, is he just completely lost? So he's like, fuck, I need to, okay, let's just spew out some bullshit real quick. I'm surprised that you showed this bit for me because, what was the question?
The one that you misrepresent continually? That you fucking continually lie about the conclusion?
Report. Wait, what did I misrepresent about the UN preliminary report?
Tell me what it said.
The UN preliminary report was not an investigative report. Like, for example, the investigative report that came out about Israel's systematized sexual assaults that was 49 pages long.
Horrible. What a horrible thing that was.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just unacceptable.
The level of evidence in a preliminary report is only enough to actually create an actual investigation. The problem is Israel has denied an actual investigation to take place. Israel has told the United Nations that they are not allowed to do an actual investigation and to simply listen to what they have to say. Now, not only is Israel...
There are literally women who said I was raped.
Do you feel like the Israeli government lies?
Don't listen to them. What? Wait, maybe I'm misinterpreting. Is he saying not listen to Israel, maybe? What the fuck? Don't listen to victims. I don't think that's what he meant, but that's crazy.
I mean, all governments lie. I'm not going to defend Israel.
I agree.
There's women that come out and say I was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video, saying I was raped.
Like you're saying, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct.
There is, as far as I understand,
one
instance
in captivity. As far as you understand, because you don't give a fuck about the real
directed by Hamas. What?
Well, of course, that's as far as you can conclude because you don't give a fuck about the truth. You just want to do propaganda, remember?
Ethan.
Hasan, please, calm down.
Okay.
You're getting worked up.
I don't know why you're
whoa.
behaving in such a childish manner when we are actually talking about finally some serious stuff. Okay?
Well, okay.
Well, Hasan, he's mirroring you. When you go, Ethan, what you're saying is, Ethan, don't be so foolish. You're completely misrepresenting what I'm saying. Contend with the arguments. Stop doing all this this theater. Like, it's so weird.
Okay. In terms of the UN preliminary report and the findings, okay, there is a clear-cut lack of evidence for any forensic examination to take place due to the incompetence of the Israeli government and specifically the organization Zakah. that spent most of its time in the immediate aftermath of October 7 taking bodies out of body bags and putting them into Zakat branded body bags. This was reported by Haaretz as well. They polluted the evidence pool. Okay? That's number one. Number two, numerous people that came out and offered eyewitness testimony have since then been discredited, also according to Haaretz reporting.
Which article?
What's
the Haaretz article that accuses victims of sexual assault of lying about it? Go ahead and link me that one. And by the way, while you look for that,
no, not victims of sexual assault, Ethan. I'm using my words very carefully.
Right.
Not
of course,
victims
I remember
of
you do
sexual
that.
assault. Not victims of sexual assault. Eyewitness testimony initially provided that led people to believe that there were sexual assaults that were taking place.
Show me the source.
Were then discredited.
Show me the source. By the way, Hasan, while you look for that, I'm assuming that you're quoting the UN Representative Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflicts report, right? This is one everyone refers to. Now, are you aware how these kind of papers work? They do a very precise conclusion at the end that summarizes the main thesis and points driven home in the article. That's what the conclusion is. Let me read it for you. Overall, based on the totality of information gathered from multiple and independent sources at different locations, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations across the Gaza periphery, including in the form of rape, gang rape, during the October 7th, 2023 attack. Credible, circumstantial information which may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence, including genital mutilation, sexualized torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, was also gathered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I'm gonna walk.
Are they hallucinating?
No. So you just don't know what words mean. So credible, circumstantial evidence. Do you know what that means?
What? Wait, is he gonna try and be like, oh, it's only circumstantial? That's not like at a high. That's not a degree to prosecute or something. Is that what he's gonna try and say? Because they can't prosecute Hamas members, that means that they didn't happen. Because like, it said credible.
That means that
credible.
Yeah, of course.
Credible circumstantial evidence is not a substitute for forensic evidence. Credible
That's why I said picture didn't happen, bro.
Not
You need
enough
rape
to
kits.
prosecute.
Hasan needs rape kits.
He really is just doing because you can't prosecute them. What? It's also in the middle of a war. What are you talking about? They're like in the middle of a war. They're going to go pick these guys up for prosecution? They're going to search for the victims, should try and, make a civil case out of it? I don't understand what?
Circumstantial evidence is not enough
Pixar didn't happen, right?
prosecute rape, which is precisely the reason why the Israeli prosecutors themselves have said that in the absence of a singular victim coming out, and also with all of the forensic evidence that has been tarnished already.
Show me evidence for anything you're saying.
What?
It's not. Show me evidence for anything you're claiming that isn't some unhinged freak on Twitter. Believe all women. Hey, are we believing all women unless they're Israeli? Right after the October 7th Hamas attack in Israel, Zaka, the disaster victim identification volunteers, were among the first civilians responding on the scene. Zaka is an Israeli rescue and recovery organization primarily staffed by ultra-Orthodox Jewish volunteers, known for their work in collecting human remains for proper burial according to Jewish law. I think what happened is, a lot of what happened is that obviously you don't rape someone and then keep them alive. Right? So most of them were murdered, and a lot of the forensic evidence.
I'm sending Dan the PBS article about how two debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled the global dispute over Israel-Hamas war. This
Two of them were fake. That means they're all liars. That means none of it happened.
From May 22nd, 2022. This is about the witness testimony that was discredited. Okay.
But so even if one account was discredited, there's many.
No, it's not one account. It's two accounts. But the rest
there's
of
way more than two accounts.
Oh my god! I fucked up my headphones 1 sec. My bad. I thrashed too hard.
You know what you're doing? You're like, this girl lied about being raped, therefore all these women need to be questioned. That's actually what you're doing. You're saying Pixar didn't happen. I don't believe women if they're Israeli.
Can you point me to actual to victims that came out?
Yes.
Because as far as I understand, Israeli police.
This is like the worst part of the debate for Hasan. Isn't this like the part where they're actually talking about something like politically like adjacent? I know this has to do with like it's a little bit beyond just the conflict. They're like obviously it deals with the conflict, but now I don't know, the way, again, Hasan's framing on this is just weird. I don't know why he always tries to frame things to fit his own narrative rather than what he's saying Ethan should do and just talk about the things as they come.
Asked victims and witnesses to testify about Hamas and sexual violence in the aftermath of October 7, and it seems like their investigations were inconclusive because by the admission of the Israeli prosecution,
show me evidence of anything you're saying.
Openly said that there were no victims that came out.
Yeah, let me guess. You read it on Haaretz.
You don't wait. Do you think that Haaretz is not a credible institution?
No, it is. But
journalism at this point?
No, but you guys lean on that. You just lie about what it says because it sounds credible.
Who is you guys?
You and all of your fucking dumbass cohorts that do the same typical like rhetorical tools to just say whatever the fuck you want without ever having to back it up or knowing what you're talking about in the least bit. So show me the evidence. Haaretz boy.
I sent
swastika boy.
narratives, and also here is The Israeli prosecutor Morangitz has acknowledged that 15 months after the events of October 7, 2023, Israel has still not identified any victims in which a case can be brought against an alleged perpetrator of a sexual attack.
They're all dead.
The admission is in line with the complete lack of any credible evidence regarding incidents of sexual violence, which is particularly notable when these claimed. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this foundation is, but there is news reporting on this. I don't know why
they're all dead, bro.
this.
Do you think what is your point? What you said doesn't change anything. You're talking about. Do you think
Ethan,
that they raped people and then didn't kill them?
You said that there are victims. Can you give me the names of the victims?
Yes.
I will. First of all, I am not in the business of
name 10 victims or it didn't happen.
Of denying rape. If there are victims that have come forward in this process,
I will play it for you.
As I've said, there was an instance of sexual assault that took place in captivity.
I also don't understand why Hasan decides to frame it like this, that either there were no rapes or it was a systemic rape that happened because of that was the actual plan of Hamas or whatever. Why can't it just be that for some reason within their ranks, that's something that they don't seem to be against? It's not necessarily that they're saying, hey, go and rape these people, go and kill, go and before killing these people, rape them. It could just be that they're not they don't care if they do or not, which is still terrible and awful and is what you should be speaking up against. Not just going, well, it didn't happen at all. None of it happened. Even if, you're saying, one person was raped in captivity, don't you think that Hamas, if that's the government you want for Palestine, don't you think that they should, hold those people accountable for doing that?
And it was not the systematized rape that was directed by Hamas, as the New York Times' erroneous reporting that did not meet its own standard, its own editorial standard, as a matter of fact, written by a person who literally was taken off the editorial board, taken off the actual paper for some of her insane tweets about Gaza. None of these, there's a lot of stories surrounding this, but I'm not in the business of fucking denying rape. So if you have credible evidence, please present it, and I will admit that I'm wrong. Give me the names.
There's a video. Hold on.
Is the video from Screams Without Violence? Is that what you're gonna present?
No, it's not from that. There's one recently of a woman testifying. I think it was either in the UN or the Congress.
He's trying to get ahead of everything,
and she's speaking in English.
He doesn't want to let Ethan finish a single thought. He wants to get ahead of everything. That's insane.
What's your problem with Sheryl Sandberg's documentary?
Sheryl Sandberg has also been accused of sexual harassment herself, but outside of that,
what the fuck does that have to do with what's written in her documentary?
Her documentary is basically the unsubstantiated claims, that some of which were directly found to be incorrect. Mm-hmm. But not only is it unsubstantiated claims, it's just a recycling of the same Screams Without Violence, the Screams Without Words article that the New York Times wrote that didn't even meet its own editorial standard. Okay, we're having this conversation. You seemingly act like you care about sexual violence taking place against Israelis.
Wait. Screams Without Words is what it's really called. He kept saying Screams Without Violence. Is that what him and his friends call it, as to discredit it? He's like, oh, they're screaming without anything actually happening. Was that a little Freudian slip he made?
Meanwhile, one of the hostages that actually was returned in the early stages did get raped by an Israeli fitness instructor. I have not seen you talk about that. I have not seen you talk about the Israeli pro-rape riots that took place.
Unrelated to the conflict.
Israel had a January 6th Israel had a January 6th style pro-rape riot where a bunch of rabid right.
I'm sorry, Hasan. If you're talking about random crimes that random Israelis are committing, you are definitely a part of the problem. If you are making videos about individual crimes that happen, are they disgusting? Yes. Should they not happen? Yes. They should never happen. But it feels like that's you priming your audience to feel some way about Israelis.
Think I'm defending this? I'm not defending this.
The prosecutor's office and forcibly, with guns, took out 6 concentration camp prison guards from the Sde Taman facility that had actually raped numerous Palestinians on camera.
Are you done grandstanding? Here's a victim.
One that they raped to death.
Are you done? Here's a victim you asked for. Here we go. This is from, I think there was an even more recent one than this, but where's the audio? Fuck. Hold on, let me unmute.
Unable to move and had to ask for permission to use the bathroom. In that house, I was sexually assaulted by the Hamas terrorist who had guarded me. He forced me to go to the shower and entered the room, pointed his gun at me. He was breathing heavily and had a monstrous beast-like face. He planned his assault, scheming and waiting for the moment to have his way. He kept asking me private sexual questions while sitting next to me in his underwear, lifting my shirt, touching me, and constantly asking me when my period would be over.
Sorry, just to butt in here. Are she lying yet or no? Is she lying or hallucinating?
Ethan, have I ever said that rapes did not take place, at least according to one credible personal testimony in captivity, not on October 7, but in captivity?
Kind of, yeah. Yes.
Over.
You're doing it right now.
What do you mean,
I know
kind
exactly
of?
what he was planning to do.
You
And
literally
yet I couldn't do
featured-
anything to prevent
Wait, pause it for a second.
No, listen to what she has to say, Hassan.
When the
Ethan,
assault
I
was
don't
over-
Hassan, don't
disagree with
silence
this.
her. Let her
You
fucking
literally
talk.
mentioned me.
No, because you're acting like this never happened, that it's exaggerated, that
mentioning my
everybody's lying,
acknowledgement
that
in the
Israelis
video
are just
that you
inherently
played.
evil monsters that are responsible for everything bad that's ever
Ethan,
happened.
you
Listen to her.
acknowledged-
Cry.
That is really what Hassan's point is. That's so I think Ethan's missing what Hassan's point is that he's saying that rapes might have happened after October 7th in captivity, but they didn't happen on October 7th. It's not this like he said, the systematized rape that the New York Post or the New York Times wanted to make it out to be. I feel like that's, again, just you trying to frame it in a certain way to fit your narrative, like your preferred narrative. How, like, again, why would it matter if it happened before or after they were in captivity, if they killed the people or if they raped them then killed them? Like, I don't think that it necessarily means that they're telling them to go do this. I think that it just means that within the culture of the Hamas, like, resistance, they don't have a problem with it. And they're okay with letting their, fellow soldiers do these heinous things.
Ethan,
or to be
You
sad.
listen to her words.
I had no one to comfort me and was forced to act nice
Listen to
the person who
my
had just
words.
sexually
Listen to this
assaulted
victim.
me
Show her
in
some
the
respect,
most
Hassan.
horrifying way.
Oh, it's so gross
Not a
the way
day
you're
goes
doing
by
this.
that I don't think about
Yeah, it's
what
gross.
that terrible man did to
It
me.
is. You're
We were held in
show
sexual
respect, bro.
conditions.
brother. That
no
is
person,
fucking
no person
gross.
should ever be subjected
Dan,
to
pull
such
the
brutal
fucking plug on
ruthless
this. Holy
treatment.
shit.
Now,
You really have no problem speaking over a rape victim when there's really.
Dude, you don't give a fuck about rape. Look, what are you doing? Look at what you're doing. I never said that no one ever got sexually assaulted in
First
captivity
male
in the
rape
hands
survivor of
Hamas
Hamas on
militant.
October
I
7th.
literally said in the video,
A man who was
video
stripped naked
that
and
you
raped by
showed
Hamas on
from your
October 7th
context nuke,
has revealed
in the
for the
video
first
that you
time how he was
showed
spat
from
on
your
and
context
humiliated
nuke.
as his murderous rapist laughed. The victim, only identified as Initial D, is the first man to speak about the sexual assault he and others experienced when Hamas elite the Nakba unit massacred, kidnapped, and raped innocent people enjoying the Supernova music festival. They pin you down to the ground. You try to resist. They take off your clothes, laugh at you, humiliate you, spit on you. Said the victim who's hold on.
Okay, listen to me. Listen to my
They
words
touch my
very
private
carefully,
parts, they
because
rape
you're not going through this in a dignified way, and I think it's very gross. What you're doing here is simply weaponizing a victim
you are so
as a
pathetic.
fucking prop. A victim that I also acknowledged. Okay?
Silence.
And you know
In
I
new
acknowledged
footage,
it because you posted it in your video that
Here it
you
is.
just showed me.
Here's the clip.
Reveals that sexual assault and rape was a regular component of the life as a hostage in Gaza.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
Hassan, maybe you would like to call her a liar.
Again, this is about the hostages, so he's gonna just be like, I'm talking about on the day of. On the day of, what did they do?
Please, go right ahead.
It is just such a, like... I feel like that's not the best way to defend your position.
Listen,
on October 7th.
There are dozens of testimonies from witnesses, most of who
Dozens
were
of
hiding
testimonies.
and heard.
Oh,
yeah.
Ethan,
Are you denying that?
You said in the beginning, I'm going to use my words very carefully here.
There's more
In the
stories
beginning,
coming
you
out.
said
There's
on
a
October
UN
7th,
report.
there were numerous victims of sexual violence. That you said, not me, you said that there were numerous victims of sexual violence that actually came forward. So I ask you for names of the numerous victims of sexual violence
Showing you
on
people.
October 7th. Because
Wait, hold
I
on,
never
hold on.
said that
You're
there was
saying
no
only-
sexual
wait, what?
assault that took place.
Wait,
I,
you're
as a
saying they
matter
have
of
to
fact,
have been on
looked
a-
at that report. I looked at that
Okay,
same
he's
UN report and
understanding
said
now.
that there was valid, credible, first-hand testimony on sexual assault.
I
that
wish
took
you
place
had the
in
energy
captivity.
you
That
have
was not on October
for
7th.
the Israelis raping people. As I wish you had the same energy for the fucking Palestinian terrorists raping people. I wish you had the
Because
same
I
energy.
can't invent rapes. You have not given me any names. What are
I'm
you
showing
talking
you
about?
people and names. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What's with my people and names? I don't understand.
The victim.
If there are
Just because you
victims,
need your
you
hearing.
say
You know what?
women.
This is not going anywhere. Let's just move on. Yeah, let's just.
What do you mean? You can't just
But I
let's
gave
just
you
move
two.
on from this. This is a major point of contention. You have
It's
falsely
just
smeared me
exhausted.
as a rape denier when you yourself, the one evidence,
You deny
the
mass
one
rapes happened, and you're doing it right
instance-
now.
The instance of sexual
I showed
violence in
two. I
captivity
just showed you two.
that we know of up until this
Just showed
point.
you two.
You and I both agree on.
And he showed you two that were lies. So...
I showed you
know
two.
that I agree with that. You know that I've talked about it. You know
No, you
that I've
deny mass
acknowledged
rapes
it,
happened,
and yet
not that rapes happened.
What?
You deny that mass rapes happened, not that rapes
Yes.
happened. Listen to my words.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do
good.
deny
Well, there you go.
Because there is no evidence. And
I just
for the
showed you
record,
two.
The clips that you use, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason I
three.
say-
It's just so interesting. Yeah, he doesn't deny that specific rapes happen, just that they happen on a mass scale. Well, also, what defines mass rapes? Like what, mass casualty events? 20 people, 30 people, 40 people. What indicates a mass group of people?
It's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rape.
Hell, I think a mass murderer could kill like 3 or 4 people and they'd still consider him a mass murderer.
that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
4 survivors told authorities they were sexually assaulted on October 7th. Report. First-hand account of such crimes have been rare, as most victims were killed. Hasan. Report follows earlier testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Nova Festival. 4 people have told authorities that they were sexually assaulted by terrorists on October 7th. Channel 12 reports. On Thursday, adding to a growing body of evidence of the systemic sexual assault committed by Hamas. Unlike most of the previous evidence of sexual assault on October 7th, which was largely based on eyewitness testimony, the Channel 12 report is notable because it is based on first-hand accounts of victims. Yawn all you want. First-hand testimony of such crimes has been rare because the victims have been killed. Dipshit.
Okay, Ethan,
they fucking killed them. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare minister with their
sorry. There's no way to actually examine.
Sorry, talk about being gross. Listen to these victims.
When someone is murdered, there's no way to do forensics evidence to actually
you know
conclude.
The fucking answer to that.
Wait, what? Do you think that's like the first thing on their mind is we should get it tested to see what they did to them? We should send the bodies off rather than just doing a burial and honoring our fallen family. We need to figure it out so we can the families are probably just in mourning and grieving the loss, and they just think let's bury them as quickly as possible.
Because you know that Jews, you know that the religious organization that is first responders that you cited has a policy of burying the bodies to avoid disgracing them. That's what happened.
Oh, there we go. I mean, simple as that, right?
Dozens of victims.
I thought it would be like the families or whatever, but yeah, directly the organization that's going and getting the bodies. I mean, if that's their policy, that's their policy. You can say that it's to the so Israel can lie or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like that makes sense. You don't want to bring more attention to these people that were already murdered.
Came out in that
I'm
article.
reading you. What are you doing, bro? I'm
You
showing you the evidence that you're wrong right now. According to the report, 4 individuals approached the welfare ministry with their accounts of what happened to them during the Hamas onslaught, which saw blah, 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 1,200 people killed and 250 kidnapped. The report followed a separate Channel 12 story on Wednesday that provided first-hand testimony from a man who said he was raped by terrorists at the Supernova, where hundreds of people were killed. Are they all lying? There are 5 people here. There's 3 that approached the ministry and 1 man who said he was raped. Are these all liars?
I don't know. I don't think they are. I have no reason to believe that they are. But from everything that I've seen, from everything that I've read on this, and I have read extensively on this, as far as forensic examination has been concluded.
When was that article published? Oh no. I don't want to go too far. Oh, this is an old article too. How extensively do you do research, or do you just see Israel in a headline, like in a website name, and go, "I'm not clicking that"?
There is no evidence, no hard evidence of sexual assault, and I will give you a clip from a Haaretz article that was posted by Lisa Rozovsky.
What does he fucking mean by hard evidence? Like, he needs a video test, even though the one thing he talked about, like the person being on camera raped to death. I'm pretty sure I've seen the video he's talking about, and you can't see what's happening, and it's the presumption and the assumption that they raped him to death. I don't know if that was the claim that was made. I know the guy died. I know that did happen. I'm sure that they probably are doing rapes in captivity, because like Hasan says, there are no, war is not perfect, and there's almost no perfect people in war, and almost all of there's going to be a lot of monsters included in that. Just not even, beyond people not being perfect, there's a lot of monsters that want to just get the upper hand on people. Why can't you admit that too? Why do you have to be like, well, it's not as spread as they want to make it seem? Why does that matter? Why don't you speak on the severity then, on the level that it actually happens, to discredit the actual claims that are made, rather than just saying, oh, none of it's true?
Just read you first-hand testimony of 4 people. What are you doing? You're saying that you're not believing the victims.
Ethan,
you're asking for pics or it didn't happen.
It's not that I'm not believing the victims.
You said, where's their bodies? Pics or didn't happen?
You have mentioned, since
you're saying pics or didn't happen.
Okay,
right?
Since the article that you mentioned came out, there have been further prosecutions on this. Why have they not led to any real prosecutions?
They're dead. They're fucking dead.
You mean prosecutions on the Hamas members? What are you talking about? Do they do that? Hey, Hamas, you raped some of our civilians. Send over your soldiers, please and thank you, so we can prosecute them in our prisons, in our court system, and send them to our prisons. Does that sound like something that you want to do for the oppressive force that occupies your territory?
You moron. What do you mean?
First-hand testimony in this
You
regard.
killed all the fucking Hamas operatives in Israel.
I killed them?
What? What are you?
Why are you saying
okay?
you killed them?
I said they. Why the fuck would I say you killed them? That's insanely stupid. Are you okay? Hallucinating. Are you crashing out? Go ahead.
Maybe I misheard you. I'm pretty sure you said you killed them.
Sometimes when you're under stress, you can mishear things, but that's okay.
It might be. I might be. My mistake. I have you on much lower volume because my volume is very low.
Okay, fair enough.
That's part of the reason why I do ask over and over again what you're saying.
That's fine. I understand. I want people to hear what we're saying, so that's totally fair.
If you're saying,
are you done, or you want to keep going?
gaslighting, you just clip it and send it to me, chat. It's that simple. Okay. And you probably said it by mistake, even if you did, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, we done with this one?
What do you mean, James? Because I've already talked about the points where I think that Ethan could have done better in this debate. I just overall think that Hasan isn't making any valid claims and is just trying to dance around all the arguments. Obviously, people are going to pick the side of the person that they like more, but I'm also willing to be objective in the things that I think that, Ethan could have done better. I think that trying to I can tell that he was really trying to get away from Israel-Palestine in the beginning, and I think that honestly he should have just talked that out first and then just done like the last 4 hours about the personal stuff, because now it's just sprinkling all of this Israel-Palestine stuff throughout it. And I think that that's probably one of his biggest issues that Ethan did, because he wants to focus on the critiques they have in each other's character and the critiques they have in each other's content. But Hasan doesn't want to make it about that. He wants to make it about the substance of Israel versus Palestine. And on that end, yeah, I'd agree that isn't going to get anybody anywhere. They're not going to pull anybody to either side.
Okay, no, we're not done with this at all.
Go ahead. I just read four first.
The question I have for you is very simple. Okay.
Oh, if I said you, I misspoke. That's my bad. By the way, I may have actually said you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
I don't care. Yeah. Let's move on.
Want to make sure.
Let's get back to the actual main point of contention here.
The liars. Pixar didn't
There
happen.
have been no rape allegations filed in the October 7 attacks. Not one. Okay? And this is from Ynet, speaking to Moran Gatz, who I posted about earlier. Moran Gatz is the Southern District Prosecutor's Office in Israel. Okay? She was a member of the Team 7110, responsible for cases involving captured Palestinians in connection with October 7th attacks. On investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, okay, this is what they're saying, or because women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. That she excludes here another explanation, says Dropsite News, that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question I have for you is this, okay? The question I have for you is this.
Did that not discredit his claim? How is that in favor of what he was saying?
What am I supposed to do in the situation when there are no victims that have come forward?
4 victims just gave first-hand testimony. I read it to you.
Died, but there's no forensic examination. There has been no justice for these victims in Israel on October 7 due to the fact that the government...
Talk about it in a way where you're saying that there should be justice for these victims if they exist, not to just discredit it completely. That would be the difference.
And completely...
Not the difference. That's what you should do. Sorry.
Okay, the government completely ruined any sort of forensic examination that could have taken place. There is no way to actually bring justice to these victims. Your assessment on this is so off base because you think
4 first-hand victims. I just read it to you.
Okay, but
you know what? You're right. Hasan, you're right. Let's err on the side of these victims lying. Let's err on the side. No, you're totally right. This is the progressive way. Let's err on the side of these people lying instead of believing them. Let's do that. And
no,
they're all
I'm
lying.
not saying that they're lying. I'm telling you, my confusion on this comes from the fact that
it's not confusing. It's obvious. Most of the shit happened were killed, and it's a religious part of this first responding unit that they bury the bodies immediately to avoid humiliating them. It's all explainable.
What?
Yes. If you don't know that, then you are like woefully misinformed, which is just...
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. There has to be a forensic examination.
Pixar didn't happen. They buried the body.
No, not Pixar.
What do you mean there has to be? It's like, I think that's probably not true that there has to be, but I think it would probably go up to the families and or what, if they want to decide to dig them back up, it sounds like, because they're burying them quickly.
It didn't happen. You don't think that the victims deserve justice? What's wrong with you? Do you don't think these victims deserve justice? Why did Israel refuse an outside investigative committee?
How do you explain these 4 accusers?
Under normal circumstances,
how do you explain these 4 accusers?
Or a third party will come in and conduct an investigation.
How do you explain the 4 accusers?
I don't know.
Okay, very good.
How do you explain the prosecutor after those 4 accusers? My information is more relevant because it's new. It's newer. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. I
guess we're at an impasse here. I mean, listen, Hasan, we're at an impasse. Can we move on?
Something that I don't know about when the prosecutor, do you think the Israeli Southern District prosecutor actually did not examine the testimony given by these victims?
If you don't know what happened in the four accusers, why are you speaking so confidently?
Because I'm speaking
you're a liar.
about
You're
something that came
propagandist
out
and you
after
fucking hate
that.
Israelis. Can we move on, please?
What?
This is obviously at an impasse.
No.
Oh my God, I'm just trying to
important.
consider the audience. Everybody wants something else. I'm telling you, dude. This is
You
exhausting.
have claimed falsely that I do not recognize the testimony of a sexual assault that took place in captivity.
Yes.
That was false.
Yep,
Do you
it was
admit
false.
that?
Yep, she lied. It was false, etc.
No. It's a falsehood that you claim that I don't recognize that. Do you admit that?
Yes, 100%. Can we move on?
Wait, so you're admitting that you falsely smeared me as someone who is denying a verifiable
Let's
evidence.
take a look here.
I'm sorry.
Claim of rape from a first-hand account, and it's not from October 7th.
Okay, yes, I'm smearing you. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Can you explain this tweet to me? This is your tweet, and I'd like you to summarize it for me. Here it is. You said, go ahead, you can read it for me and explain the picture.
I can't. I don't know where it is.
So, you can't see it?
Oh,
okay,
yes.
okay.
I don't see how what Hasan read is in favor of what he's trying to claim. Palestinians in connection with the October 7th attacks on investigations related to sexual violence, she says, in the end, we don't have any complainants. What was presented in the media compared to what will eventually come together will be entirely different, either because the victims were murdered, or women who were raped aren't willing to expose it. She excludes, or maybe he said includes. She includes here another explanation that says that it could have been that no rapes occurred. We approached women's rights organizations and asked for cooperation. They told us that no one had approached them. There were parents who reached out to organizations asking what to do if something happened to their daughter, but they didn't reveal the abuse. So the question. So he's saying that. Okay, I mean those people went to the news, I guess, from what Ethan was. They might not have gone to the to this organization or whatever. But again, it's like, is that if that's what we're going off, then I mean it's kind of just like it gets lost in the weeds at some point, I feel like, because it's either believe the people what people are saying, believe the organizations that you sometimes don't want to believe and you want to say are lying, or I don't know. I guess I can look it up more on the side. But.
Fantastic.
Okay, very good. I guess what's the just a little delay for him, Dan?
No, I can see it. Bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. Great.
What's the picture?
This is Zone of Interest. You're familiar, yes?
Explain for the audience what this picture entails.
This is Zone of Interest, which is a Oscar award-winning movie depicting the banality of evil during a literal Holocaust taking place, the monotony of the day-to-day existence, the beautiful garden.
And your implication is what?
Rudolf Hess and his family put together.
And your implication
in the backdrop, you can see there is a concentration. There's a concentration camp, Auschwitz.
Your implication
and, there's a
to
plane
me
that
is what?
Most likely inferred to be sending.
This is the clip you're responding to. Hold on. Like it's completely based on my. I actually don't know where it is, but I said we know what it was. I just said Israel proper, right? I said my lived experience in Israel proper.
Can you
explain
play the clip?
It's 2 minutes and I don't know where this happens. If somebody can find out.
No, play the clip. Play the full thing. We have time. I'm not going nowhere.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I mean, I want to watch it too. It's just.
I know you do.
Let's see here. I don't. Here, I'll just play it. Oh, this is a clip from the critically acclaimed Content Cop. How's that working out?
Oh, god damn it. I was literally reading off of Haaretz too, and I'm not going to subscribe. But the one little bit that I was able to read before it fucking went off. God damn it. Can I? Let's see if this will work. Damn it. It did just take me to a different page. How sad. But basically, it was saying that the problem does just derive from the fact that you can't take it to trial. So I feel like Hasan is completely like, he's obfuscating the actual issue that just because there isn't the substantial evidence to take like these members to trial or whatever doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't happen at all. And it does not discredit then the claims made. It just means that they're not actionable legally.
You think Ian's happy he made that video?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it.
I mean, he put out a really big video. I mean, I would be stoked.
I don't know why you're asking me about what iDubbbz is thinking, but I mean, I assume. I mean, it performed pretty well. I think it doubled your video. So
yeah, I mean,
it's not that bad.
If anything, I think it just means that more people are interested in me than you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I believe that for sure.
Very good.
I think a lot of people. I think a lot of people, some falsely and some for decent reasons, wants to.
Do you want to look at the like
see
ratio?
Someone put you down a peg. It's probably the reason why there's a lot of people watching this conversation as well.
Do you want to watch the Do you want to watch the like ratio on this? Damn.
The like ratio on this.
That's correct, my friend. Here it is.
Wait, what? Ethan, play the video. This is also been reported even by your favorite. What is it? Nicholas Eat Oreos.
My favorite?
To be false.
Okay. Well, here.
The dislike
let's watch
not
it.
Correct.
Let's just watch it.
Why am I arguing on behalf of Ian's video's performance? I don't give a fuck. Come on, play the video, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ. Play the fucking clip.
I mean, it is ironic that he came and did this whole show of doing it with you and it like just completely humiliated him. I think that's kind of funny and interesting, but I'll play the clip.
Not on leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you. Are you denying? Hold on, I'm sorry.
See, I can understand you saying there's no evidence for Israel's claim, but to then say that all the individuals are lying would be like saying that it's like a mass campaign to try and falsify these like this evidence or whatever, which is possible, I guess, but I just find that to be, it's like if I had to weigh that in the two options, I feel like that would be the less likely one. What I would just assume is that people were probably raped and there's just not a good amount of evidence for it. Like they can't find like if people are claiming it, I'm going to just assume that it happened. I'm not going to be going like every Hamas member is a rapist, but like I'm saying, it's like I really do just feel like admitting that these things are clearly happening, and it seems like if they're happening on both sides and the militaries on both sides don't care about it, that is wholly wrong, no matter which side is doing it. Like, and they all need to be held accountable on some level, whether it be through their own military and government or the opposing, whatever.
His entire creator class is in ruin. The event is going to be fucking absolutely canceled. He's probably not going to be able to reimburse most of the fighters for the time they trained. How is that not a train wreck?
Ethan,
I'm just saying.
I am not iDubbbz. I don't care about your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. Play the fucking clip.
How I see Israel. You're in the video.
I don't care about the petty vendetta, your petty vendetta against iDubbbz. I just let iDubbbz come to my house, use my mods as his like backdrop for his fucking his video. But I don't care about it at all.
You listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking...
Yes, you ruined the charity event.
I just watched the entire thing. Amazing.
You're proud.
Like, oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about Israel proper. And you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Again, I don't know where it is, dude. The phrase.
You guys, how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hasan.
Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip. But go on.
You hear all these fucking mega lefties talking.
Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th. Not even.
Shield your eyes.
We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making though?
It already happened. I said it. Oh. No, okay, well, anyway, the phrase I said is that my experience in Israel proper.
What happened after that? When AB chimed in, I wonder. Anyway, listen.
Who knows? I mean, you like to make inferences based on...
I'm just asking. I don't know.
You know what's so funny? You know what's funny? It's all on the audio. Go listen to it, dipshit. It's on the audio. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pathological liar. You're a propagandist. It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you gave a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking, you know.
Does Hasan just not listen? Have a great day, Kitten Pillar. But like, does he really just not? I'm like so confused as to what that response was. Like,
it's fine. And Olivia were
logical liar. You are a propagandist.
He's telling him that it's on the audio. Oh, great pause. It's on the audio. We cut out something. You can infer whatever you want, but you could also see more of what AB said if you really actually care about what he said. But you don't care about that. All you care about is using that as an angle to say that somehow Ethan is silencing his crew.
It's on the audio. You can go listen to it if you give a fuck.
AB and Olivia were chiming in. I don't know why we buttoned it. I'm just asking, you know.
I might actually go listen to that later purely because I still don't understand what AB was trying to say there. Because is it the same point that Hasan has, is that you care too much about people talking shit and you need to care more about Israel versus Gaza? Because, again, it's like, you do a 12-hour stream, Hasan. Is your full 12-hour stream about Israel, Palestine? I know I said Israel, Gaza, but is that what your whole stream is about? Obviously, Ethan admitted he should talk about it more, but, I mean, come on. Come on now.
It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
What are you implying here? What are you implying with this photo?
What photo? Oh, with the photo. Okay,
yeah.
So let's begin. This is going to finally cause us to talk about Israel-Palestine.
Bro, just explain what you're
By
trying to
your
say.
own admission, there is a genocide that is taking place in the Gaza Strip. By your own admission, there is also an apartheid structure both in the West Bank, but I don't think you believe that there's an apartheid happening within Israel proper by your own terms.
I don't think
Yeah, okay. So do you feel as though Israel is somehow inseparable from both of these actions?
No, but obviously the conditions are different in Israel proper versus the West Bank versus Gaza.
Do you feel like
the West Bank has
Israel
checkpoints. It has
amidst
like different areas of zones of interest. People don't have freedom of movement. So obviously that's more apartheid-like than the main body of Israel.
Yeah. Don't you feel like you going to Israel proper would actually resemble someone going to, you know, someone going near Auschwitz and being like, well, it's actually beautiful there. It's not that big of a deal.
How would that be similar in any fucking way at all? I mean, wouldn't that be like it? Wouldn't the example be like Berlin or Munich or something?
No.
It's multicultural. Oh, you don't see the comparison.
Well, I mean, where Israel, you mean in Tel Aviv? So you're saying that
Jonathan Glazer, who made this video, Jonathan Glazer, who made this Oscar-winning movie, does see the comparison.
So hold on, your criticism.
He said as much.
You're saying all I said was my lived experience in Israel proper. Is the problem that Israel proper? That sounds racist or something?
He agrees. Oscar Wilde said that Ethan Klein is a Zionist and that him to wanting to go do a documentary in Israel was the same as Nazis going to do a documentary at Auschwitz. So, I'm confused.
No, I think you're trying to present Israel as a beautiful multicultural land when it is directly doing a genocide across the border boundary, okay? And also as an apartheid on a good day.
Yeah, I make a distinction for sure.
You can't.
I mean, I know I keep saying this, and I've said this probably in every stream talking about this. It wasn't Germany that was the bad thing in World War II. It was the Nazi regime. That's why we got rid of the Nazi regime and not rid of Germany. You dismantle the government, you dismantle the military. You don't need to wholly remove the government, like maybe the government. You don't need to wholly remove the country based on that. And wanting to show the beauty that is within your country to try and, you know, be like, we don't agree with this, I don't agree with this, but I do believe in this, is something wholly different. And by this, I mean, I do believe in what the people stand for, not what the government stands for.
I lived there for 5 years in Tel Aviv.
From the crimes that is happening 6 miles away, Ethan. That's my point. So
6 miles from where I live in Tel Aviv? 6 miles from where?
I don't know how many miles away it is from.
It's a lot.
Why say 6 miles though? That's such like a... Dude, I'm 6 miles away from like the nearest grocery stores, you know what I mean? 6 miles is not far at all. That was a little bit of an exaggeration, but you get what I mean. Like, 6 miles is nothing, and you doing that is it is what Ethan is trying to prove wrong, I think. It's what Ethan is trying to show by saying, I want to go to Israel. I want to show you some Palestinian, restaurants that, Palestinian-owned restaurants, and show you some different people that are doing stuff. And Hasan thinks, well, when you're doing that, you're like having to turn your camera away from the Palestinians. They're getting tortured behind you. That's what's happening. Like when you turn this way, it's all happy-go-lucky, but then when you turn this way, there's a fence, and it's children crying, holding on to it. And that's like I think that's what Ethan is trying to fight against, is that it's not a wholly destructive people. The people aren't the issue, it's the government.
A lot further than 6 miles. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know how many miles away it is. That's not the point. It's
no,
close enough that you can see it. If you go to Sidorok, you can watch it.
The point you're making is that everybody living in Israel is living next to a concentration camp.
Yes.
So I said, bro really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And you're saying that I am a Nazi officer living casually and enjoying life as people are...
No, you're not directly a Nazi officer.
Well, that's what this says.
No, Ethan, you're taking it a little bit too literally. I think the point there with that imagery is not that it's a
Why
Nazi
did you choose
officer.
the one with the guy standing in it?
Well, I'm actually interpreting the work of art in the exact same way that Jonathan Glazer, who made this piece of cinema, interpreted it. The entire point is, you can have a wonderful life as an American Jew in Israel. Of course you can have a wonderful life in Israel. That's the point, because Israel is a ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide. It is the entire underlying principle of why this nation state was founded. That's what it was founded on. It was founded on exterminationist principles of the indigenous Palestinians, which you seemingly agree to. So yes, if you actually think Israel is doing a genocide, then it comes across as rather odd that you would go to Israel to show how multifaceted and how wonderful Israel is.
I mean, yeah,
it would be exactly like someone saying, "Oh, you understand? I'm German. I am going to Poland. I'm going to go to Warsaw. I'm going to go to Auschwitz."
It's not the same at all.
Again, that would be like going to Gaza or going to the West Bank and trying to make that seem multicultural and make that seem positive. Going to Israel would be the same as going to Germany. You can still have an issue with that, but at least call it out for what it is. This is the part I don't understand, is the mischaracterizations.
Oh, dude, how wonderful Auschwitz looks like, because it's German territory.
I lived in Tel Aviv. I worked beside Palestinians. I worked with them. I took the bus with them. I walked around the streets with them. I went to the restaurants. They worked with me in my businesses. It's not what people expect. That's my point. You don't see...
Yeah, that would be lying. That would be lying to your audience about the actual totality.
What are you talking about?
Of Israel. You want to talk about my totality of anti-Semitism inferred off of like hyper specific narrow definitions that you have invented in your mind? Talk about the totality of a country that you recognize is doing genocide. You think it's appropriate? You think it's appropriate to go to Israel while there's a fucking genocide going on?
I mean, you did a show with me and you consider me your friend, and you knew that I was apparently a Nazi officer.
I mean, I don't mean to be like, I'm not trying to be offensive, but I mean, are we going to say that Gaza and the West Bank is the totality of Israel? I think they're pretty small parts. I think that's kind of the issue.
So that whole time,
what?
I said you were considering me a friend. You did a show with me. You knew I lived in Israel that whole time. I'm surprised you were willing to work with a Nazi officer.
I also have interviewed members of the Knesset, as a matter of fact, like Ofer Kasef. I have interviewed Israelis from the anti-Zionist youth movement Mezavot. Israeli members, Israeli Jewish citizens that have refused service, refuseniks. I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel. Some of the reason why I know the total and utter depravity of the inception of Israel comes from Exeter University's very own Ilan Pappé. His writings are what guide me. Of course, I don't have an issue with people that have lived in Israel and no longer live in Israel, or even still live in Israel, as a matter of fact.
He had to clarify there. I don't have a problem with people that used to live in Israel or still do live in Israel, because he does have a problem with people that live in Israel. He thinks that that's espousing it, that's like promoting it, that you should only denounce Israel even if you used to live there. You should denounce it wholly and think that it's evil. And you're only good because you left.
They are anti-Zionist, because I care about Zionism as an ideology. I do not care about Jewish people or Israeli people. These are not a part of my consideration, because I believe in the best of people. I believe that people, regardless of the circumstances that they've been presented with, can see right from wrong.
Okay,
I thought foolishly that you were one of these people. I foolishly thought you could also see right from wrong. But it's obvious to me that you have...
You're not looking for right and wrong. You're looking for black and white. You're going, this side is right, this side is wrong. That is not you having a nuanced perspective and understanding what actually makes something right or wrong. That's you just wanting to throw blankets over stuff, saying that something is what it isn't. I mean, they're evil. They're terrible. Who's they? Just saying.
Simply used what is going on for the past 16 months of horrific mass bombing and starvation.
Hasan, you got to stop. You got to stop with the gish galloping. I know. You're righteous and I'm evil.
I'm explaining
Let
my
me respond.
position.
Let me respond. I agree with you. I think that my characterization of it as a utopia, like in that moment, was distasteful, and I wish that I had said that differently. And I see that it came off bad. It came off bad, and I was wrong on that one. I totally agree. Watching that clip.
Another concession. We've done it again. How many is Hasan on?
I'm regretful about how I spoke about it. So I agree with you.
Okay. That's fair. I wish you were this open-minded for the past 16 months, Ethan, because I feel like a lot of the conversations that have taken place...
My problem is not with your philosophy on Palestine. My problem is with your community and the harassment you've leveled against me and my family.
People make inferences off of what you say. They do not know what's in your heart, okay? And this is something that I privately...
We agree on a lot of things. The issue is the harassment.
Talked to you about in the beginning after October 7. I told you time and time again, privately...
Okay, bro, you've talked a lot. Let's just move on, please.
The reason why people think you are a Zionist is not because you're Jewish, but because of what you're saying.
What did I say that's Zionist?
And they made these inferences
that shows that I'm Zionist.
Ethan, the way that you have tackled the subject matter...
Say one thing that has shown the world, undoubtedly, how Zionist...
The same way that you asked him to show how you're a Zionist or how you're an anti-Semite, and he provided evidence. Provide the evidence that Ethan is a Zionist beyond just that he prefers to talk about the people talking shit about him rather than the conflict itself.
Zionist I am. That I am worthy of the scorn of you and the entire left.
How wrong that was, what you just said.
Okay, does that mean I'm a Zionist? I mean, and by the way, that was a recent clip. That doesn't explain the last 2 years.
Yes, it doesn't.
So what did I say in the last 2 years besides that clip?
As well.
What did I say, Hasan? What did I say that's Zionist?
As last month.
You can't give me one fucking contextual example of me saying something that's Zionist after this entire... Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
You have something?
I have many things.
I'm going to go. I'm going to give you one. Okay, go. You have one? I have a lot. Trying to just scrolling through my Rolodex real quick. It's I think the reason that I honestly have an issue with Hasan is just he just seems so fake to me. He really just doesn't have like a genuine personality. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not have the answer to everything. And I just feel like he thinks that he needs to be correct all the time, and everything he says needs to be, factually grounded, and he has evidence behind all of it. It's okay to be wrong, dude. It's fine.
As recently as last month.
List one example of me saying something.
I'm giving you another example. Just calm down and listen. As recently
You're
as
not answering my question. You're just doing this dish galloping.
Hamas is actually putting hostages inside of hospitals. Hamas is actually using tunnel systems under hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals. Bombing hospitals is a war crime. Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation,
I don't think it's a war crime when they're used for like military aims. Like if a military makes an outpost at a school or something, I don't think that you can then just not bomb the school. If they're doing if they become a valid military target. I could be mistaken about it, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Because if that were true, why wouldn't everybody just go shack up at the nearest hospital?
With Sam
that would just be the way to avoid getting bombed.
You now recognize that Israel's doing genocide, and you have in the past as well, for sure. But you've also gone back and forth on it, and you've called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation,
and just to let me clarify, that doesn't mean that it's right what they're doing, but that's just kind of how it works, right?
With Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha where you said that, well, I find it very strange that there's not a single bomb shelter in Gaza.
That's a condemnation of Hamas.
What?
That is a condemnation of Hamas.
Failure. It's a condemnation of your assessment of reality.
How is that pro-Zionist?
Look at the Gaza Strip.
How is it me criticizing Hamas pro-Zionist? Would you like to explain that?
Do you think a bomb shelter would actually survive bunker buster bombs?
It'd be a lot fucking safer than the 7th floor of an apartment building.
For Israel to actually systematically destroy
You're
every
okay with
hospital
Hamas spending the totality?
Can I ask you a question?
Can I please ask you a question? Again, me criticizing Hamas makes me a Zionist?
You criticizing Hamas makes you a Zionist?
That's what you're claiming.
I mean, it depends on what you're saying. Yes.
Well, you know exactly what I said.
You can have criticisms of Hamas in terms of their own internal domestic affairs, in terms of their governance. But if that's your hyper focus, then yes, people are going to make that inference that you are definitely against any kind of resistance against the state of Israel.
Because they don't make bomb shelters?
Because your expectation for the Palestinians is to just simply sit there and take it so you can fucking act like you felt bad 10 years down the line.
Everything that you claim, the whole fucking apparatus of harassment that exists across social media with you at the center of it, infringes on an inference that you maybe meant this. I have never once said I'm Zionist. The only reason people believe that is because you repeat it maliciously time and time again.
Is because of your hyper focus on you, and your distractions away, and your deliberate deplatforming attempts towards pro-Palestinian content creators. It is ridiculous.
Being pro-Palestinian doesn't absolve you of guilt.
You recognize the genocide, but you also literally get mad at people who fight back. You get mad at the Houthis. You call them terrorists. You call Hezbollah a terror group, which is by the American state's definition absolutely considered a terror group. But there are plenty of terror groups that have
Hold on, do you not consider Hezbollah a terror group?
Against American imperialism and other forms of settler colonial violence.
Do you not consider Hezbollah a terrorist group?
I think the definition of terrorism by the American State Department is intentionally vague to deny people their habeas corpus, deny people their due process. It is there to justify whatever kind of militant action that the American government can take. This is a severe violation of the American Constitution. So yes, I think that this definition is intentionally vague.
Can I request something?
It's silly.
Can I please request something? I'm interested in having a conversation. You take this and you just go on and on and on and on. You repeat yourself. You double down the same point. I just want to have a conversation. You make your point and then you move on. You're doing too much. Please. We're going to be
the American terrorism designation is silly. Do we agree?
I don't know. But
here,
I'll be more precise.
You use its definition without ever actually thinking about it. What do you mean?
Let me be more precise. Here's what you said.
Law is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. They're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
What did you mean by that? You do not have an issue with Hezbollah.
Okay, yeah, thank you for asking. Exactly. All right, let me explain. I do not have a single issue with the way that Hezbollah has defended southern Lebanon.
Me neither,
I do not have a single issue with Hezbollah as a form of militancy trying to incur penalties on the genocidal state of Israel. Because if you recognize that it is a genocide, then what is the expectation from other parties involved in the region? The very fact that other countries, other countries are not also up in arms is ridiculous, considering that Israel is a belligerent force that is destroying everything in the fucking region because it has an underlying exterminationist policy. And you agree with that because it's a genocide. You said it's a genocide.
Right,
so what is the expectation?
Please, this conversation is becoming impossible if you don't just stop talking for a minute.
I mean, here we go. I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Hospitals and medical, I know that we're kind of past this, but hospitals and medical personnel are specifically protected under international humanitarian law, and all parties to the conflict must ensure their protection. Hospitals must not be used to shield military objectives from attack. Any military operation around or within hospitals must take steps to spare and protect the patients, medical staff, and other civilians. All feasible precautions must be taken, including effective warnings, which consider the ability of patients, medical staff, and other civilians to evacuate safely. So I feel like that's saying that if you are using it for like a military objective, then you have to make sure that if it is then being attacked to get your people out. And I don't think Hamas does that, which is kind of the critique that Ethan was having before about them not having bomb shelters and stuff. They just don't do what they're supposed to protect the Palestinian people after they attack Israel. And yes, is their attack in a way justified? Yes, it can be, depending on what the attack is. But when there is eventually, and I know people don't like the word, but the inevitable reciprocation from the Israeli government that's just going to happen, like, it's terrible, but that's just what's going to happen. Hamas doesn't do their due diligence in protecting the Palestinians, which is like part of that.
And allow me to respond.
Okay, now respond.
Thank you. Hezbollah, when it was first founded, I think was a noble thing, right, of defending Lebanon from the IDF invasion, and they were successful in sending them back to Israel. Now, since then, a lot of terrible shit has happened, right? And you sat there and you said, I do not have a problem with them. So do you not have a problem with what the Hezbollah did in Syria, mass murdering civilians on the behest of Assad?
Can you find a single instance where I've actually said I have no problem with Hezbollah's actions in Syria?
You said I don't have a problem with Hezbollah.
No, that specifically.
I just said I don't have a problem with them in general. Maybe I have a problem with what they did in Syria, but that I just don't bring that part up. What are you talking about?
You know what's so funny?
Do you feel like that is the entirety of my conversation? Because I have talked about Hezbollah's actions in Syria, as a matter of fact, and I do have a problem with that.
You're precise with your words, right?
I don't think that harming civilians is in any way, shape, or form remotely correct. Now, having said that, I'm glad that you brought up Hezbollah because, again, in your video, you falsely claim that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. Yeah. Okay? You say that Hezbollah is responsible for 500,000 deaths in the Syrian conflict. That is the entirety of the deaths, including the Hezbollah militancy in the Syrian civil war.
And therefore what? They did nothing wrong?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So
what does it matter the exact count? Why does that
I mean, they supported Assad in Syria, right? So they just kind of, even if I don't know how many people they killed, but even if they didn't kill a lot, isn't it like their inclusion in that? I mean, I understand what Hasan's trying to say, I guess, that you're not being factually accurate, but I think that it still materially matters that they supported Assad in the killing of other Arab peoples when you want to claim that they are defending Arab peoples.
Obviously claimed that they were responsible for all the deaths. You stood in front of footage. You stood in front of footage of an entire town that was destroyed by what? By barrel bombs. Who has the capacity to have an air force and use barrel bombs to destroy an entire city? Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
They participated. You're not listening. You're being silly.
Is that why you posted that photo?
Why are you defending Hezbollah's action in Syria? Do you think that's a good look?
I'm not defending that.
You sure are. Hezbollah didn't do that. Hezbollah would never blow up a village in Syria.
Do you think Hezbollah has an air force?
Do you think I think that?
Well, you implied it when you showed a hollowed out town that was barrel bombed, most likely by Russian forces.
Bro.
So why did you use that imagery to imply that Hezbollah had killed 500,000 people?
They were complicit.
This is my main problem with you, Ethan. You are spreading
You're defending terrorism right now, by the way.
What?
You are defending a terrorism right now.
No, dude, I'm defending the truth. How is this so hard to comprehend for you?
The truth is Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad?
They did not kill 500,000 people.
Okay, so wasn't that bad? So what Hezbollah did in Syria wasn't that bad? How many did they kill?
Regime.
You're minimizing their actions. How many did they kill?
You're taking the responsibility away from ISIS. You're taking the responsibility away from the Russian.
No, I'm putting
military.
blame on Hezbollah where it belongs. How many did they kill?
I don't even know the exact number of how many they killed. I believe it's like around 2,000 to 5,000.
Well, that's Hasan's issue, is he's going, no, I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. Specifically in this one instance of what you're supposed to, like, somehow derive from me just saying, I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. But all the other stuff that is clearly bad, that's just apparent. Obviously, I disagree with that stuff. If it's bad, I hate it. If it's good, I like it. Do you understand, Ethan? It's kind of simple.
Which once again is inappropriate. I have no issue saying that.
Did they collaborate with Assad?
They did, yes. They did.
And so what is the issue here exactly? You said you have no issue with them. I think that's a problem.
I think I've described it numerous times at this point. I have no issue with Hezbollah's militancy against a state.
Well, what you said was, well, they're a terrorist organization, and your friend went, well, I don't like them then. And you said, well, I don't have a problem with them. I don't really necessarily feel that weird about them.
That is conducting a genocide.
Why didn't you clarify it to your friend? Was it because you were trying to get him onto your side? You were trying to, massage it into his brain?
That much is very clear.
You didn't say any of that. You said I do not have a problem with Hezbollah. You're lying.
As a matter of fact, there are plenty of instances where I have talked about Hezbollah's militancy in Syria.
When you're done lying, I'll explain.
Wait, what?
When you're done lying, I'll explain. You didn't say
I'm
that.
not.
You said
I'm lying.
You said
I'm telling you
were
what my
talking to a
position is
normie.
right now.
You're talking to a normie who didn't understand anything about the conflict, and he said, "How do we feel about Hezbollah?" A general question. How do we feel about Hezbollah? Your answer was, I don't have a problem with them. Let's just say." And then, by the way, Hasan, you start trying to minimize their inclusion in this fucking wanton slaughter of Syrian civilians.
Wait, what? I'm minimizing their inclusion in the wanton slaughter of Syrian
Here's what you
civilians?
said, because you want to be precise.
You made up I like what you like. Ethan, you
I don't have an issue with them. Let's
said
just
that they
say.
killed 500,000 civilians. What are you talking about? I did not minimize their wanton slaughter in the Syrian civil war.
Do you think that they didn't participate with Assad to make that happen? I mean, they were allied. They participated. Okay, so then why are you defending them?
I'm not defending them,
sounds like
Ethan.
it.
I have already described to you that I'm critical of their.
And this is also like throwing Hasan's logic back in his face, right? If Hezbollah isn't responsible for what Syria or what Assad did in Syria, then how is Ethan responsible for what the ADL did to Twitch? Like what?
Their actions.
When literally they actually did collaborate, whereas Ethan did not collaborate with the ADL.
You are misquoting me. You are misunderstanding.
I'm verbatim repeating what you said. You liar.
I'm having a conversation directly with you, so I don't understand.
How can you lie to people? Like we just watched the clip.
The arbitrary number that you put there because you don't do enough research.
No, that number was based on the totality of deaths. My claim was that they participated in it. You were not critical of their actions in this clip.
Why did you put the? So you're telling me you've never claimed that Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than Israel has, that IDF has?
I don't know when I think I did say that, and I think that was wrong. I was incorrect.
Yeah, you said that numerous times. You actually said you ChatGPT'd against AB when AB was like, I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, by the way, I that's something I looked into, and I was actually wrong about that for sure.
Okay, don't you feel like this kind of misinformation is somewhat? Don't you think that saying stuff like that is going to make people infer that you might be more pro-Israel than you let on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't work like this, right? You're not just like clicking a box and you're like, well, I said it was a genocide. What more do you want from me? Okay, you did, but then you spend all of your time criticizing
responding to harassment,
who are offering analysis and not justification.
Can I flip it on you a little bit?
Actually formed. You're upset.
Okay, so Hasan is just wrong. Maybe Ethan said it on like a video or something, on like a stream.
That's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians.
They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians. So, and actually, I guess that is wrong because it does say civilians, rebels, and government forces. So this is a mischaracterization a little bit that Ethan's presenting here. But Ethan did clarify that it wasn't that they did it wholly, but they participated in, which would be them working alongside Assad's regime. But so I'd say they're both kind of right and wrong in what they said just now.
Can I, Hasan, you're doing it. You're doing it again.
But again, Ethan was willing to say that if that was the claim that he made, then he was wrong, and Hasan cannot even step back from, I have no problem with Hezbollah. You just said you do. You just said you do have a problem with Hezbollah. You don't have a problem with what Hezbollah is doing to Israel.
I'm not doing anything. I'm
talking,
hoping
bro.
to explain to you something so you recognize that you're wrong, as you've done twice now.
You don't need to explain anything to me. I understand your point. Don't you? So you're accusing me of being irresponsible with my words. Don't you think saying you have no issue with Hezbollah makes people think you're pro-terrorist?
I don't care that people think this. It's ridiculous.
So are people valid for thinking you're pro-terrorist?
Do you believe the State
answer?
Department's designation for
Answer the
terrorism is
question.
valid?
Is it reasonable for people to think that you are pro-terrorist when you say I have no problem with Hezbollah?
Do you believe the State Department's designation for terrorism is valid?
You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Are people valid?
Ethan,
and
you rely heavily on
Can you answer?
I don't think Ethan's going just based on like the State Department's definition of Hezbollah being a terrorist organization or Hamas being a terrorist organization. I think he's just going off of colloquially the fact that they are attacking civilians, Hezbollah attacking civilian vessels and stuff. Like, I really don't see an issue.
Audience not really understanding the terms that you are using.
Let it be noted you are dodging.
When you say, "Oh, Hasan defends terrorists," okay,
literally
there's a reason why you say that. You say that to disparage me without actually addressing my argument.
Well, I mean, again, it's like you just fucking Hasan is just completely brain broken. You are supporting a terrorist organization. You might not wholly be supporting them, but you are supporting what they are doing to Israel. That is your support of a terrorist organization. What the fuck are you talking about?
And now when you're faced with me face to face to talk about these issues, you agree with me. So if you agree with me, you called Hezbollah a noble group. Should I just run around being like Ethan defends terrorism? Well, I think you do, but
I said their actions were noble. I didn't call them a noble group. Again, you have a problem with the truth.
Well, to be fair, he said when they started. He was trying to make that clarification.
You just said that their inception was a noble one.
Yeah.
You said Hezbollah was...
It's different from saying Hezbollah is a noble organization. But I really need you to answer this. Isn't it reasonable for people to assume you're pro-terrorist if you say stuff like, I have no problem with Hezbollah? Just answer the question, yes or no?
I don't think it's reasonable for people to assume that I'm pro-terrorism because I think people are going to assume that regardless because I am
people can assume I'm Zionist, but it's okay for
it's
okay for people to assume I'm Zionist.
Yes.
Got it. The logic
you
is
don't
clear.
understand what I'm saying. I get why people assume that. I get why people assume
you're pro-terrorist.
Yeah. Do you feel, okay, let's talk about that then. Do you feel like someone being branded pro-terrorist is as impactful under the Trump administration as someone being pro-Israel is?
Well, as someone who's been branded as a pro-Israel Zionist, in my space, it is a horrifically fucking, it's resulted in the unbelievable, unprecedented, I've been on the internet for 10 years, right? I've been through all kinds of controversies, all kinds of shit. I have never once in my entire life, Hasan, experienced the amount of harassment, the organized, psychotic campaign to try to ruin my life, all of my employees' life, my family's life, their family's life. This is your community acting in response to what you're saying about me being pro-Zionist. So do I think it's worse? In my experience, it's much worse.
My community that's done any of these things that you're talking about.
Who cares? Hasan really is a picture it didn't happen type of guy. Who cares if there's fucking evidence, if there's picture proof? He's giving you the evidence based on what you are espousing, the things that you promote, the things that you talk about. That is the evidence. You don't have to say, "Hey guys, you should go and call CPS on it's action through inaction," things like that. And I just have to say, I really didn't expect this guy to cause so much conflict between these two. Sad day.
Okay, Hasan, can I ask you a question? Why the fuck were you browsing H3 Snark the other day and pulling clips from that?
I don't know. Someone fucking sent me a clip in the chat.
Okay. And so you shit and pissed about
I don't know.
Me pulling a meme from Destiny subreddit. I have never even pulled the subreddit up, but you're on stream browsing H3 Snark. How do you explain that?
Ethan, your entire subreddit is a Snark subreddit dedicated to me. What the fuck?
Okay, first of all, that's a really conceited perspective to have. On the Reddit, we talk shit about a lot of people. Thank you very much. But beyond that, Hasan, you got your fucking Snark taken down because you bitched so much about it. You do not get to now come and just claim that everybody that disagrees with you is creating a Snark Reddit about you. Shut the fuck up. You are literally on the Snark Reddit. The Reddit that is about doing snark commentary about the H3 podcast. And you're just going vaguely, your Reddit account is dedicated to snarking me. Is it dedicated to you, or is it dedicated to Frogan? Or is it dedicated to Denims? Or is it dedicated to Mike from PA? Or is it dedicated to Dr. Honda? Or is it dedicated to Ian? Who's it dedicated to? Because I've seen all of these people talked about for so much. But I guess Hasan would say, they're all in my circle. They're all I claim them.
are you talking about?
That's literally not true.
I don't have a single issue at this point. What are you talking about? You have personally moderated your own subreddit to turn into this, by the way. So many people that have criticized you from your own fan base have
Hasan,
left your
you
community
said your
for this
community
reason.
has nothing to do
You
with
can't take
this.
a fucking ounce of criticism from your paying members. How many people are like, I love Teddy Fresh. I have so many fucking pieces of Teddy Fresh clothing. Now I feel embarrassed to wear it because look at what he has become.
There's plenty of fans. Don't worry about that.
Problem. If you want to talk about it, from the perspective of
See, I think the biggest problem is that a lot of us just aren't liars. Hasan's fans are all liars. They're willing to go, I was the biggest H3 fan, but all of this recent stuff has really just pushed me away. Should we all start doing that and being like, I used to be a big fan of Hasan, but all this terrorism stuff has really gotten to me. You guys don't see it?
of psychoanalysis. The real reason why you've gone on this endless vendetta is because you can't comprehend
Jesus
the
Christ,
reality.
bro, I just want to have a conversation. I don't want to just
your own
dish
audience that
gallop
you've
forever.
cultivated has a difference in opinion in the way that you've presented yourself throughout this
Hasan,
conflict.
please,
And if
let me
you've
just talk.
demonstrated-
You say your community has nothing to do with the harassment that I've received.
Ethan, if you
Someone,
demonstrated-
please,
Ethan,
Hasan, let me finish a
listen to
point.
me. If you demonstrated
dude, you gotta let me finish a point. This is ridiculous.
I'm going to mute you and just keep talking.
Okay, that's great.
Why does he fucking monologue? Why does Hasan have to monologue? He's going, don't you see? Let me go down this long string of ands and buts and ifs and whens and should haves. Bro, just make a concise point.
Great. I think that means you won the debate.
Yeah, no, listen to me.
So I'm not
If you
muted. So
demonstrated a
hold on, let me
fraction of the
finish.
humility-
You gotta let me say something.
If you demonstrated a fraction of the humility you did just
You've
now,
got
most people would
to
not
let
have left
me
your community,
say
by the way.
something. I don't care that they left the community. That was obvious.
You definitely do.
I've got plenty of fans left. Don't worry. Here, listen. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment. Yet you said in the same breath that your chat linked you to H3 Snark, the subreddit primarily responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Like random anonymous
Did I say
Redditors?
that?
No, they just perpetuated that it was a good idea that people should call CPS on Ethan. Is that a good thing? Why does it... Again, Hasan thinks that it needs to be like, you need evidence, clear cut, that I did it. If I didn't do it, then you can't even say that I promoted it. Did Hitler come out and say, we need to kill every single Jew and slaughter them? No. You start small.
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know. Did I claim they did? You're dodging, bro. You are absolutely dodging. You claim your community has nothing to do with the harassment, yet you were browsing H3 Snark. Now, let me ask you this, Hasan. How many times have I browsed the Destiny subreddit on my show?
Have blamed virtually everyone for calling CPS. Answer my question.
What?
So you don't know who called CPS, and yet for the past couple of months, you've been like, it's whoever I don't like that has called CPS.
No.
And now you're claiming that my community is responsible for it.
I think it's the tone. No, bro, what is wrong with you?
Who cares? Nobody cares about the individual. The only person that cares about the individual that called CPS is Ethan, because he's trying to get them arrested for making a false CPS report. But beyond that, nobody cares about who called. What we care about is the people that have been saying that it's okay, that have been promoting that, oh, maybe people should call CPS. Huh, maybe what are you trying to say with that, Hasan? Are you trying to claim that maybe it was someone that works for Ethan? Maybe it was one of his housekeepers or something? Like, what is the point of even saying that?
Did I say your community called CPS? The harassment campaign is much more broad than that.
You're
Absolutely
inferring
not. You can't address an actual issue, so you turn it into you're straw manning, basically. I'm saying your community is responsible for participating in this harassment campaign. You said chat sent you this link, did they not?
Yes, last week. What are you talking about?
Okay, so your chat is involved with H3 Snark, which, by the way, funnily enough, the new Snark page is called Leftovers H3, and it's got a picture of you in the avatar.
Shout out. Shout out to Leftovers H3.
It's got a picture of you, Hasan. You don't need to shout him out. You're already doing it. Don't you think that's odd?
You did it.
No, I think it's...
Also, what do you think? First of all, do you think I have any say on what fucking happens in these subreddits? What are you talking about?
You have a say.
You have a say what you fucking put on your stream, dumbass. You have a say in how you react and how you give commentary to it.
What happens in your Discord and chat, which you absolutely do not moderate? And there's so much evidence of the disgusting shit.
That's also completely fucking
Well, why
false.
did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat when you called in?
Ethan?
Why did you criticize XQC for not moderating his chat?
Yes, XQC has actively used this community over the course of many years at this point, as he was, doing Gamba and wanted to fucking keep gambling and felt bad that I was criticizing him, to attack me. Okay, there's a difference.
And that's different than what your community has done. How?
What?
How is that different than your community attacking me?
You want to know how it's different? I have an 8-minute clip compilation all the way from when our podcast ended, all the way to December of 2024.
You have fucking wait for 1 year. 1 year where you stream like, what, 8 hours a day, 365 days a year. Let's say 300. You got 65 days off. That's 2 months. But you stream every day for fucking 7 to 12 hours, and you only have 8 minutes of you defending Ethan, and you think that's a fucking own?
Where I actively defend you. That is
Please,
moderating
bro,
my
I do not
community.
give a fuck about your quote-unquote defending as your community went rabid with your approval. Please spare me.
With my approval?
Yeah.
Like, I could, like... Because I knew that's where he was going, because he was talking about defending him earlier. I defend you, I defend you. What are you talking about?
It's your community, bro. You literally say in this clip that it's... let me play this clip for you, because it will show
Ethan,
just what a liar
people
hypocrite you
don't
are.
fucking like you, big dog. I don't know what to do.
Oh, they love you, huh?
What do you want me to do?
Fucking everybody loves Hasan. Everybody loves iDubbbz, too.
Ethan,
my
people
objective
don't
is not to
like
be
you.
liked,
I
Hasan.
can't
That
make
might
them
surprise
like
you. It might surprise you. My objective in life is not to be liked. Or, I mean, it's not to specifically be liked. That is not my objective. I know that's foreign to you.
My objective in life is to not be liked. No, I think you said that right. Is not to be liked. It is to be correct. It is to be morally righteous. That's what I believe in.
Why? Why are you bringing any of this up? People don't like you. I can't change that. Okay? There's plenty of people who don't like me either.
My whole career's been people not liking me, but I've never experienced this level of harassment. You are unwilling to contend or concede at any point that you are...
because I'm not responsible for it. Here, play this video, Dan. Here you go.
Anyway, it's not about being liked either. It's about harassment, bro.
Go ahead. Show your audience, because you've been saying that I've been like...
Yeah,
I'm
waiting
campaign.
for it. I'm waiting for it.
I sent it. It's
Dan,
embarrassing,
sorry, hold on.
especially because of the way you behave now. Ugh.
Dan is in the bathroom, so hold on. You okay?
My argument with you in that conversation where I said there's not anything I can do was literally because of the way you were presenting yourself. In the conversation that we had, you inferred that JVP was akin to capos. You said that from the river to sea Palestine would be free.
I'm not gonna let you stumble me again. Another
that
pathetic
terrifies
fucking
Jewish
lie.
people.
Holy shit.
You literally fucking posted about a pro-Palestinian dude on Twitter saying that he would be thrown off of roofs like fucking Hamas is ISIS. If you say all of that, and walks like a duck, walks like a duck, most people are going to not think that you're a chicken. They're going to think you're a duck.
Okay, I'm not going to get sunlocked by these insane accusations. I never called them capos. That's what you said. That's part of the harassment campaign. You put those words in my mouth, and now it's something that I still hear. I have never called them capos.
Wait. So you haven't, as recently as a month ago, still called them token Jews and that they are completely off base.
Is that the word capo? The thing is that Hasan loves to obfuscate to make his points seem more valid. He wants to make he has to completely carve out his argument rather than just arguing at like things for what they are.
He's with the rest of the
Is that the same as
the movement.
Do you have a problem with like levels? It's all or nothing. Is calling someone criticizing someone to be a token the same as calling them capos?
Why would you call Jews who are standing against genocide, which you also recognize as a genocide,
Can I play this? This
token
is
Jews?
Here's
They
what
are
you
not
said.
representative of the broader movement.
They're statistically
You also
not.
called Matt Lieb a capo.
Matt Lieb's a disgusting human being who platformed Bad Empanada, who's like you.
So you do have a problem. You do have a problem with
Matt Lieb specifically.
Jews
Yes.
that you don't like, and you are. Quick
I have
to
a
call
problem
them
with
capos.
Matt Lieb, who's platforming Bad Empanada. Yes, clearly. Is there, you don't like Bad Empanada. You understand? A year ago, you were talking about how crazy he was.
But I'm not.
But suddenly, when you
here's
start
the
talking
difference.
about me,
Here's
he's
the
your best
difference,
friend.
Ethan.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think Bad Empanada is insane. But you know what? I also
And all of a
always
sudden,
say?
you love his videos. Why is that?
Bad Empanada.
Why do you love his videos suddenly? Before you pledged never to watch his videos on stream. Why do you love them now?
Oh, because he did not want me reacting to his videos.
That is insane, pathetic, bold-faced
that's
lie.
what it is. No, he said.
You literally told him.
So you're a little pussy coward. Also, weren't you the guy that was like, "Oh, I don't care. I'm gonna react to whatever." Weren't like a ton of people being like, "Hasan, don't react to my stuff."
My God,
I
dude.
have.
Okay, first of all, let me play this clip of you criticizing XQC.
Okay, wait. You
all
can't
this other you asked for it.
Actually,
hold on. You asked for this. Here's what you said.
Because it's not something
oh my
you
God,
ever
wait,
asked
I sent
for.
you a clip. Why are you playing that one? Actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up. Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do, especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was so
you have to show my clip now.
It makes sense.
Okay, no, great. Show my clip.
Sure.
Show my clip that I sent Dan.
Yeah, no problem. So here you go. I'm gonna pull it up for you. Oh yeah, TikTok. This is gonna be good. Ethan Klein debunked 7 minutes, bro. Hold on, I'm not gonna watch the 7-minute clip. What do you want to watch?
7 minutes of it.
Okay, you think if I just play it from the beginning, I'll get the gist of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you'll get it.
Right.
And you can skip towards like the end too if you want, like towards the
By
middle.
the way, this has 1,000 likes, bro. Are you name searching yourself or what?
No, the person who made it sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
Was Hasan watching this for his chat or for himself? A crash course world history on the conflict in Israel and Palestine. Is this the intensive research he's talking about? The extensive, like, the archives that he went through to find this.
I guess it's hard hitting.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong. Okay, trust me. I don't think you know. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time.
Funnily enough, that's still true.
Again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies, is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again.
The problem is that your community is obviously unhinged, and if you don't defend me, my community is going to get mad at you. It's definitely just an optics play, which, by the way, you never stuck to.
Shut up. Keep playing.
Let me guess. It's more videos of you defending me?
Well, and honestly, if you're having to defend Ethan this much, doesn't that also imply that your chat is somewhat, like, swayed against him?
Keep playing. Enough. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you're actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign the Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Or literally shout on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I
watched a minute of it. I really don't give a fuck what you said.
Keep going.
No. It's 7 minutes long.
Also, wait. He said it's a 7-minute clip. Is this like how long the fuck each clip is?
You're spare the audience. This is about you.
Because
I really.
Like, what is this?
Angry. I told.
Yes, it's more. It's definitely just an op
over again in person. Okay, dude. When a Palestinian
is
shut up. Keep laughing. Be angry. Go yell at them to see. Sorry, dog.
Why?
No. This is just November 1st.
Nah, I don't want to.
Wait, so that's like 2 fucking clips in a minute. That would mean there's only like 14 times that he did it. What? How is that an own in any way to be like, hey, 14 times I defended you?
I know what it is.
I mean, that was clipped like shit. Those clips were too long.
Talk kindly about. Okay, here, I'll go to the middle for you. Okay.
You think I'm not moderating my fucking community?
You
think
absolutely
I'm
are
not trying
not.
to get people
No,
to stop yelling about you at that
point?
point?
Let me go to the middle so you can have your thing, and then we'll move on.
And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame. Just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we get the idea. It's fine. You know what I mean? You're the best friend ever. By the way.
Whoa.
No, whoa.
My turn.
You were just screaming, play the video. You told me to shut up.
I was moderating my community and claiming that
you screamed to shut up and play the video. So I'm going to ask you to return the favor.
Saying stuff to chat is also a lot different than actively moderating your community, telling your mods what to ban and what to not ban is highly different than just telling your chat what they should and shouldn't think. And Hasan knows that. Like he said, he can't change people's mind, but what you can do is moderate. You can't just change their mind. So the 7 minutes is fucking stupid anyways.
Favor at this moment. You claimed that you didn't watch. Here's what you said about Bad Empanada. You lied to me and said,
thanks, Alex. I'm going to look at good point every time I say something just so I feel good about myself.
You don't watch his videos because he asked you not to. Magically, when he started talking about me, you became his biggest fan, and you watch his videos on your stream regularly, which has resulted in an explosion of his popularity. Here's what you said about him a year before this conflict.
Banana video on
nice
the stream.
shirt, by the
I'm
way.
just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay?
The genocide propaganda will come.
Thanks for watching. That's in the clip, Ethan. You keep doing this thing.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this.
I played the clip. Just chill out.
I said I told you why I wasn't watching that.
Oh my God, Hasan, you're talking over the clip. You need to let it play, okay? You're making the clip unwatchable.
Mine, okay? You think I want him to write?
Bro, it's just a minute long. You can chill for a minute.
Will come. Thanks for watching. Free Palestine. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, go support this dipshit that I do appreciate, regardless of my disagreements with him.
That's you now.
On his optics and the ways that he conducts himself with regular frequency. Because ultimately, his product, his YouTube essays, as a standalone entity, is always solid. Rick's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath, okay? The idea that he's just...
correct. By the way, the guy who's a psychopath, who's not just mean on Twitter, who has 7,000 accounts, as you say, is somebody that you gleefully platform his videos about me. So I'm just saying, your community doesn't do harassment, right? Let's just promote Bad Empanada. We literally exist to harass people by your own fucking definition.
None of the things that you just showed is ridiculous. He is not just mean on Twitter.
He is the most... You're doing it right now.
Most insane person on Twitter. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking Bad Empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. Anyway, let's continue.
Is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right?
Someone who, by the way, yes, you're by the way, you couldn't even watch a fucking 7-minute video of me actually defending you to your audience because that would kind of betray the narrative.
It's almost done. It's almost done.
He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that.
So you said he would benefit tremendously if I watched him, but I will never fucking do that until he starts shitting on Ethan. By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you
absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together? Okay, so Bad Empanada.
Sorry for preparing.
No, there's no problem with that. I mean, you're still doing a horrible job at it, but it's all good.
We'll see.
So, Bad Empanada.
I guess, okay. Hasan just said it. I guess I can just end here. Ethan did a bad job. I didn't know. Thanks for reinforcing that into my head, Hasan. I needed someone to tell me who was winning.
He's crazy. I still say that. He attacks me all the fucking time. He says I'm a Jewish exceptionalist Zionist. Okay, like there's disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada. There's disagreements with his tactics, as I've shown in that video, as I've said in that video. There's disagreements with the way he presents himself. But if you notice in that video, I also said something. His work on YouTube, okay, his work on his YouTube essays stands alone. Bad Empanada.
What about his videos
YouTube
attacking me?
essays,
Are those, is that
especially
part
when
of
it's issue-specific,
his great body
Bad
work?
Empanada on his YouTube essays, especially when it's issue specific, are actually very instructive.
Then why are you watching
very
one called
informative.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist baby killer? Why are you watching that one? Is that part of his master body of collection?
Well, Hasan, the thing would be is if you think that Bad Empanada as a person mischaracterizes and does things improperly, then why would you assume that he is going to be historically accurate and not just telling you something to fit a narrative? Why is it then is it just because you agree with it that means that it's factually sound and like has a good like historical context or something?
Is that part of the Criterion collection there, buddy?
Yes.
Why does Bad... Okay, it is good. Why does Bad Empanada role-play hunting Ela and killing her in video games?
Have I ever said that I think that's appropriate?
I think... No, of course not. But what you are doing is endorsing this guy.
Do I agree with you that Bad Empanada is crazy and also does crazy shit because he's a fucking scraggly internet troll who is, once again, as a separate... You know, you like to compartmentalize Israel.
He's just a little chungus. He's just a little soy chungus that gets so hurt. And he does crazy things. But he doesn't mean any harm.
Israel proper from doing a genocide. I like to compartmentalize the content that I'm consuming from a guy who I do think is doing well-sourced, well-researched YouTube essays, who also happens to be a fucking freak.
Ethan Klein is a Zionist dog, and by the way, I want to kill his wife.
The reason why that blockade ended, and I've watched other videos that are not related to you from Bad Empanada in the past on this broadcast as well.
How many? How many have you watched not about me?
What?
How many videos of his have you watched that are not about me?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe one?
I watched a fuck ton, though. I watched a fuck ton of Bad Empanada videos.
Why wouldn't you then just say, I don't know, majority of them aren't about you instead of
about me?
Mm-hmm.
No, not all of them are about me.
Actually, this segues perfectly. You claim I'm obsessed with you. That's part of the narrative, right?
This is me claiming that, Ethan. I think at this point, a lot of people see it, right?
Very good. Well, let's see. Oh, God damn it. Well, I got to refresh this. So here's an example from one of these clip channels. These are all different clips, right? Over a 2-month period, there's edited down 24 hours of you talking about me. 24 hours. That's over the...
These are most likely...
Hold on. Over 60-day period, that's 24 minutes...
Who gives a shit if they're fan channels if it's your content? If these are different clips.
Per day.
Ethan, these are fan channels. This is disingenuous. You're presenting...
Yeah, with 10 days, 9 days, 12 days, 1 month, 4 weeks.
The same, you're presenting...
Okay, first of all, I'm just showing how much you talk about me on stream. Second of all, the fan channel defense is a... Let me finish. The fan channel thing is a clever part of your disinformation campaign to avoid any responsibility. And the fact is, if I wanted to show all your fan channels, this is how many fucking videos was uploaded about me in the last 22 days. You think that...
Jesus, in less than a month? In less than a month, this is how many over just like a couple different accounts. That... And yeah, some of these are the same. See? Like these ones are probably the same. But you would have to say maybe half of them. So there's probably uploading like one a day. Ethan's, I mean, and he said it's 24 hours of content on the other thing.
That's regular? You think that's regular?
Ethan, I have no control over my fan channels. What do you mean? You're literally showing the same. I say one thing on
66
on my Twitch
videos
stream.
about me.
I say one thing on my Twitch stream. Fan channels make the video of the same thing
and you
over and over
love
again.
It. It's all part. So you don't ever have to accept responsibility.
A lot more than it actually is, but it's actually the same fucking video.
Yeah. No. Well, so yeah, this is the total. No.
It's the same moment.
No. This has the same moments. The last one does not.
Moment multiplied.
No,
this one does not
have this.
Photo.
No, this one does not have the same moments. This one is unique. Times you talked about me on your stream. Well, why are you deny that you talked about me for 24 hours of unedited content the past 2 months, 24 minutes per day, 7 days?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out. So that's 24 minutes per day. As opposed to the 7 minutes of all of the last year or whatever.
It's a week.
For the past 2 months.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so,
because I think you are up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
Because I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed to
Well, there's that, there's this Hasanabi production, so I'm assuming that it's probably all from this one fan channel. And if this is all from one fan channel, that means all of these are different clips. And if that's 24 hours of content in 2 months, 24 minutes a day, that is a lot. That is a lot, and that's a lot more than the 7 minutes over the course of a year that are like probably 14 clips of him going, Ethan's a good guy. It's good that he's changed his ideas. It's good that he's changed his perspective. Because when you say that, what you're doing is you're leaving open all the people that go, but Hasan, you don't understand. He hasn't changed his perspective. Hasan, you don't get it. He's still a Zionist. We need to change Hasan's mind.
Yes, 24 minutes a day.
I don't deny that, probably.
Okay, so,
because I think you are, up until this very moment, you have presented yourself as someone who is actually playing a formative role in deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators. That was the reason why I'm having this conversation with you. Also, now, I'm glad that you brought up the obsession.
Do you think this is reasonable?
I have some numbers as well.
Hold on, you're accusing me of being obsessed, Hasan. Is this reasonable? Or is this obsessed behavior? At what point does it become obsessed behavior? At 30 minutes per day? Because I don't talk about you.
I mean, they're both kind of obsessed with each other, but I think Ethan's are more valid than Hasan's, but...
That much, not even close.
Ethan, I have some information as well to present to you.
Go ahead. And by the way, just take this in, okay?
On your Instagram stories alone, since January 1st, 2025. Hold on. Let me pull this up really quickly. You have on your Instagram stories, not including clips, since January 31st, you have mentioned me 110 times.
What? Based on what? I don't believe that.
On your Instagram.
110 times since January 31st. That's February, March, April. We'll just say they got it at the very end of April. So 3 months, 110 posts. That's all. That's a little more than one post a day. One post a day that probably takes a minute at most to make, maybe 2 minutes if you're like really trying to think it out. That opposed to 24 minutes a day for 2 months straight. Like I said, they're both obsessed with each other, but maybe Hasan shouldn't have used this as his counterexample.
Wait, hold on. From what period of time?
January 31st.
Hold on. Since what date?
No, that's you, not fan
I'm asking you for what date?
Instagram.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, 24 hours in edited content. I mean, I guess if we're being fair, then it'd be like, how many times does he bring up Ethan's name? Because then we can whittle that down, and then it's probably less than 24 hours.
What's the date? I'm asking.
January 31st.
2023?
January 31st on your Instagram stories.
What year?
Not including
what
clips.
Year?
You have mentioned
what year?
me. 2025.
So you're saying I story about you 100 times this year? That's an absolute fucking lie.
That's
Show me
probably
evidence of that. Show me your evidence. I've got pictures. What do you got? I talked about you 110 times. Show me.
Clips. You have basically 1.2 posts per day about me, 9 stories per week.
Where are you? Show me the evidence.
We tabulated it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the dump. Oh, no.
Son,
it's shocking. It shocked you, it seems.
Sure, yeah. But this isn't a somehow. By the way, this doesn't surprise you. 66 videos about me in the last
Ethan,
2 months. They're not my channels. They operate with your approval and your direction. It's part of your disinfo campaign to avoid responsibility. It's so
always within the context. It's almost all.
Are you gonna send over the stuff that you just said that there's a dump that they have of all the posts? Because honestly, I want to see if they're all posts about Hasan or if they put in posts about Frogan too. If they put in posts about Ian. I'm wondering how many of them are specifically about Hasan.
Always within the context of you literally fucking hostile. When are we in agreement?
Hasan, you say
called me stupid, and I said my
you're
video
streaming
is bad,
it, bro.
Wait.
You're streaming the hate videos. You're streaming. This is what you stream. I make a
Ethan, your entire fucking stream is a hate video. What are you talking about? Your entire subreddit is a hate subreddit against me.
Bro, that's such a cop out. You're such a fucking pussy. I'm sorry, but like that's such a cop out. Your entire stream is dedicated to me. Your entire Reddit is dedicated to me. Actually, we do a Warzone segment specifically to talk about you, Hasan, and other drama as well. But that's the moment that we dedicate to you, not the whole stream. The fans fucking hate it when we do that. Come on.
Which is fine. You want to do that? You can do that. That's precisely the reason why Reddit literally.
Did he show it on his stream? I want to see it.
Got back to you when you fucking cried to them about the snark channels and said, "What are you talking about? You basically have a harassment channel on Reddit. How are you complaining about this?" Not only that,
I still don't think it's as bad. Even if it's true that every single one of them is about Hasan, 110 posts over the course of 3 months, 1.2 posts a day is not as bad at all as 24 minutes a day for 2 months. Just saying. Just saying.
You also tried to sue anonymous Redditors to dox them.
When did I try to sue? Whoa.
You wanted to dox them to their families.
What? This is
you're frivolous lawsuits to Redditors, to anonymous Redditors, knowing full well that they would be scared into submission. You also posted about that on your Instagram stories.
Can anonymous Redditors defame you and harass you? Can anonymous posters who literally posted fake, they doctored posts, posted it on our subreddit saying I was banning people who are wishing a happy Ramadan. Okay, and that went viral.
I don't even know what the deal was. I don't even know what the fuck that was about.
Well, it's an outright lie. Hold on, dude. Let me respond.
Did you not get your lawyer?
You need to stop because I'm going to.
Did you not get your lawyer to try to bully, extort people? There are.
All right, so he would be 250.
Anonymous Redditors.
Who's
sure,
extorting?
they said some shit about you.
Bro, let me answer. Are you just going to fucking?
Okay.
You want to make this interview unwatchable? Is that your goal? Yeah,
Go on.
kind of, right? So let me talk. These anonymous posters, okay, were showing pictures of the front of our office, organizing to meet there. They were, I know you haven't seen it, but it's true. They have documented, I have proof of them faking a post saying I was banning people wishing Ramadan that was supposed to start, that went viral in your community, was picked up by people in your community, leftist Twitter, TikTok, etc. It was an outright lie. It was defamation. And by the way, fuck yeah, those people should be held accountable.
One instance where I've talked about you, Ramadan, whatever the fuck.
I'm explaining the context, dude. You're accusing me of something.
I didn't know this moment. What are you talking about?
Bro, you're unreal. I'm explaining the context. How's that weird? You accuse me of something. I'm explaining why.
Because you're saying that I'm responsible for this when I have no fucking clue.
No, I'm not.
What you're talking about. I only saw the litigation.
Hasan, is it ever okay to sue a random Redditor for a reason? Is there ever a good reason?
There could be.
Okay, very good. Well, they were fucking.
Do you think? Okay.
About
well,
this great. It's not that crazy then.
One of the Redditors that you sued.
I didn't sue anyone.
Not only did you sue for copyright infringement,
Hasan, you're lying. You're lying.
In the process of suing him for copyright infringement, your lawyer demanded such insane things. Your only option to avoid litigation: you provide our office with all correspondence you've had with the moderators of H3 Snark. You provide our office with all correspondence you've had with other H3 Snark users. You provide our office with all correspondence you have had with Reddit. What does that mean?
Do you know why?
You provide our office with information regarding the identities of H3 Snark moderators.
Do you know why?
What?
Okay, here it is. Does he actually go into them though? I wonder if there's a way I can get this. If I can get this Dropbox. Because yeah, like I'm saying, some of these are really like 30-second posts. And I really don't think that's as bad as 24 minutes a day. But I would like to see this. Maybe I can find it.
What does that mean? And then
I'm trying to tell you. You just asked me what does it mean, bro.
If you do not or cannot satisfy all 5 conditions, TEI will sue you for copyright infringement and misrepresentation.
Okay, so first of all,
does your lawyer think that you can just like make people dance?
All right.
If they
do you
got
want
on a
to have
claim?
a conversation, or do you want to just talk uninterrupted? I mean, that's what you do every day. Let's have a conversation. Okay. All right.
Sure.
Do you know why we sent them that letter?
I don't.
Well, well, I mean, do you think?
I don't want to just watch this on the side for too long because we just listened to this part. Oh, there we go. So he does go through it for a second. Yeah, like this isn't a post about. Okay, so yeah, exactly what I was saying though. This isn't all about Hasan. Live now, YouTube. An agreement that we're not watching the video from that guy. How does this have anything to do with Hasan? So the 110 posts isn't even true. There we go. I mean.
Think that the context might be important?
Sure.
Okay, so then what the fuck are you doing?
I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to explain. Well, just like you didn't explain why you had 110 Instagram stories, by the way. Which was shocking to even you.
By the way, these people were committing continual copyright infringement. They were posting clips with the stated intention, Hasan, of stealing views from us. This person, we took down the DMC post, and they erroneously.
Views from you how?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to respond? This person
stealing views from you how?
Because they
posting on Reddit?
Yes. Duh. What the fuck are you talking about? Really?
So you're admitting that you literally filed a fucking frivolous,
really are stupid.
A frivolous copyright infringement lawsuit.
Do you know what a lawsuit?
Fair use.
Do you know there's a letter in a lawsuit?
Filed a frivolous lawsuit to try and stop people from criticizing you on Reddit.
Did I say?
Do you know how many people criticize me on my Reddit?
I didn't say
criticize.
criticize.
You know how many people criticize me on your Reddit?
Oh my god, this is so.
Imagine
pointless.
if I was fucking suing them.
Bro,
how much would you talk about that?
Fair use doesn't have anything to do with free speech. Fuck. I mean, it does in some regard, but you're allowed to talk about whatever you want. But if you're just re-uploading content or something, then that's like completely going against like any type of policy. Like, come on.
You know what? I want to ask you something.
I did get a haircut. Thank you for noticing.
They're posting paywall content and saying, watch it here so that you don't support Ethan. Okay, spare me. Now let me ask you.
I was saying it earlier. I had to match our king over here. Really, it's getting hot, and my hair is really thick, so I get sweaty on the head.
Because this is fucking dumb. Okay, you always say that whenever. First of all, let me give you a stat. You've watched 11 hate videos about me since this has started. Do you know how many I've watched about you on stream?
Your whole stream is a hate video.
Zero. I've had zero people hold my hand through some obscene hate videos. You've watched 11 of them. Now let me ask you this.
To be fair, Ethan, you have about 7 people that are holding your hand at any given time. Every pause on Ethan is just gold, like just pure gold.
Whenever I make a response to these videos, for example, the content cop, you say you don't have time because you need to get to the news, which is something important. Then how the fuck do you have 19 hours straight, uninterrupted, to watch 11 hate videos, but you're not willing to show my response? Don't you think that's a bit cowardly?
No, I don't.
Wow,
because what's cowardly is ducking me for the past
ducking you. I'm
4
sitting
months.
in front of you.
When you dropped the content nuke, I said I'm willing to talk to you, and you knew it wasn't going to look good.
Bro.
It's because you don't understand what the critiques are. You still don't. You thought this whole conversation was going to be about Israel-Palestine. You're a fucking idiot.
As today has demonstrated.
I'm sorry, but Hasan, you're kind of just dumb.
And
that's precisely why you tried to add additional qualifications to it. Like, oh, just watch my video. Just watch my video.
That's super reasonable. Why the fuck would I have a conversation with you about a video you haven't seen?
Because it's me. I'm speaking.
It's not a biography. You understand that, right?
Do
you understand the difference between a biography and a video that's critical of your positions? Do you understand the difference? Hold on. Do you understand? Because I'm not sure you understand.
What's interesting?
It's not a biography, Hasan. It's not about the points in your life, about your mom and your dad and growing up with your family. I'm making specific arguments that I've articulated that you have not seen. So how the
Very
fuck?
poorly, by the way.
How do you know that? You haven't watched it.
Because I'm talking to you.
Because I've watched 11 hate videos.
And you haven't articulated a single good point yet. But
by the way, I said I would debate you if you watched it. It's very simple.
I'll tell you why.
You were dodging as fuck.
Because I responded to your context nuke before the nuke came out.
What you can't provide, by the way.
There's a video on my channel. There's a video on my channel that I urge all of you who are interested to go and watch. It is sitting at like, what, 600,000 views? Not that many people watch it as opposed to the content nuke, okay? In that video, you will notice that months prior to Ethan's context puke, months prior to that, I addressed every single claim he made
in his video. How do you know that?
Do I have the capacity to...
You didn't watch the video.
Do I have the capacity
so
to
where'd you get the list? Do someone send you a list of all my points?
How?
Why not just watch the video then? Why not just watch?
Well, the critiques that Ethan has about Hasan don't come from the criticism of his perspective on Israel. It comes from his framing of the situation in total. It has almost nothing to do with the conflict itself. They agree on most points. The only things they don't agree with or don't agree on is the terrorism parts. But that's the whole point, though. If you didn't watch the content nuke, you wouldn't have understood the criticisms, and you would have thought that it should have just been about Israel-Palestine. But that's not the criticism at all.
Watch the video. It seems cowardly. You're like, I don't want to watch the video. Just send me a list of all the things. So I don't want to get my feelings hurt. And maybe he'd make a good point.
You have, in the cringiest ways possible, considered yourself to be Kendrick Lamar in this beef, this one-sided beef that you created initially.
That's right.
That I didn't respond to until you tried to deplatform me and people who are pro-Palestine. Okay.
Who can?
So
by the way,
explain to you
being pro-Palestine means you are infallible and can never be criticized. That's awesome logic. You want to talk about the content nuke, Hasan? Hasan, you want to talk about the content nuke? Can you name one clip that was out of context? You called it context puke. Name one clip that was taken out of context. Go ahead.
Watch my video and you'll find out.
Name one.
Watch my video.
Go ahead. It's about me.
No, I'm kidding. I'll show you. Okay. So one of the best examples that we were initially going to get to, and then we went on a long, drawn-out sequence over
what's out of context
is that one of the clips that you used in your context nuke.
Why that screenshot didn't mention his son? It literally had his name. Haas tweet. What does that mean? Is that like in reference to Hasan?
Was the
okay? But okay. Fine. If that tweet did have Hasan's name as Haas tweet, then okay, that's the level of like talking about Hasan, shit talking Hasan, is having a post saying going live with a tweet that says Haas tweet that was just like a shit talking tweet. That's our and just why were you watching it all if I'm sorry, that's just so weird. You subscribed just to comment, but you were just going to hate watch in silence?
The claim that I deny rapes happened, it was from
I showed evidence. That wasn't out of context. That was an opinion.
At the time, that thing that you clipped were me being like, rapes happening do not
Is that his Twitter? Is his name, is it Hasan Twitter? Is that what that is?
The dynamic for me, which was about...
We talked about this, bro. Can we please talk about something else? It's exhausting.
That argument, quite literally,
why are we going over this again,
defending the likelihood of rapes happening, Ethan. Do you feel like that was an appropriate way to show that was a rape denier?
Bro. It literally wasn't out of context. What else do you have? I showed
you. I showed you. That wasn't out of context.
How was it out of context? How was it out of context?
Because that was an argument that I was having with a chatter who was saying, why don't you deny that rapes have happened? And I was saying, there is a likelihood that they might have happened because rapes are actually commonplace. Sexual assault is commonplace in conflicts in general. So without evidence, I am not going to immediately dismiss these claims.
So here...
Do you feel like that was sufficient to show that I was actually that I was actually at that moment saying,
I think I showed sufficient evidence, yes. But the video's an hour and 40 minutes long. It's very long. That's one example. That's one small... What else is out of context? Go on.
Okay, great. All right, let me give you the...
One sec. Oh, because it says, yeah, Haas Twitter. I guess. Why? I'm sorry. You're confused by people who support Ethan in what regard? Because if you don't get it at this point, I don't see what the point of watching any of this content is. They did a whole debate. Clearly, it just seems diametrically opposed, if that's the thing you want to say. But I was trying to.
What do you want to do? You want to go through the videos one by one, or do you want
Give me examples that was out of context.
Wait, my bad. I was trying to see what other ones he showed. So that was about the Haas tweet. Yeah, Hasan called me stupid. And I mean, to be fair, this is about his video too, so do they expect him not to promote the video? You think everything I've said has sided with Hasan? Is that what you're saying? How have you gotten that from all the times that I've said he was wrong? Or are you just saying you've been watching this through me and agreeing with Hasan and going, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about? Because I don't understand how you got that, came to that conclusion.
One of the other things that you've consistently done, aside from also the dude that you claimed was my fan, who now you admit wasn't my fan, that you falsely said was my fan.
Jiminy fucking cricket.
Okay, was the usage of the term inbred. I use inbred as a
Because I have that. Because I knew you were going to do this, and I have the clip pulled. Let's play it, and then you can
play it. The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine. Okay, every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra orthodox psychopaths. That these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now.
By the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to?
You gotta watch these clips.
Inbred.
And that's the algorithm.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead and defend your continual use of the word inbred to describe Jewish people. Go on.
Wait, do you think I'm describing all Jewish people as inbred? Is that what your assessment is here?
Microaggressions, my friend. We're pretending they don't exist.
Shut up, dude.
You continually refer to Jewish people as inbred.
You are such a pussy. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Of course, I'm calling the fucking Kahanis, Jewish supremacist settlers, inbred. Why is it that you tried to defend the actual Kahanis settlers that were destroying humanitarian aid when I was calling them fucking inbred? You were like, oh, why? They're just nice young Jewish boys. You said when describing that fucking video.
Did you? So
again, just why do they always bring up the thing when Ethan got something wrong rather than when he corrected himself? Because he did get that wrong and then corrected himself because he said that they were, look at these guys. They look like they're just giving aid out. They look like happy young boys. And then they're like, oh no, they were actually destroying shit. You shouldn't say they're good people at all. But just because they're pieces of shit doesn't mean they're inbred, so.
Hasan, you have a chronic problem with the truth. Here's what you're talking about.
Douchebags in the background,
These are just dudes. By the way, this is the difference between me and Hasan. When I get criticized,
No.
I pull it up and I watch the fucking criticism. Hasan opens Comrade KC tweets and Snark posts and reads their interpretation of my video. Talk about being a pussy. You need people to hold your hands. Let's fucking be real here.
Yeah, I'm so scared of you. That's why I wanted to debate you.
You know what, James? Fair enough. At least you didn't say this is just a dick ride channel like Wolfie did earlier. Sad stuff.
This is an ongoing joke with this community. These are just fucking benign dudes. Just I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred fucks. It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? By the way, even if they're doing whatever bad, you're still calling Jewish people inbred.
If you think that Hasan won purely because of the optics, then you don't care about the actual like perspectives that were made. Because I can agree with you that I think throughout this, Ethan hasn't been handling it very appropriately, and he could have definitely presented his information a lot better. A lot of the stuff is he wants to railroad Hasan before Hasan can railroad him, because Hasan likes to info dump and add other things to overwhelm the question, so he can just go, well, I just answered it, because he gives like a bunch of article headlines.
Repeatedly. You understand that, right?
Rubs off on
They're
people.
fucking Nazis, Ethan. What's wrong with you? They're participating single-handedly in a genocide.
Continually to Jewish people as inbred, bro. You don't think that can affect people?
I call all racist right-wing reactionaries inbred. It's one of the fucking terms that I can use that isn't like immediately
How about one that doesn't feed into like an anti-Semitic trope?
insensitive.
Why did you laugh when that guy said that people were calling them inbred on campus? Why was that funny?
What do you mean? Because it's a fucking crybaby claiming that he was a victim
He was
of
walking
harassment.
through campus.
What?
He was walking through campus. How's he a crybaby?
What? Huh?
No, he's a crybaby for going on Fox to be like, I was under attack. I was victimized once again.
What was the bully aspect?
What do you mean?
What? Huh? What is it? Huh? There is no bully aspect there. He was just, you could say he was bitching, I guess.
To be a crybaby.
I mean, Hasan's just perspective is that anti-Semitism doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things because of what's happening in Israel and Palestine. So that guy was just bitching. He wasn't cry-bullying.
Bully aspect. Where's the bully aspect?
Have you literally left your goddamn Bel Air mansion for a second and looked at the news? Do you know what's going on? An entire year of genocide side by side with people claiming that Jews are being victimized on college campuses has now led to the fucking Gestapo literally packing up pro-Palestinian student activists. You don't think that those fucking dipshits play a role in that on Fox News of all places? What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course you're not pro-Palestine. This is the reason why nobody thinks you're pro-Palestine, okay? Because you do this dumb shit. Because you can't fucking see the world outside of how you feel slighted
So you're
by.
saying people think I'm pro-Palestine because I don't like your repeated use of the word inbred against Jews?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're running defense for Kahanists who are literally
I'm not defending
Nazis.
them. I'm attacking you. How is me saying why
you are fucking crying about me calling Nazis inbred in the process?
I don't agree with black Israelites and all the things that they espouse, but I don't think calling them the N-word is the right thing to do. I know that inbred and the N-word have two different historical connotations, but inbred is a term that is only used to diminish people based on their mental capacity. You don't really use the term inbred if you're just trying to diminish someone's looks. You would just call them ugly at that point. He's doing it because he's saying not only are they ugly, they're stupid. And then, and in that, you're diminishing not just people that, are inbred, but the fact that a lot of people with diminished mental capacities were abused and stuff in systems throughout history because of their appearance and their actions.
Of them destroying humanitarian aid, going into Gaza, and then you're going, they look like kind boys.
Yeah, I took it back
they look
immediately.
like nice boys that were just holding the humanitarian aid. How do you assume that
I literally took it back
what
immediately.
the fuck is wrong with you?
I admit I was wrong and took it back immediately when I learned the context. Do you know how that works?
Oh my God, there's a lot more. Do you want to keep going?
Have you
piece by piece?
No, it's fucking boring.
Now it's boring.
Because you're a chronic liar.
Well,
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of the context nuke. Okay?
I went back.
Maybe I wasn't afraid of it, but I was worried that you were going to fucking clip shit out of context and keep chirping to your audience and lie to them. And now you can't.
Well, Hasan is the one lying here. Ethan is saying, I've clarified that what I said in that moment was wrong, but that doesn't negate from the fact that you are still calling them inbred.
Lie to them, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, half of the fucking shit that we talked about, you backtracked on. Maybe that's the reason why people think you're fucking pro-Israel at a time when you say that they're doing a genocide.
You said that the Houthi Luffy was not a pirate.
He's not.
Or I'm sorry, not Houthi affiliated.
He's not, but even if he was, I wouldn't care. I hope you understand that.
Because that's rewriting history.
I'm gonna say this
No,
very clearly.
it's not that
to
you cared. It's that
I'm
you
gonna say this
fucking
very
glazed
clearly
them
to you
up.
right now. 10 toes down. Are you ready for this?
Go ahead.
I believe what the Houthis are doing in terms of stopping Israel doing a genocide to implement a blockade on the Red Sea is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They're on the morally right side. Don't you also think they're on the morally right
What have
side?
they done?
You're supposed to.
Hold on.
You're saying that it's a genocide.
What have they done?
What the fuck are they supposed to do?
They hijacked a boat that had nothing to do with Israel? Like fucking
That's
bravo.
not true. That's not true.
Really? What was that? What did it have to do with Israel?
It was literally owned by an Israeli.
It was partially owned.
It's
It's a big multi-conglomerate company that was partially owned by an Israeli.
Yes.
It was bound for...
Yeah, he said yes bro. I was expecting him to argue at that point. One Israeli owning part of a boat means that it makes sense to hijack that boat because that somehow affects the military government, or the Israeli government and the Israeli military, and the Israeli military occupation. Because one singular Israeli who might not have anything to do with the government, might not have anything to do with anything other than capitalism, And that's somehow going to tear down the government and the regime that's inside of Israel.
For fucking for Turkey from
matter.
India,
What do you mean?
there was
What do
they
you think
kidnapped
BDS is,
5
dude? What do you think
totally
BDS stands for?
unrelated Filipino fucking prisoners and kept them prisoners for a
in
year.
your fucking video. Are you going to take that back too now? Now you admit that you were wrong on that
Take
part
what
too?
back? I didn't hear
Wow,
you.
what are we on? 4? 5? How many points have you actually backtracked
I don't know.
on so
I
far?
don't know what you're accusing me of. What was I wrong about?
You said in your video that it had nothing to do with Israel. You claimed that it wasn't owned by an Israeli
guy?
You were wrong.
Partially owned by an Israeli guy? It's British owned. It's owned by a British
It is an
company.
Israeli
It's
conglomerate
owned by a
that owns
British
the
company.
fucking ship.
So it's owned by a British
You literally
company.
claimed that it was owned by Isle of Man. It was an Isle of Man
poll
ship.
on
Like you think all of these ships mysteriously are just owned by that, and it's not a fucking
Who
easy
won?
flag to
How much
get.
is this? So if this Jewish or this Israeli guy,
Point 5.
if this Israeli guy, how much does he need to own of this business that owns this boat to justify? Is it 0.1? Is it 0.2? Is it 5%? How much?
I don't know, and I don't care because I think that
Well,
even if they got some of the ships wrong, I still think they're on the right side. Don't you?
I mean, like, I agree with their...
I'm not even conceding on that front, by the way, because I do think that, once again, that was owned by an Israeli
No,
conglomerate.
it wasn't. That's an outright lie.
Video.
You're lying. It's not owned by an Israeli conglomerate. You're fucking lying. That's an outright pathetic lie. And you're
You said it was
basically running
an
defense
Isle
for
of
terrorist
Man. You said
organization.
the flag
Now,
was
do
on
I
Isle of Man.
defend what they do? I think what they're doing, their message is good. Their method is terrible.
Oh, wait. Dude, let's ring up the fucking Al Houthi family real quick. Tell us how you would stop a genocide.
That's
when
actually
you're
a
the
good
poorest
poll,
country
Well, not
on the
hijacking an
fucking planet
unaffiliated boat
that
and kidnapping
withstood-
15 fucking nationals and holding them for a year. How is that helping anyone?
Yeah, that's another thing that you actually got wrong, by the way, that even fucking Willie Sloptube called you out on. Those people, by the time you had released your context puke, those people had been released.
If you think that it would have been more productive with a moderator, give me one person that is an unbiased individual that would work as a moderator. Give me one person that both understands what's going on and is unbiased.
I remember. I said they were prisoners for a year. I know they were released. It literally happened like the day I was finishing the video.
Just you
They were held prisoner for a year. Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year? Were they held prisoner for a year?
Yeah, they were.
That's what I said. Thank you.
Yeah, they were all hostages.
So how's that help Israel? Taking a bunch of Filipino fucking unaffiliated sailors
Do you
hostage
understand
for
the
a year.
concept of deterrence?
Well, how's it deter Israel? Kidnapping fucking
Do you understand the
foreign
concept of
sailors?
deterrence? Yes,
How is that a
stopping
deterrence?
It is a show of force to stop other.
No, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe they should have had a moderator because Hasan already thinks he can't control the moderators, so...
Successfully, mind you, to stop other commercial shipping from going through. They literally bankrupted an entire Israeli port. I'd say that's numbers on the fucking board, baby. And like I said, 10 toes down, support that.
Sam Cedar is clearly biased in Hasan's direction. If you don't see that, then you are just like, come on. Come on. Really? Really?
That initiative. Because if you believe it's a genocide, what the fuck are they supposed to do? Should they not?
Did you watch the conversation between Ethan and Hasan? Or Ethan and Sam Cedar?
Should they allow their coastline to continue having commerce as though nothing is going on up there in Palestine, where Israel is doing a genocide in Palestine? How do you think the Yemeni population should have responded to the Israeli genocide? Should they have sat back and just let
Yemeni
it
is not
happen?
Houthi, by the way.
And also, they can't say, obviously, they fucking can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine, because that scares you, Ethan. So obviously, they can't do that either. So
That's what Norman Finkelstein
How can
said.
people be pro-Palestine in a way that you think is appropriate?
Where your example is hijacking an unaffiliated ship and kidnapping 15
It's not
sailors?
unaffiliated. It's not unaffiliated. But even if it was
It is
unaffiliated, as I
totally.
said already, if it was unaffiliated, that wasn't unaffiliated. You lied about that, and you recognize that you lied about that for the record.
Okay.
But if it was,
People can look into
it wasn't, even
Why
if
did
it was
they didn't even kidnap
unaffiliated.
random people. That's like terrorist shit. Why are they kidnapping random unaffiliated sailors? How are you defending
Ethan,
that?
you know what's
You're defending them
terrorist shit?
kidnapping these
You know what's terrorist shit, Ethan?
unrelated foreign
You know what's
sailors?
terrorist shit? Israel.
Okay, so you didn't watch him talk to Sam Cedar, and you're just going off of what Hasan and Ethan have said. Ethan thought they were more aligned. Apparently not. But Sam also did not have a very well-rounded opinion. His whole Ethan was able to break down a lot of his arguments. He immediately jumped from the ANC to the IRA as soon as his point fell through. It was very, very odd. I don't think Sam Cedar would work as a good moderator.
Israel fucking blowing up a humanitarian aid
When did I defend
flotilla. 1,002. No, I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just explaining to you what actual terrorism looks
Well,
like.
you are defending
Israel,
terrorism,
as
though.
of this conversation
And
taking
you've done
place,
it many
Israel
times during
last
this
night
conversation.
literally drone striked a fucking humanitarian aid ship that was headed for Gaza off the coastline of Malta. That's real fucking terrorism. What the Houthis are doing, on the other hand, is resistance. And it's not only moral, but it's just.
Very good. You're right. You're so righteous.
If justice is
Do you
served,
think that the Filipino hostages who were held there for a year agree that that was an awesome, that was an awesome act of
Probably
resistance?
not.
Probably not. Right?
Probably not. Can you explain to me what you would do? What would you do?
I think, well, first of all, I think that there's something to be said for stopping the cargo in that strait, but they're doing it insanely fucking stupid. They're stopping unaffiliated ships and they're kidnapping unaffiliated people. How is that good? They're doing
Dude,
it bad.
It's not unaffiliated shit, by the way. But even then,
You won't explain
the
how
entire
it's
point is
affiliated.
to
You said it's
stop
owned by an
commerce. The
Israeli
entire point
conglomerate.
is to
That is an
make-
outright lie. Hold on, you're doing disinformation right now. It was not owned by an
Wait, what?
Israeli conglomerate. You said that. It was a lie. Galaxy Leader is a vehicle carrier that was owned by a British company, operated by a company connected. It was connected. It wasn't even. He didn't even own it. It was connected to an Israeli businessman. It was. It was co-owned by a business that this Israeli guy was involved in.
Yeah, co-owned by Abraham Ungar.
So what? You know his name.
What do you mean? It's co-owned by an Israeli. What are we talking about?
No, it's co-owned by a company that has an Israeli dude affiliated with it.
Well, you asked me how it's
owned
connected.
by a
I'm telling you
British
how it's
company.
connected.
And that connection somehow justifies them hijacking this random shit.
You asked me how it's connected. I'm telling you how it's
Well,
connected.
you're lying.
And now
about
you
how
don't
it's
like that
connected.
connection.
But you're lying. That's what I don't like.
I'm not lying. The
You
ship
said-
info is readily
Okay,
available, Ethan.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter anyway. The problem for me, really, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
But
Okay,
so
that's
the
point number
larger
5 that you also presented falsely
Very
on
good.
your context view.
The problem is more
The problem with having them do it like that, where they each get their own topics and each get to do it, is they would have to, like, for someone to speak for 2 minutes, that is like kind of a long time. And that's the only way that they could get all of their argument out. But the other person would have to be typing out like what they're saying so that they can argue the points made. Because it's hard to contest with like an argument when you're like saying it so broadly. Like when, and I think either one of them would have that issue with trying to make a concise counter argument to a claim that involves multiple like facets.
kidnap sailors. I just don't understand you can justify kidnapping a bunch of unaffiliated sailors.
I don't, Ethan.
You are. You ask.
Ethan,
You go.
Ethan.
Have you ever heard of deterrent?
Yeah, walk with me through this carefully.
Yeah, please.
I asked
Please
you
explain to me
what
how it's
you would
justifiable
do,
to
Ethan.
kidnap 15
What would you
sailors.
do? Ethan, what would you do? You have a better way to do it, I think. We're going to figure it out.
Well, like I said, you can do it without kidnapping unaffiliated,
During the
holding them for a
Holocaust,
year.
there were militancy, resistance, okay, that cut off supply lines, okay, supply lines for the Nazis, or even sometimes supply lines that actually impacted the civilians, okay, impact the civilians. Do you feel like that kind of resistance was unwarranted?
It's completely irrelevant. Why did they hold them for a year?
I don't know.
Okay, because they're terrorists.
What? Because they're terrorists.
Yeah, they're terrorists. They kidnap innocent civilians.
Are they? So
Filipino guys?
the people that are resisting against the Israeli genocide that
What
you
do those
call a
sailors have to do with
genocide
that?
are actually terrorists because you don't agree with
Kidnapping
their
innocents?
fucking methods. Well, you have no way.
Kidnapping
you have
innocents.
no alternative. You have no alternative.
That's not
You call
true.
it
I said just
genocide,
don't
they're
kidnap
supposed to
innocent
sit
people.
around. Nothing else.
It's easy. Just don't kidnap innocent people. They could have done that, right? They could have taken the boat. They could have commandeered the boat and not kidnap people, right?
Well, usually you don't come with your own debate topics. A debate is usually decided by like an outside like organization or something, and they decide the topics. Coming up with your own debate is not usually how a debate works at all. Internet debates fail almost all the time.
Oh, is that
for,
possible?
for this reason, precisely, that it's just a conversation. They're almost never an actual debate.
Fair. Do you think that warrants the standard of saying that one of the only groups that is doing militancy against and resisting against Israel's genocide, which they stopped, by the way, they literally stopped when Israel actually followed through on a ceasefire. If they were just, erroneously and randomly fucking trying to claim ships because they're pirates, they want to live the pirate life, then obviously they wouldn't have stopped doing that, don't you think? And they only started their blockade after Israel started starving Gaza again, and then
That's
also
great.
turned
What does that
around.
do with innocent sailors?
Ethan, I don't think you want to go down this route.
I'm ready. What do you
Kidnapping
mean?
innocent people is terrorism. Is Israel terrorist? Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, you could characterize it that way.
Is the IDF terrorist?
I mean, it's an army, so it's a different thing. It's like a.
Why is it a different thing? You think the Ansar Allah movement doesn't have a standing army? They have an army.
The Houthis did like a hostile takeover of like a portion of Yemen. They're at odds with the government. It's different. They also own slaves, by the way.
We're going to talk about the Ansar Allah movement's
But
history.
I'll say yeah, Israel. The IDF is terrorist. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on. Talk to me about how the Ansar Allah movement actually came to power without getting any notes from your Discord or anything like that.
Why is that what matters? Contest what he just said rather than being like, do you know the history of how they started?
That. Explain to me the process in which Ansar Allah actually came to power.
I don't know.
What?
I do not know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, you should
That's
try
really
saying that
interesting
sometimes.
because in your video, you also used a lot of Saudi outlets to be like...
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't they fucking get help from the Saudis? Yeah, it was like this. Is that a good thing?
You guys are actually doing slavery.
Give me
and
one.
it turned out that actually...
Give me the Saudi outlets.
videos
Does Hasan like the Saudis now?
you used did not even suggest that it was Ansar Allah that was doing slavery in the fucking poorest country on the planet.
The
Okay?
Houthis
Literally
have
the
slaves.
poorest country on the
That's not
planet.
even contested.
They weren't the ones who were doing the slavery according to your own fucking video, but you still used it.
The
And you
Houthis
used
have slaves,
Saudi
undisputed.
propaganda papers.
I think the original government and the Houthis have slaves or whatever. It's something like that, where the slavery isn't necessarily derived from the Houthis, but they didn't like. They were like, we're going to keep it going.
At a time when
I just
Saudi
don't understand
Arabia
why you're
was doing
defending
a
the
fucking
Houthis for
genocide.
having slaves and kidnapping innocents. It's just so unnecessary.
What are you talking
Just
about?
acknowledge
dude?
that they do
the
terrible shit.
The Saudi-backed government was the one that was
They
out
don't,
of
have
shit.
they don't even have slaves. They don't even have food. Like, what are you talking about?
That's not the point I'm making. They are the poorest country on the planet that just came out of a
and how's
man-made
that
famine.
blockade, by the way, helping the country?
Saudi Arabia
How is
and
the blockade
UAE.
helping the
Why
famine
did
in
you
Yemen?
use-
How's the blockade helping the famine in Yemen?
There is, as far as I understand, there's no longer a famine in Yemen. I'm talking about before, because you talked about how you were a regional expert.
What is blockading it doing for the poorest country on earth?
Ansar Allah and their violent takeover of Yemen. So I was like trying to figure out what you know about this. Maybe you know something that I don't know. So I was trying to pick your brain a little bit.
So explain to me why it matters.
It seems like you don't know shit.
Sure, I don't know about this specific thing. Tell me why it matters.
Why it matters? What their blockade?
Yeah, clearly.
Their blockade is. Their blockade is awesome.
Why it matters? How they came to power.
Oh, because you used Saudi newspapers in the time when Saudi Arabia, according to Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all fucking NGOs, was doing a Western-backed blockade that was killing hundreds of thousands of people. And the headlines that you used in your context sheet were from Al Arabiya and numerous other outlets that had their own personal investment in vilifying the Ansar Allah movement. Having said that, of course, I also think that there are plenty to criticize about the Ansar Allah movement. I don't agree with everything that they're fucking doing. As I've said time and time again, like their banner, right? Their banner says first to Jews, which you also presented in your video. Except, remember when you talked about Norm Finkelstein? And how Norm Finkelstein doesn't agree with From the River to the Sea.
You agree with kidnapping civilians.
Can we play the clip of Norm Finkelstein talking about the curse the Jews and what he thinks about that? Let's do that. Let's pull up the clip of Norm Finkelstein's thoughts on
how's that relevant?
These actions and the blockade against these. You used him as a primary source earlier because you thought he's a reputable guy, which I think I agree.
He said something that I've said that I've been criticized for. What does that have to do with every other take he's taken? It doesn't mean that I support that, like, we're aligned with every other take in the world.
Dan, can you play this clip real quick? Sorry, this is 50 seconds.
It's irrelevant.
I passed it along.
It's totally irrelevant.
What do you mean it's irrelevant?
I passed it along. I don't know why he keeps telling Dan to play stuff. It is weird. Come on, Dan, do it. I wonder if Dan's just sitting there like, you're not my boss, dude.
Who gives a fuck what he said about it?
Wait, what do you mean?
You want to talk about?
You use this perspective on From the River to the Sea to imply.
I really think Hasan believes. I think he's really just a true narcissist. I think he believes that everybody is on his side. All of the people inside of Ethan's crew are on his side, and they really want to speak up, but they just don't. They don't have the gumption to do it. They understand that their boss will strike them down if they even try and talk back. I don't know why he keeps calling for Dan to play his videos. Why doesn't he just go, Ethan, play this video, Ethan, come on.
That he agrees with you.
He does.
I want to see if you agree with him on this. Just play it.
All right, I'll play it.
Thank you.
So here, I'm going to play it, okay? And then when this is done, let's move on to something I know we both want to talk about. You claim, I'm going to play it. I just want to set this up. You claim that the worst thing I said in the context, puke, is that I wrongfully portrayed Jewish people fleeing from their countries, and I denied the Nakba somehow, which is crazy. So let's talk about that after this clip.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And
by the way,
you're not going to scare us. You're not going to.
I'll just say up front, we can end on that point.
Oh, I can keep going all day
sure
if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I know you.
We know you have the stream to fill.
You go to bed tonight in a cool race car bed, but I have family.
Okay, no, that's fine. Why are you thinking about what my bedroom looks like? It's kind of weird, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You fucking badass fucking sports car bed. It's a meme.
Very odd.
As long as the people in Gaza are subject.
He's mad. He called him out. He knows he has a race car bed. Spoke to his heart right there.
We won't stop. Do you know all the praise that's given to the Danish government because it helped evacuate Jews during World War II? But is there a case where a totally distant people did that for the people of Gaza? If I were to give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would divide it between three. South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza, the Doctors Without Borders and others. One doctor, he was Palestinian. Why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people. He was killed. And the third, it's the Houthis. If genocide is the crime of crimes, the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the first two examples, I definitely agree. I think it's psychotic to give.
Yeah, wait, what? And are we gonna act like Norm's some arbiter of history in this? I'm pretty sure he said some fucked up stuff too that Hasan wouldn't agree with. So
the Houthis a peace prize. That's nuts.
Why?
Because what the fuck have they done for peace other than kidnap innocent civilians? What have they done for their own populace? As you said,
because trying to pull this as you talked about Norm earlier. What do you think about this thing Norm said? I disagree with it. In the same way that you are not Ian or Anissa or Frogan or Denims, Ethan is not Norm Finkelstein.
The direct material, the Houthis have.
What does this have to do with the River to the Sea?
Material consequences for Israel as it has implemented a genocide.
All right, let's give them a peace prize. Whatever, I don't care. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yes, absolutely, without a doubt.
Yeah. Wait, also,
don't ask the unaffiliated prisoners who were held for a year, though, if they do.
No, I don't. I think you're missing the broader point here. You're missing the forest for the trees.
Right.
Here, I'll give you a great example of this, by the way, because you spent a lot of time being like, the Houthis are bad. They're homophobic. I'm sure they are. Holy shit. Also, Dan, it keeps switching back to me on my end. Sorry.
Let's talk about the issue of the
wait, hold
Nakba
on.
and stuff.
Okay, hold on. I know you keep saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. This is boring." Whenever you come across
No, it's
a point
irrelevant,
that you have to
bro,
admit
and
is
you
wrong.
just talk
But
and talk and talk. It makes the video unwatchable.
What is the
You
point?
said the Houthis are the Houthis.
See, you're wrong because Norm wants to give them a Nobel Peace Prize, a guy who can't.
They're barbaric. They're homophobic. They hate women.
What does that
all
matter?
this shit, right? And I'm sure a lot of that is correct. Of course it is. It is the fucking poorest nation on the planet, and all
How
that is
about bigotry
known
of low
is fucking death and destruction. This doesn't justify having that sort of opinion, of course, but it certainly understands, don't you think? Certainly is part of the point, part of the problem. And the best possible way to probably get them to have a civil rights movement to give gays rights would probably be to stop fucking bombing them, as Joe Biden did and as Donald Trump has done.
Yeah, that wasn't my chief criticism. I mean, again, my criticism is that they are kidnapping civilians.
Yeah, I know. You don't like their methods, but you have no alternative method.
I said just do it without kidnapping civilians, dude. It's not rocket science.
Let's get back to the IDF. You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror organization.
I didn't say that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
I
think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Do you believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You have considered a 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker who is not even a part of the Al-Houthi family with no Houthi affiliation, but simply a person that says
he's not part of the Al-Houthi family, so he's not part of the Houthis. Shut the fuck up. He supports the Houthis. He supports them more than you do. He supports them so much that he's willing to go and get on the ships with them and do the stuff. I think it's fair to say that he is at least involved in terrorism to some degree.
He stands with the Houthis, and I do too, a terrorist over and over again, because he has a gun in the second highest gun ownership density per capita, and because he responded to a fucking Instagram comment saying he's a soldier, a dude who doesn't even speak English.
Let's watch
You
this.
kept claiming that he was a terrorist over and over again.
He is.
His name is Rashid Al-Haddad. He is not even a fucking Zaidi Shia. He's not even a part of the Houthi family.
Let's
Because
watch
if he
that
was part
video.
of the Houthi family, his last name
I
would
didn't
be
catch it that
Al-Houthi,
time.
not Al-Haddad, okay?
Let's watch that
This person, you looked at a 19-year-old fucking teenager who's a TikToker.
Terrorist.
In the poorest country on the planet, who's only known death and destruction, and spent countless fucking hours looking through whatever his social media was to be like, this guy is bad.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, of course he's fucked up. He lives in goddamn Yemen.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is?
Like you, dumbass.
Do you know what the bigotry of low expectations is? You're saying because he's poor, he hates Jewish people? Let's watch. Ready?
No,
Let me
it's
show
not because
you.
he's poor that he hates Jewish people. It's because he lives in fucking Yemen, and in that part of the world, the only
That's still the bigotry of low expectations. You're a fucking idiot. It doesn't
thing that
even
people
matter.
see is the dangerous conflation of
It's still the bigotry of low expectations. Like, he literally missed the point that Ethan was making and just went, it's not because they're poor. It's because of this other reason.
Zionism and Judaism,
I'm sure
because
the
the
Yemenis.
fighter jets that blow up their fucking schools have a Star of David next to them. And when the Palestinians are kidnapped, when they're fucking forced to go through military trial detention, they get fucking Stars of David carved on their heads. Israel is the one that dangerously and falsely claims to be the nation state of Jews. Israel is the one that makes everybody think that this action, all of the action, the genocide that you called a genocide, is actually being done at the behest of Jews.
That's not
so
true.
of course, for everyone
Israel
in that
doesn't
side of the
claim
fucking
they're doing
world,
it on
when they
behest
say
of
Jew,
Jews.
it's interchangeable with Israel. Many of these people,
Do you
including
think he's like Anne Frank?
What?
Do you think he's like Anne Frank?
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Did
He's
Anne-
withstood
did Anne-
genocide. He has withstood genocide by the Saudi
that the
government.
only-
Of course I do. I think that talking to, but my
Anne
point that I
Frank-
was fucking presenting, my point that I was
Anne
fucking
Frank is
presenting.
famous for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite a fucking Holocaust that took every member of her family but her dad. That's why she's inspiring. This guy went on Twitter and said,
Would
fuck
you
Jewish
think
people.
Anne Frank would be less inspiring if she somehow was able to get out
If
of
she was
the,
like, I wanna
of the
kill
place she was
Germans and
hiding
hang them,
in
yeah.
took up arms
Yeah. What kind of question was that? What if Anne Frank was the exact same person, but instead she killed Germans? She wouldn't be the same person then, right? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a weird point to try
against the
and make.
Nazis? Would you say that Anne Frank is bad for that? Say Anne Frank is bad for that, Ethan.
For something that
Say
didn't
Anne
happen?
Frank would be bad if she took.
Yeah, she probably would. I would say that. Well, it's not about killing Nazis. It's about going and killing random and kidnapping random Germans. That would be wrong, yes. I believe that would be completely wrong. It's not just wrong, but it's a misaim. You're completely like missing where you should be directing your frustration.
Up arms against the violent Nazi occupation. Say it.
It wouldn't be the same for sure.
It wouldn't be.
This is the second worst part of Hasan in this debate. Another part that has to do with actual like history and politics.
The same.
She's
Why would it
famous
be?
for being a pacifist and seeing the good in people despite living through a Holocaust. You understand that? That's not what.
If
Let
Anne
me
Frank-
show you. Let me show you.
Do you think that if
Israel
Anne
is an-
Frank, do you think that if Anne Frank took up arms against the Nazi occupation, you
Israel
would
isn't
call her a
occupying
bad
Yemen
person?
anyway.
What?
Israel's not occupying Yemen.
Israel isn't. But for every single country in this region, American imperialism is
You
all
say the
they have
Saudis.
known.
You said this. Why don't they say death to Saudi Arabia on their flag? Why is it Jews? Why is it
Because
damn the
they're directly
Jews?
fighting Saudi Arabia.
Oh,
What are
but I
you
thought,
talking
you see
about?
the Star of David. Of course they hate Jews. What about their? Why does their flag say death to fucking Israel and damn the Jews?
Their flag says death to America,
Good.
death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews.
Damn the
which I
Jews,
have
curse
said
upon
time
the
and time.
Thanks. It's correction. damn the Jews and curse upon the Jews are the same when you like take the. I swear to God, he's so dumb. Like a curse and damn are the exact same thing in the context of like this translation. My friend has a tattoo that he thought said "fuck you," but it says "a curse upon you." And that is because, why would they use the word fuck? Because it would probably come out as intercourse. So obviously words translate differently. That was just kind of, I'm sorry, I'm being pedantic now, but that just kind of bothered me.
Time again is kind of gauche, not acceptable, not appropriate by Western standards. But if you listen to
Saudi Arabia?
Clip on that too.
Not appropriate by Western standards, or just not appropriate?
Norm has a clip on that too. Do you want to see?
No, let me show you this because you've been going on and on.
Finkelstein explain that?
No, I want to show you this. Okay, you've been talking. Very good. Let's watch this.
You condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, Ethan?
You got to stop.
Do you condemn the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising?
I'm going to play this video. Okay. He says, ready for sacrifice. Oh, maybe I read
sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football. Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?" Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike, or how Hasan likes to say it, a pike for a cut. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv, the Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jew and Zionist is clearly interchangeable to this guy. Okay, but hating Jews doesn't make you a Houthi. Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
Why did he say yes? Are you a soldier?
Bro, he doesn't even fucking speak English. You're like, oh, he's a soldier.
Does he think Instagram doesn't fucking translate? What the fuck? He doesn't know what he's saying. He's just typing letters into a keyboard.
Wait, even if he is, I'm going to ask you a question very clearly and very deliberately. If Anne Frank
just like Anne Frank, by the way.
If Anne Frank if we had the internet during the time of the Holocaust, and Anne Frank posted,
dude, it would make it entirely different. Stop using Anne Frank. This is, oh my God, this is the worst argument ever.
About this is what we're going to do to the Nazis. Would your
bro
analysis of Anne Frank change even a little bit, even an iota?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it would actually. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, obviously, I think the Nazis were terrible and should have. They all, I feel like, should have died. But if I'm really thinking about it, like there had to have been a few German soldiers that might not have known. Maybe they were working in specific areas and they had no idea. I don't know. But to think that every single one of them should be decapitated, no. To say every one of them should be put on a pike, no. You should want them to all be tried for the crimes that they committed and be appropriately dealt with. When you throw these blankets over, it doesn't just negate from the destruction that was done, because then you're just like clumping everybody together, but it makes it like, I don't know, I don't want to say like it dehumanizes Nazis, obviously, but I mean, there are still human beings that became a part of something that was destructive. So do I think that this kid should be fucking murdered because of things he said? No, probably not. Do I think that he probably will get killed for the things that he's saying? Yeah, it's probably going to happen. Do I think that it's wrong? Yes.
Of course it would, because she's famous for being a pacifist, not tweeting out "that's all Zionists." She's famous for seeing the good in people, not fucking tweeting out that we want to nuke Israel. What do you mean?
That one, because I would not give a fuck. I would be loud and proud, going, "Hey, that's what she said. That's what we're gonna do to the Nazis. Fuck yeah, girl."
So after watching that compilation, you still agree that he's just like Anne Frank?
Did you not hear what I asked you?
I'm just summarizing.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Anne Frank died before she could resist. But if she did, I would never hold that against her.
She was fucking killed in a concentration camp, you psychopath.
But if she
was exterminated with her whole...
Killed before she could resist? I don't think her plan was resisting, Hasan. I don't think that was on her, like, itinerary, was resisting at some point.
Fucking family, her dad's the only one that survived and recovered her journal. Are you fucking mad?
Either, Ethan, right? Would you hold that against her? Would you hold that against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her, but she wouldn't be the same historical like figure that said, despite my family being killed in a concentration camp and everyone being murdered, I'm still a pacifist that sees the good in people. What the fuck what's so confusing about that? Not kill Zionists, not nuke Israel, not a pike through Zionist assholes.
I can't believe we're once again discussing the posts of a dude in Yemen
who
who
really
is
like to
19
do that.
fucking years old.
Well, you said he's not a Houthi. You mean you went on and on and on and on about how he's just some random fucking innocent kid that you platformed and blazed the fuck up, by the way. Which is, by the way, just terrible journalism. Like you have KFC in Yemen? Is that the fucking best question you have for someone who's apparently surviving a genocide in Yemen, who's been with the crew of kidnapped hostages, who's apparently partied with the captains? You say, is there KFC in Yemen? Are you fucking kidding me? Just insane.
Here's some clips
hold on,
you haven't
besides
shown.
being like wrong, it's insanely incompetent.
We're going clip for clip.
Her plan was to kill innocent Germans. I must have skipped that chapter in the diary. Nah, see, Hasan would just say, you just didn't see it because her dad changed the diary. Have you guys ever heard that? That, like, the dad added a chapter or some shit, or, like, took a chapter out?
We're going clip for clip. Can you please play this?
There was actually a chapter in there about never forming Israel. That's what she thought.
It's from my subreddit.
Sure. Give me a sec. Dan's got to pass it to me. Okay, after this, please, we got to move on to the Nakba thing.
Yeah. Every single victim of Israeli or American violence has to be a pacifist.
Okay, do you want me to watch this? I mean, what the fuck, bro? It's 4 minutes, so I'm not...
What the fuck? Oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be, like, disrespectful because I understand. He's going through something. But why is he using a skin smoothing filter? Like, that is what this is. This isn't just how he looks.
I don't watch the whole thing, but I'll watch like a minute or 2 minutes, okay?
طبعا جاتني اسئله كثيره ماذا اذا اليهود يقررون ان يعودوا الى اليمن؟ هل نسمح لهم ولا لا ولا؟ طبعا طبيعي يعني احنا اليمنيين مدعيين السلام يعني اليمن مسموحه لاي شخص يعيش فيها.
This is like shot like by a fucking like propagandist. What are you talking about? Like he's all fucking dolled up. He's got makeup on. The lighting is perfect. Yeah, he's like, guys, please, we love the Jews. Give me a break. Our problem is not with the Jews,
like a
guys.
big man, buddy, dunking on a fucking 19-year-old living in Yemen. You pick and choose what you think. You pick and choose what you think is appropriate.
Well, what do you think about all the shit I showed you? Which do you think he believes, this or that?
I think he believes both. This is not.
He both believes that Jews are our friends and also we need to murder them all.
The problem is
he believes that Jews are our friends and we need to murder them all. Is that correct?
The problem is you conflate. No,
he said Jews. He and the tweet said this is what we're going to do to
from
Jews.
a Western perspective, for them, when they talk about Israel, they sometimes reflect
and
it
that's the
as
Jews' fault, right?
But listen to me.
Blaming the victim.
Because in that interview that I conducted with him, I asked him about how he felt about Jews, anti-Zionist Jews specifically.
I remember.
And he said he loves them.
That is such a lie. You're such a liar.
You don't know this person.
I watched it. That's not what he said, though. He said if they support Palestine, then I like them. He didn't. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying about what he said. You're lying.
Ethan said, you're lying. And Hasan went, why would he lie? Why would he lie? Hasan can't even fathom people like calling him a liar. I'm telling you, it's just like everything he says and everything he does just feels, it breathes narcissism.
Lying. I've seen that interview. You're lying. He didn't say that. He said if they support Palestine, then that's good. What? That's what he said. It's a fucking materially way different than I love Jews. What the fuck you said?
No, you didn't hear my. You just repeated what
Go ahead,
I said.
What'd you say?
I said love, but I think he didn't. I guess he didn't
what
say
did
love.
He say? Hold on.
Like,
what did you say? He said.
I said that I don't care what anyone's background is. I love them. Jew, Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. If you are against Israel, I love them. That's what I said.
Yeah, and that's not what he said at all.
He has no problem with Jews who are pro-Palestine.
That's nowhere close to what you said.
Dude,
well, you realize
if you can't remember what you said 2 seconds ago, how are we supposed to expect you to remember what you said to him months ago?
You're wrong. You got caught in a lie, so you're revising. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the Nakba thing.
Dude, I don't care.
We got to move on, bro.
Ethan, listen to my words very carefully. If he had told me, okay, I hate all Jews unconditionally, I am an anti-Semitic person.
He did tweet stuff like that.
The conversation would go very differently. But even then, I probably wouldn't be as vicious as you
literally said that on social media
or you want me to be, because I understand the material conditions and what plays a role in people's recognition of the world.
Nobody needs to fear Jews, he said. I'm going to shove my gun and kill Jews.
What?
Hey, the Yemeni teenager might be just like Mr. Rogers, but let's not forget that Mr. Rogers was a fucking sniper in Vietnam. I know that's just a myth, but it's true. It's a true myth.
You didn't say that.
I'll play it again. You want me to play it again?
Oh, God. Okay, dude. You just play the fucking clip then. God damn it. Just play the clip. He said Zionist, but play the fucking clip, Ethan.
Yeah. I'll play it.
Play the clip I sent you without fucking complaining.
No,
He's too dolled up.
Well, you want me to watch your clip? I thought, no, we're going to watch my clip.
No, play the fucking clip I sent you.
By the way, I don't know if this music's claimed, by the way. We can.
It doesn't.
Because, like, I'm sorry, but wishing the death upon anybody is just wrong. I don't care if he's wishing the death upon Zionists or Jews. I wouldn't wish, like, when you are, like, saying that people deserve death, that is different than saying that if they keep acting in a certain way, our military is going to have to react. That is highly different. Like,
doesn't matter, unfortunately. You're on Twitch where stealing content is fucking regular, but on YouTube there's standards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in terms of Palestine and Israel. I'm just saying, like, in general, that, like, come on.
God forbid, someone might copy strike you, and then their lawyers might demand erroneous.
Which you admitted is sometimes warranted. Where's the link
Mr. Fair Use? Mr. Fair Use.
Yeah. Do you know what fair use is? You fucking moron. It's using it fairly. There's a big difference between.
No, I know. Fair use is when you get mad at Redditors criticizing you, so you fucking you get your high-powered attorney to fucking sue them and make demands about how they have to
fair use.
release information about their
All right,
about their allegiance.
let me play
to
this
Reddit.
for a minute, and then we'll move on. This is the most pathetic terrorist propaganda bullshit I have ever seen, and the fact that you actually think this is credible is so hilarious to me.
Dude,
wow. Let's keep it going. No, I love this. This is great. Let it,
All right, just keep playing it. Keep playing it.
Sorry, I'm trying. I don't know where the audio went. Oh, why was it? Sorry, hold on. We're having.
I pulled it back up.
Taylor Lorenz tweeted, "What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hasan the Hun got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hasan for legitimate journalism and an interview that happened."
Zionism is modern fascism feels like a very... That's just like an ignorant thing to say. What you'd say is Zionism is a form of fascism. Fascism still exists. It doesn't just go away. I know Yemen is one of the poorest countries on earth. I'm watching this debate. Thank you, though.
Well, first of all, Taylor Lorenz is a fucking hack loser who's obsessed with you, okay? Of course you would say that. She, by the way, what was the legitimate... Name one question you asked him that represents legitimate journalism.
Okay.
One question.
Great question. What do you feel about anti-Zionist Jews leading many of the anti-Israel protests in the United States of America?
Did you just come in here to talk random shit? Some teen is propaganda, but let's ignore the Israeli propaganda. Strange. Can they not both be propaganda? Why is it just one or the other? Just childish.
That's your most important journalistic question, which he basically said.
Actually, childish.
I gave you one.
I don't think that. I mean, I find that to be insignificant, especially considering his answer. No follow-up questions. Why don't you ask him why don't you ask a follow-up question like, do you not care if there's Zionist Jews?
What are you talking about?
That there are Israeli Jews that support you?
I don't give a fuck if he cares if there's Zionist Jews or not.
What about
what
was the hard-hitting part about asking if he likes One Piece? Was that hard-hitting journalism?
No, it was called humanizing.
It was called cringe as fuck, glazing, pathetic.
Yeah, because you don't like when a fucking brown person gets a little bit of airspace.
Is that
and
right?
You look like a human being.
So you're resorting to calling me racist now. By the way, this dude's white as fuck.
Yeah, and that's fair too. We're talking about this being propaganda because Hasan is showing us what could be considered propaganda. Show me one instance in this where Ethan is presenting Israeli propaganda, and I'll tell you that it's wrong and it's bad.
Talking about? This dude's whiter than I am. What the fuck are you talking about, dipshit? Hold on, you accuse me of being racist. Are you talking about this guy? Are you talking about this guy?
Your wife is a part of the IDF. Do you think it's appropriate to call your wife a terrorist?
I think you do. No, I don't.
Sorry, bro. I'm trying to get invited to the next bar mitzvah.
Okay. You have stated time and time again that you believe, to show how pro-Palestine you are, that you believe settlers are valid military targets.
Right.
Who do you think is protecting the settlers who you claim are valid military targets?
In the process,
of the wrongs that you're doing?
Sorry, was Eli?
This is dumb too, because in the last episode of Leftovers, Ela said that it's disgusting that the IDF protects the settlers because they don't have to serve in the military, and like it's like, why are we protecting these people that are getting like this extra like favorability? Like obviously they disagree with that. Why even bring this up?
Out there protecting settlers?
No, she was doing a night raid, as a matter of fact, and I didn't know any of this until recently, for the record, until a couple months ago.
Yeah, you're going to do the Raider of Ramallah snark bullshit? Go on. Yeah, your community doesn't harass anyone. She was 18 years old. She went on a ride-along to Ramallah for some kind of...
Israel propaganda is spouted by Ethan and you don't challenge it, so no. Are you serious? It's like the entire video. Name one fucking point. Are you just an idiot? You can't actually name anything. You had to come in and say one thing that Hasan just said. Yemen's the poorest country in the world. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. That was just stated in the video. Say something that isn't fucking like 2 IQ points, you know, like use something like, come on, man, you're hurting my brain. I'm trying to like respond to you, but you're hurting my brain right now.
A fucking mission. She stayed in the car, and then they went back, and that's all that happened. She's 18 years old, bro. She's a secretary.
Of taking someone hostage, you called him it, by the way. That person was a Palestinian living in his own fucking home, and your wife went on a raid to Ramallah, which you have called a terror city.
Yeah, that was an old clip. I don't think Ramallah's a terror city. Is your wife a valid military target in that process? Because you've said that settlers are valid military targets. Do you think your wife is a valid military target? Do you think your wife is a terrorist? She's not a West Bank settler.
But she's in the West Bank. Where's Ramallah, Ethan?
Bad Empanada thinks she's valid. Your friends over at Second Thought think that she's a valid target.
You think she's a valid military target?
Do you think she's a valid military target?
Do
you think she's a valid military target?
I do not, as a matter of fact. I don't. Okay.
Right. Can we please move on to this the Napa thing?
Listen to me.
Hasan, bro, you're making this unwatchable.
Listen to me. Okay?
We got to move on.
How does this make sense in your mind? You say Israel is doing genocide. She has participated in the kidnapping of a Palestinian in the West Bank.
You don't know who was kidnapped for what reason.
You say you hate the settlers.
Well, we don't know who was.
First of all, the settlers, Ethan. Your wife did.
Kidnapped.
They did a raid and did an arrest, to be fair. It's not... Kidnapping implies that there is no, like, reason at all. But even if they have a reason that is less justifiable, like if they're going to say that, oh, he wasn't actually a criminal that they arrested, that's fine. But they did arrest somebody at the end of the day.
They arrested somebody. We don't know what happened or what they did. What if he
so
fucking stabbed civilians?
Do you
Doesn't that
understand
happen?
the process in which how people are arrested in the West Bank,
Do
Ethan?
Palestinian terrorists never stab?
Why are you acting like that's not relevant when they are being bombarded by the United States and Israel, and moreover Saudi Arabia and the USA in the 10 years prior? What does that have to do with anything we've talked about? Because they have been attacked for so long, that means it's okay to attack civilians. That's what you're saying. Because I'm sorry, Kiara, but you decided to come into a chat of people that are going to disagree with you. The points you're saying aren't mean almost nothing to the fact of they are committing terrorism. They are doing terrorism. So regardless of what their country experiences, that is terrible. That's horrific. It's disgusting. It should stop. But it doesn't mean that their resistance isn't still wrong. The form of resistance could still be wrong, even if they do need a resistance of some kind.
Stab and blow up civilians?
They're placed under military detention. They are not actually placed. They do not go through a civil
Palestinian
court
terrorists
process.
ever commit violence on civilians that
They
weren't then being arrested?
They are not in the West Bank.
You don't know anything about this person.
He is anti-Semitic. You can think that there's justification in his anti-Semitism. You can think that all he's ever known Jews to be are destructive, but that doesn't negate from him being anti-Semitic. That's dumb. That's like when Hasan says, cracker isn't racist. Cracker isn't white racism. You can think that it's fine to say, but that doesn't mean that it's not racist still. You guys act under a level of cognitive dissonance that I cannot comprehend. I'm sorry.
Afraid.
How are they doing terrorism? By kidnapping by kidnapping vessels that have no ties to Israel. Kidnapping people that are just trying to run a ship. That is terrorism. Forcefully with guns. Weird take to say cracker is racist. You can think it's not bad. I'm saying it right now. We can say that it's not that bad, but it's still racist. It is used to demean white people. That's what racism is.
In Ramallah, in Palestinian territory, your wife was an illegal occupier of a terrorist organization, also known as the Israeli Occupying Force, Ethan. Now, I know people that also served in the Israeli Occupying Force, as a matter of fact. I've relied on breaking the silence.
By the way, her name is Hila. I don't know if you keep doing your wife. Why do you do that? Why do you keep referring to her as my wife? It's bizarre.
Okay, Hila, whatever, who cares?
It just belies some really bizarre things. It's not random at all. It's a lot.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words. I have no issue with someone as long as they have recognized their mistakes, as long as they recognize that was wrong. What I take issue with is consistently defending Israel. You have also participated in the defense of Israel. It makes no sense. You're inconsistent. You say it's a genocide, but people can't resist militarily. You say it's a genocide, but all the people who are outspoken are vile anti-Semites.
Hila was doing
Who is supposed to be able to resist against this genocide?
Hold the phone.
Do you actually think it's a genocide?
Hila was doing mandatory military service. What should she have done?
There's numerous options. One, religious exemption. Two, refusing to serve. But even then, I don't have a problem.
Did you just say white people call themselves cracker? Do black people sometimes call each other the N-word? Is that word still racist if used? Huh. Interesting.
With her being...
Is it racist for a black person to call another black person the hard R?
Socially conditioned into thinking that this is appropriate. I have a problem with what she's saying now. I have a problem with how she reflects on that and doesn't realize that was an unjust...
Again, you can think...
viable thing to do.
Okay, well, listen, you can talk to her, debate about it. I don't know what you're even referring to.
How is it not terrorism to kidnap people? How is that not terrorism? Because you just kind of glossed over the point I made. We've literally agreed that Israel does terrorism too. What do you, you jumped in at a random point and are just presuming all of my perspectives. And it's so hilarious. It's just amazing. Can they not both be bad?
Okay.
What?
I don't even know what the fuck you're referring to. You're just calling my wife a terrorist. Like, give me a break, dude.
No.
She did mandatory.
She has talked
Let me
on
ask
your
you a question.
podcast.
Hassan,
She talked on your
please, you gotta
podcast
let me
about
talk.
how she went on a raid.
You have
She
to
was
let me
bored. She
talk.
had a
The fact that
secretary
you're
job.
just
It's
talking
mandatory
over me
conscription.
and
It was an
being louder
adventure for
does
her.
not
That's
mean
an
you're right.
insane analogy. How many black people do you know, Kiara?
Promise.
What?
Being louder and talking more does not mean you're right. Okay. It's good
volunteered.
to listen to what I have to say. She's part of man.
Do you think? Okay, Kiara, do you think that the civilians that were attacked on October 7th were justifiable targets? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to hear you say. Because like in this debate with Ethan and Hasan, I've just conceded the point that the IDF commits terrorism. They act in terroristic ways. Can you concede that what the Hamas did on October 7th was evil and heinous and should be looked down upon by all the people that support the Palestinian cause?
Mandatory conscription.
Did Hila not volunteer? Did Hila not volunteer to go to the West Bank on a raid because she was bored? In Ramallah.
Yeah, she's 18. It's understandable. We don't know what that guy did, though. We don't know what the raid was for.
He could have been a
What if he
vicious
killed
terrorist
people?
monster.
Yeah, what if he killed people? Of course. If he killed people, of course he would be worthy of being arrested.
Ethan, is Ramallah a part of Israeli territory?
I mean, it's complicated, right? It's under occupation. No, I don't think so, but it's under occupation, right?
Okay, so why was your wife in Ramallah?
Maybe getting a terrorist that killed civilians. She sat in a car.
It's not complicated.
She sat in a car and didn't even leave it. And never did it again.
Your wife participated in an illegal raid according to international human rights. That is the reality. Now,
are you upset if this person killed like a child? Would you be upset if this person they arrested like stabbed people? Like you don't know what you're talking about.
If she were to talk about,
okay, fine. My wife's a terrorist, bro. What the fuck? It's so boring.
No, stop. Listen to my words.
No.
I really don't understand what we're disagreeing on then, Kiara, because you're getting very upset at like my points. But again, it doesn't seem like we have any disagreements.
Oh, my wife is a terrorist.
As many
other than I think that kidnapping random ships is bad.
As many former IDF vets have on breaking the silence. If she talked about the night raid that she participated in the same way that
just like Frogan says, I don't hate only ones that regret it.
Talk about, I would have no issue with her.
Do you hope she gets
PTSD
PTSD
too? I
too?
understand people can change.
I don't condone the raid, but I mean, see, neither of us have any information about like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
There is no. You don't understand. If she is illegally there, she is not supposed to be there. It doesn't matter. Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there.
I don't think she knew what they were doing.
As a matter of fact,
I don't think she knew what they were doing or where they were going.
What she participated in.
I don't think she knew where they were going or what they were doing.
What she participated in.
Okay, she's a terrorist.
Night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
the reason why. The reason why the Israeli occupying force. The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in these night raids.
How am my character assassinating him? I literally said that he is a Yemeni teen that lives in these conditions. But just because he lives in these conditions doesn't mean that he can't still be anti-Semitic. You can think that it's, like I'm saying, you can think that his viewpoint is justifiable based on his like current circumstances and based on like his previous circumstances. But that doesn't negate from the actual thing that it is. Just because something isn't as racist as something else doesn't mean that it's not racist. Just because something isn't as like horrible as something else, like it's just like that's the point that a lot of people are forgetting is people want to act like any attacks from Hamas or the Houthis or anything is completely okay because of the horrific attacks from the IDF. Neither are okay, and neither should be seen as okay. And the thing we have to push for is peace, is some kind of peace. Because we are the only ones that can push for peace, because they are the ones that are going to want to fight. People like this Yemeni teen. We can't change their mind. That's like the thing.
In the West
You're making this unwatchable.
Bank is to create a constant feeling of terror.
So talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The reason why the Israeli occupying force participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't condone it. She was 19. She was doing military conscription. She didn't know where they were going or what they were doing. Okay, thank you. I'm listening, but you just keep repeating yourself. This is what you do.
The reason why
it hasn't been proven that he's anti-Semitic when he says that he wants like a Jews to die. I know he just interchangeably says Jews and Zionists, but where is it? What am I at? 3:45:19. Son of a Jew. And then this is when he said on Zionists, but he put son of a Jew down here. And there was another post about where he actually says Jews.
We're going to say did not leave voluntarily, but that is
not the case.
Well, you're
Most of
lying
them
and
left
you're fucking dead
voluntarily,
wrong. Let me. You brought up the fact that I talked about what happened in Iraq. So let me give you a timeline of what happened in Iraq. 1932, they gained independence.
You don't think it's accurate to say the resistance is only primed to fight and it's the US and Israel who have agency? I don't know what you mean by that. Clarify that stance, because I genuinely do not know what you mean by that.
And it's 1934, Hebrew is banned. Jews are fired from government positions. 1938, Zionist activity is outlawed. Crimes as trivial as possessing a biblical map of the Holy Land will send you to jail. The Farhud program, inspired by neo-Nazis, Rashid al-Khalini killed 180 Jews. Hundreds were injured. Widespread looting, property damage. 1947, Jews were banned from immigrating because they didn't want them to go strengthen the state of Israel, and they wanted to hold them prisoners against Israel and the West. In 1948, the war begins. Jewish banks were forbidden to transact with foreign countries. Jews were arrested for Zionist activity, for economic crimes. They were fines that were paid to the Ministry of Defense. In 1949, a month after taking office, the British learned that they were planning to expel the Jews from Iraq before they even left. Does this sound like volunteer? Does this sound voluntary? Does that sound voluntary?
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue
my God,
is
please.
an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shleim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground.
I didn't say that resistance groups don't want peace. Resistance groups are trying to resist. They're doing that by any means necessary. I agree that Israel and America hold the bigger shield and the bigger sword, but just dropping them is leaving them open to get stabbed by a knife. Regardless of how small the force is, it's only going to be met with unreciprocal force. And that's why we have to try and push for the positive the positive avenues. I don't know why I can't find any of his tweet re-uploads.
Yosef
it's really
Basri,
weird.
A very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant Shalom Saleh Shalom were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. Basri's controller was an Israeli intelligence officer named Max Bennett.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country? Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone. How does that explain that?
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable? And why do you think that, despite the fact that Iraq and numerous other countries have offered Israelis or Jews a right to return,
because they were being
failed on the Israeli front for numerous reasons?
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact for you, Hasan.
That conclusion.
Let me tell you an inconvenient fact.
I wonder why that happened.
Before the bombs went off,
being established?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. Do you want to explain that?
Yes. Jews wanted to go to Israel, Ethan. They liked the
great.
idea
So let me hear what
of going to Israel. You like Israel.
Yeah, you're a liar.
You
You're a disgusting fucking propagandist liar. Here's what Avi Shleim actually said.
My research, I established that one bomb was lobbed, one hand grenade was lobbed by a young activist in the Istiklal party, which wanted to expel the Jews from Iraq and confiscate the properties. And another hand grenade was lobbed into the Masoud Hashem Tov synagogue, and there 4 people were killed. And he was a criminal who had a grudge against the Jews, and it had nothing to do with the Mossad.
Did you hear that? The first 2 had nothing to do with the Mossad. But let's continue to listen to the respected scholar, Avi Shleim, you fucking liar.
Hold on.
No, you listen to this fucking historian. Yes, you said they left by choice. They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being threatened. Let's hear what your respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
If all this is true, the main reason
I think you're completely misunderstanding the perspective that I had. Violent resistance is going to happen. It is the responsibility of those who are looking from the outside to be able to tell what is a justified resistance and what is not. And it is not to hold them morally accountable to be like, oh, these people are heinous. Like, come on.
Reason for...
But I also don't think that it would make sense for right now the Native Americans to go around trying to kill people at random police stations and fucking random shit going on. That probably wouldn't be a justified means of resistance.
The Exodus was not the bombs, it was persecution by the government. And I concede that. It's all part of my argument that the bombs were the main reason for the liquidation of this community. But my answer to my Zionist critics is, even if I knew for certain that not a single Iraqi Jew left Iraq to go to Israel because of the bombs, I would still think this is a real indictment of the state of Israel, because Israel was created to provide a safe haven for Jews, not to be harassing and threatening Jews in other countries.
By the way, he said, and I'll quote it for you, we did not leave Iraq because we were...
See, I'll say I don't know too much about the Houthi resistance. All I know is that they've kidnapped some people, and I think that's wrong. But I do think that Hamas attacking civilians and actually murdering and raping civilians is wholly unjustifiable. Do you think October 7th was the only time they've killed civilians? Is that the only thing? And who said it was Palestinians? I'm talking about Hamas. You're the one who wants to conflate the two the same way that you guys like to conflate Jews and Zionists.
Zionist. We left because we were no longer safe. He wrote that in his book, 3 Worlds. Have you read that book?
No, I have not read 3 Worlds.
Okay, well, you're using a lot of source from it. It's a book that he wrote about his migration.
It's not the only book he wrote about this. But go on.
Have you read any of the other ones?
Yes.
Really? Which ones?
The book that I'm referencing is from the Iron Wall.
3 Worlds, okay? He writes about his time in Iraq. He writes about
Memoirs
his
of an Arab
time
Jew.
in
It's the
Israel.
newest
He
book,
writes
I
about his
know.
time in the UK. In 3 Worlds, he writes about his own family, and he describes their departure from Iraq as traumatic, disorienting, and not voluntary. They were not proud Zionist migrations. They were leaving out of fear.
Oh, Ethan.
He said that himself.
Ethan.
He said, we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer
My
safe.
friend, you are failing to comprehend a very important reason why I brought up Avi Shlaim, by the way. And
yeah, because you think he supports your claim, but he absolutely does not.
Well, you just conflated Hamas with all Palestinians, so hard for me to draw a conclusion, you know.
That's why, because you're a fucking liar.
He absolutely
Contend
does.
with what I said.
Hold on.
No, contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were...
You don't hate Zionists, so then do you think what he said about killing all Zionists is wrong, even if what he said comes from his plight? Does he have a reason for saying it? Yes, but it's still wrong.
Zionists, we left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up...
Would I call natives terrorists if they right now went and attacked civilians in the U.S.? Yes, they would be domestic terrorists. Yes, I can wholeheartedly say that with my whole chest.
Obviously, on the broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the Pan-Arabic nationalist movement.
Fighting back during an expansion project is different than doing attacks after the conclusion of it. Yeah, again, would you say to kill all Germans? Because a lot of people conflate, because it's the conflation issue. You guys don't realize that other people make the conflation. Even if you're not making the conflation, saying to kill all Zionists, so many people hear that and think, oh, you're talking about at least all Israelis. Israelis don't want to leave. And that's at least xenophobic, right? And then most of the time, people don't have a problem with the Arabs or the Druze that are part of Israel. They care more about the Jewish Israelis.
Movements that arise out of
you are
Zionist
out of your
violence
mind.
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so
You
what did the
cannot make
Jews
this
in Iraq
comparison.
have to do with fucking
Zionists
Israel,
are the ones
you
who
bigot?
actually fucking
You are
terrorize the
so out of your
Palestinians.
mind.
And then Iraqis,
Dude, you screaming and grandstanding doesn't mean you're right.
Iraqi government's racism during the Pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
you fucking racist piece of shit?
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq? Do you think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is that what
the
you think?
fuck were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that
Because
left Iraq in fear.
why?
I've never
Because
said that there were
why?
no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron.
That's why they left. They left because I'm a fucking moron.
That Arabs are
Hasan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
Pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the question. You're going to call me racist, but you won't answer. Why did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous reasons.
It depends on how you define Zionism, and Zionism is a very nebulous term that has a bunch of different definitions depending on who you ask.
I anti-Semitism. They hated Jewish people. They had nothing to do with Israel. They were forced to leave. They were chased out. They lived there for thousands of years. They had businesses, they had homes, they were forced and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionism or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism.
That has nothing to do with them, you absolute fucking dumbass.
Palestine,
what does that have to do with the Iraqi Jews?
Do you think the Aliyahs were happening initially?
So it was there. So you're blaming them? Are you blaming the Iraqi Jews who had nothing to do with it? What the fuck is your point? You call me racist.
I'm not justifying the racism. I'm not justifying it. You're not comprehending my point.
They left.
I've never justified that.
Iraq turned on them after 1948.
Ethan,
you're materially wrong. You're
I
lying.
recognize that there were numerous reasons why other countries, I know hard concept, all Arab, they all have the same mindset.
I know. Let's go over them,
and their pan-Arabic nationalist movements as states were being designed
in Egypt.
mostly by Western nations.
Facts? Let's talk facts.
Ethan, you don't know, you got fucking a ChatGPT summary. Let me explain to you so you can fucking not look like a dumbass.
Okay, do you want to listen?
I'm fine if you want to think that maybe he isn't super anti-Semitic and that he isn't super okay. He's just some hot Yemeni. I get it, but you can't deny that the Houthis are not anti-Semitic, right? A curse upon the Jews. That's just a colloquialism. What is it? Because it's what he supports.
Listen, or do you just want to add hom?
No, I want to tell you my perspective.
No, you want to talk. That's the problem.
Yes. Oh my God. Zionism is expansionist. They shouldn't keep expanding their borders. But so stopping the expansion is necessary. Them fighting against expansion is good. Them going out of their way to then kill other people is bad. Is bad. If the Native Americans were fighting back from the colonial people and then made it back to their, like, where they were, like, housing and decided to kill all the men, women, and children there that weren't a part of the, like, military force, I would still say that, yeah, that was probably too far. And if you can't say at least that it's too far, I think you're a little lost.
You don't want to listen. You've talked
You're supposed to be attacking my perspective.
You called me racist, bro. The least you can do is shut the fuck up and listen to me talk, okay? The Iraqi Jews left because they were in fear of anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. The Arabs in Iraq, the Iraqis, turned on them because of what happened in the war in 1948. That had nothing to do with them. So if you want to blame the Jews for their own anti-Semitism, you go right ahead, but that's racism. Now let's talk about Egypt.
I also recognize that.
No, you're not. You are absolutely not. In Egypt, 75,000 Jews were displaced. Okay? Following anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt.
Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Egypt Palestinians? Is Iraq Palestinians? Why were the Palestinians
it's got
never
nothing
allowed
to do with that? They were forced to go there by the Arab
countries. Countries have offered the Jews that were expelled or left on their own voluntarily. These are completely separate
Nobody's
countries.
justifying the Nakba.
You are packaging them together.
No one is justifying the Nakba. I'm explaining how it's fucking insanely racist to discredit the plight, the running of discrimination.
Don't discredit the plight.
But I'm not justifying the Nakba. You seem to be justifying why Jews were chased out of their home country.
No, I'm not, Ethan.
Why'd they leave?
I'm not justifying that at all.
Why'd they leave?
You think that because you want to drive home a point that
why did they leave their communities that have been there for 2,000 years, leaving their money, their businesses, their homes? Why did they leave?
Understand. Do you think Iraq is Palestine? Do you think Egypt is Palestine?
Okay, I actually do think you guys are just teenagers. I'm going to teach you something, Kiara. The term is analogous. That's analogous of what I said. I do think you guys are just children now.
He's defending the Nakba.
Do you think that all Arabs are operating on antiquated anti-Semitism? And if your answer is yes.
Calling it terrorism does not ignore the history. Ignoring the history ignores the history. And would I call it terrorism if if the natives did it, yeah. I mean, if they overstepped and started killing random civilians, yeah, that's terrorism. I'm sorry. Even if what they started with was justified, just like Ethan said, that the Houthis started as, he put it nobly. I don't know if I'd say that much, but he said they started nobly to push out Israel, which was a justifiable cause. But then what they do after that is where the problem lies.
Why the fuck did Jews find the Ottoman Empire to be a safe haven for fucking hundreds of years?
Let's talk about the last 100 years. That's great. Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was great for the Jews. Let's talk about the last 100 years. Let's talk about 1948. Anti-Jewish riots broke out after the war. Hasan, you need to shut the fuck up and listen, okay? After the war, okay, in 1948, there was anti-Jewish riots and bombs in Egypt. Why was that? Because of the Jews? The Jews brought it on themselves? Following the establishment of the Israel...
I never made that inference. What are you talking about?
Of course you did.
No, I didn't. I did not make that inference at all.
So they left because Zionism.
No, Ethan. If you were to listen to my words, and I use them very carefully, even though I get heated sometimes.
Right.
Okay? Egypt, Iraq, Morocco, each of these countries where Jews lived in the MENA region all the way to the Levant had different reasons. Some of them were direct pogroms.
Lie.
Others were the colonial...
You are a tangibly, historically
I mean, I just find it really weird that you think that it would be better to go and kill civilians when they could literally take over the encampments and use it as leverage. But I guess murdering everybody is just easier, right?
Do you think that, wait, do you think that Jews, I just said that some of them were because of pogroms. You're not hearing anything I'm saying. You're so conditioned to saying liars.
The amount
you're
that
undermining
left,
your own point.
The amount that left because of Zionism was minute. They were chased out. They were forced to become Zionists by their oppressors because they had nowhere else to go. In Egypt, following the establishment of Israel in May 1948.
Ethan, none of these countries are Palestine.
That is
none
an
of these
insanely irrelevant point. A series of bombs targeted Jewish areas in Cairo between June and September. They killed 70 Jews, injured 200. They confiscated Jewish-owned businesses and synagogues were attacked and destroyed. Okay?
Ethan.
In 1956, the Suez Crisis.
One is direct violence, direct planned violence.
But the Hamas charter does say they want to kill all Jews. If you want to just ignore that part, fine. But it still says it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just dumb. I'm saying if the Native Americans, so let's say, right, the British come, they're trying to fucking take over America. The Native Americans kill the fucking people and then take them prisoner. You know what I mean? Take some people prisoner. I don't necessarily think that's prisoners of war. That isn't kidnapping. That's different. Prisoners of war are a completely different thing. And that isn't killing civilians. They didn't change the Hamas charter. They added to it. Maybe go look up what the current Hamas charter is. They didn't change it. They added other stuff to it, but left in the part where they said, kill all fucking Jews. What are you talking about?
And an extermination campaign.
Approximately 25,000 Jews were expelled from Egypt.
Falsely misplaced hostility.
25,000 Jews.
And if we want to be clear, it's not even a charter. It's a fucking it's some other bullshit.
Other countries.
So are you blaming them?
You don't understand.
Are you blaming the Jews for getting? Are you blaming the Jews for being expelled from Egypt? 25,000 of them.
No, Ethan. If you listen to my words, you would understand.
So what is it I exaggerated about? 900,000 Jews were displaced.
Because you are making a comparison with different countries versus one singular force that planned an extermination campaign, planned an ethnic cleansing campaign. Other countries.
It's easy to think, oh my God, you are a child. If you think we could just give territory back to the natives, that does sound nice. What territory are we giving back? Because if we're just giving random territory back, that's not what they want back. The natives have claim to their own specific lands. They have claims over specific places. Just giving them random plots of land isn't going to help anybody. And if you want to give them back their like specific lands, you're going to be kicking out the people that were born and lived there. It's just that doesn't work. That just doesn't work.
Countries are other countries and the reaction to it, or other countries and the previous.
The natives in the US are not actively being genocided? No, they were genocided. That's the difference. So if anything, you should think that their uprising is more justifiable. Just because they got wiped out means that it doesn't matter? The fuck are you talking about?
Hostility towards Jews have nothing to do with Palestinians. So making this comparison is gross.
That's why it's anti-Semitic. It has nothing to do with Palestine, but they still got kicked out for being Jewish. That's literally what anti-Semitism is.
I don't think you understand.
1,000 Jews in Egypt were arrested and detained without charges. The government seized 500 Jewish-owned businesses and froze bank accounts. Expelled Jews were compelled to sign a declaration.
See, I like having people trying to contest my arguments in chat, though. It's good for my brain. It's good for my brain. And also, it's keeping the chat going. This is the most my chat's gone in a while. Thanks, Kiara.
Donating their property to the Egyptian state and were allowed to take only minimal personal belongings. In Algeria, 130,000 Jews were expelled. Upon the independence...
That literally doesn't make any sense. What do you mean federal lands? That is such a vague term. Stop speaking in generalities. Be specific. That's the whole problem, is that people want to go, well, Hamas is resisting. The Houthis are resisting. What is the end goal? What are you trying to reach? There should be a goal, like an end game.
It's not Palestine. They're not. They're Arabs. They're not the same fucking people.
My point is very simple. They were expelled from their homes because of anti-Semitism.
Ethan, you used
Sorry, what is wrong about that?
Half of these countries
what
that
is
you're
wrong
pointing to in the time when Jews were leaving were literally controlled by English and French. By the English and French colonial occupations. What are you talking about?
They were expelled because of anti-Semitism. What did I say wrong?
Go ahead. Go
ahead.
Algeria was under French occupation. It is the design where the French occupied Algeria did not squash the attempts of expelling Jews. I'm not saying that there wasn't.
Most Algerians were French citizens and went to France.
That caused Jews to feel unsafe.
95% of Algeria's 140,000 Jewish population.
Individual, often sometimes Western powers, and what they allowed in those countries on the Palestinian plight when you make.
You are again ignoring the fact that the Native Americans have specific lands that they want to claim, not just random federal territories. What are you talking? You don't understand what the plight of the Native Americans are. Like, what are you talking about?
Make this comparison. That's what
Is it
I'm saying.
anti-Semitic for
It's
Jewish
like
people to
saying
get kicked
the
out of their
Armenian
home?
genocide, right? The Turkish, the Ottoman Empire and the forces and the Ottoman genocide that they conducted, a mass extermination campaign, is because other fucking random countries where Armenians
Iraq happened after
were also
independence
getting
and
Okay, Kiara, that's great. You should favor a whole new constitution with indigenous rights as a feature, but actually figure out what that means. What does it mean to have a whole new constitution with indigenous rights as a feature? Don't just say that. Figure out what that means and how that would actually work.
equally dispelled. Turks were getting dispelled in other countries.
The pogrom
It's
happened as a
ironically the same
direct
fucking thing that
result
that's the way
of
that
the
it was
war,
taught
bro.
in the past. That it was
By the way,
it
did
was
you
a
say
necessary voluntary migration.
By the way, did you?
Because,
oh my God, bro! Did you say Anne Frank died before she could resist? I don't know if that was a fever dream.
Wait, I'm saying that like, would you have an issue with Anne Frank if she actually was
Sorry,
able to
I just thought it was an insane
resist?
thing to say. I'm not trying to litigate it. In Tripoli,
Wait,
anti-Jewish
why don't
rights
you bring it up? What's
broke
your
out
point?
amid
What's your
post-war
point about
unrest.
Anne Frank?
Synagogues
Yes, I
were
did.
burned.
Okay.
Jewish
What's your point about Anne
institutions were
Frank?
shut down.
What's your point about Anne Frank? Why are you trying to?
And yeah, I wasn't going to argue that point, but Palestinians do have the same rights as other Israelis in Israel proper. They don't in Gaza and in the West Bank. You can say that there's also like an uneven like political structure or whatever where they're outnumbered, but they do hold political office and stuff. The Arabs do. In I don't know if there's a Palestinian in office in Israel, but I know they do have Arabs in office and Druze and stuff.
Deflect away from what I'm saying here.
No, I just think that statement was insane. The Six-Day
Why was
War
it
backlash.
insane? Whoa,
In
whoa, whoa.
1967, another Israel
My question
victory.
for you was, would you
Jews,
hate on
Jewish
Anne Frank
communities
if
got
she wasn't a
mobbed.
Kiara, if you're not willing to be the person to write the Constitution, then you shouldn't have a right to speak about it either.
6,000 Jews were evacuated, homes were destroyed, synagogues were burned. In Morocco, 250,000 Jews were expelled. Anti-Jewish riots broke out in 19...
Yes, you have to write up your own... Oh my God. If you have your own ideas, it's good for you to write them up. Have you ever sent anything to your local congressmen? Have you sent anything to federal government? Have you sent any letters? Have you petitioned?
1948. You'll notice most of these pogroms are happening in 1948 as a direct result of the war. The Arabs turned on their Jewish populace out of anti-Semitism. Period. Point blank. June 7 to 8, 1948. In northeastern Morocco, following the declaration of the state of independence of the state of Israel on May 14, 1948, anti-Jewish riots erupted in the town of Jarada. These towns were...
And a Palestinian member of the Knesset was arrested? No. Why?
The significant transit points for Moroccan Jews seeking to immigrate. 47 Jews were killed, many were injured, Jewish homes and businesses were looted and destroyed. In 1950-1960, harassment and immigration. The year following 1948 riot, Moroccan Jews faced increased pressure. These factors contributed to a significant immigration of Jews from Morocco. Immigration to Israel was banned in 1959, but before that, 274,000 Moroccan Jews immigrated primarily to Israel. Yemen and Aden.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist?
50,000.
Remember when you said you weren't a Zionist? These are direct Zionist talking points.
This is historical facts, literally spread by your very own Avi Schleim, who, if I'll quote it back to you, said, we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We did not leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were afraid.
A constitution isn't one person, but it's one person. You have to bring your ideas. You have to have concrete ideas. Write something down. It isn't just one person, but it also isn't just people in a fucking room talking randomly going, yeah, wouldn't it be good if this happened? Wouldn't this be good? You have to come with a plan. Come on. Yeah, I'm asking you why, because just to say someone got arrested means absolutely nothing to me. I'm sorry.
Appropriate, Ethan. That's the difference. If you ask Avi Schleim...
It is when you are just framing it in that way. Why is that not a genuine question to ask? What should my next question have been? What? That's terrible. Well, oh my God. There is no follow-up thing for me to say to a Palestinian member of Knesset was arrested. No. I don't know. Why was he arrested?
Whether it is comparable
the fuck are you
to
talking
say the Nakba
about?
Who
and
said?
the 900,000 Jews
Who said?
that
I'm not defending the Nakba.
from separate countries, he would laugh
Your
at you.
failure
Do you not understand?
to acknowledge
I know
the
you're not
trauma of
fucking
both
clip-farm
groups
here, but
is
you
the
don't
reason
understand.
why you are a radical fucking...
Your concrete ideas are, we should create a framework for... Okay, not that part. Wait, what was it? You said, be more favorable to native sovereignty. There are a lot of negotiations we could have. Yeah, negotiations. Like what? You aren't saying anything.
Both trauma needs to be acknowledged by both.
There are negotiations we could have. You don't even know what they fucking want. You're saying give them random federal lands. You're saying to give them random federal properties when that's not even what they want.
Groups. There's two things that need to be true for this ever to be resolved peacefully.
You're right.
Palestinian self-determination and Israelis' right to have secure borders.
Zionism
as long as you ignore that, there will always
right.
be war. Palestinians will always die, and you will continue to make.
If your assumption that a member of legislation being arrested is, if your first assumption is that their rights are being abrogated, you aren't asking the right questions. I'm willing to say that they've been fucked over, that they were that it was unjust that they were arrested. But why were they arrested? Give me the fucking reason. What is ridiculous about what you said? Oh my God. Go look into the history of the negotiations that we've made and how they've held up and what they want, what they're currently asking for, what they currently ask the government for. You're acting like the Native Americans are one unified group when they're literally a bunch of different tribes. There wouldn't just be a Native American seat in, like, that doesn't make any sense. They're all individual.
Make money from it.
Come on.
Operation Magic Carpet. Jews were secretly airlifted to Israel due to rising hostility. 50,000
so interesting
50,000 were relocated in Tunisia.
The PLO did recognize that, Jewish, as a matter of fact. The PLO did recognize that, and they wanted those countries to actually do a right to return for all Jews. Why did Israel stop that from happening, Ethan? Don't you think that Zionism is the problem here?
Avi Schleim said,
"Oh, what happened? They didn't fucking send you that clip? They didn't send you that piece of information?"
Dude,
so
Avi
the PLO,
Schleim,
Yasser Arafat, the people that don't care about Jewish plight, actually did see
the guy who oversaw the second Intifada. What the fuck are you on about?
And wanted Jews to be able to go back and do a right to return if they wanted to do so into their nation of origin.
I'm talking about the flights,
and yet
bro.
Israel was
You
one who
deny
didn't
the
want that to
flight
happen.
of Middle
Why is
Eastern
that the case,
Jews.
Ethan?
No, you deny the flight. You deny the trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
I don't deny the flight,
You
Ethan.
absolutely
You
deny the trauma.
You are
No, you
attributing.
deny
You
that
are
they
making
left
a
by.
comparison.
You try to say that they left by choice. That is a gross historical
No, there
inaccuracy.
are Jews that left by choice.
Yes,
That is
some
true.
did. Of the
There are Jews
900,000, the
that
vast
left by
majority left
choice.
because they were afraid. Because they were being discriminated
there
against.
are
That is a
Jews
historical fact. 6 Day War
Have you ever
aftermath.
actually listened to a clip of me talking about this?
What?
Oh my God, you have no idea what my perspective on this is. You're just fucking yelling at nothing.
Well, what are you doing right now? What are you wasting
Oh
time
my
for,
God.
buddy?
This is the reason why you're
I have
repeating
heard you
shit that
talk
I have
about
not
it time and time
the shit
again.
that I don't actually believe.
Bro, you are continually, not acknowledging
my
the
God.
trauma of Middle Eastern Jews.
Oh my
you
God.
characterize it like they left.
Have you
by,
ever
yes,
listened,
I've seen
have
it.
you ever listened to anything that's not 30 seconds long?
Bro. That's so ironic that you're saying that as you misquote Avi Schleim, who said he fled because he was afraid and not because here's the clip.
Over and over again. But you're too busy trying to get a gotcha here. So you can fucking farm a clip. But everyone's still going to think you're a fucking loser, dude. I'm sorry. Just shut up and listen. If you want to actually hear my perspective.
I'm shutting up and listening to you.
Okay, thank you.
The Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel. Jews
Out of curiosity, how do I describe myself politically? I don't know. I've been thinking about that, honestly. I'd consider myself a progressive. I believe in progressive values. I believe in, just human rights in general. People, inclusivity, trans rights. Don't have a problem with DEI. I don't see what the big issue is. But I don't know. I find myself center when it comes to, I'm just against extremism in general. Like, really. I would say the one conservative position that I hold is kind of an interesting one, because I'm all for trans inclusivity. I am all for transitioning. But I would say that I am slightly against medical transitioning purely for the fact of, I think that people should feel beautiful in the bodies that they have. Like, I wouldn't want my daughter, like my cis daughter, to get a breast enlargement surgery. Breast reduction's fine if you're having back problems or whatever. But I wouldn't want my daughter to feel uncomfortable in her body in the same way that I wouldn't want my trans daughter to feel uncomfortable in her body. It's like, it's the body that you have, and you can make it beautiful regardless. But that wouldn't mean that I think that it's wrong for them to get it and that you should still be allowed legally. They were arrested for an anti-war demonstration. I guess I'd have to look more into it, but if that's all it was and they were just at this protest or something, then yes, that is fucked up. And I can agree with you on that.
Support Israel because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general.
Why did you not mention the anti-Semitism? You exclusively talk about Zionism being the reason for forcing them out. Why do you deny that they were expelled by force, the vast majority of them?
Ethan, if you think that that is the entirety of my perspective on this matter,
illuminate me.
You please need to stop talking and listen to the amount of times that I've talked about this.
Bro, just explain yourself.
I'm trying.
I just watched a clip of you being pretty dismissive about the flight. And by the way, you've done it this whole time. You say that Zionism was the main force.
No, I'm dismissive about the aspect that this is beneficial to the Zionist project across the board, because Israel wants all Jews to be constantly fucking terrified in any other country that's not Israel, so that they can actually go and either support Israel if they're not in Israel, or just move to Israel. That is the entire point. That is what Jabotinsky wanted. That is what Herzl wanted, and that is precisely what Benjamin Netanyahu wants as well. So in terms of my explanation, or what I come across as dismissive, is precisely the role that Israel itself played in this process.
Which was minuscule.
It was a mutually beneficial relationship that anti-Semitic pogroms
minuscule. What you fail to acknowledge is that the Jews were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but by necessity, because the Arab countries turned on them after the war and forced them to go to the only state that they could go to.
It's a necessity for Israel to exist, which is what your position is, right?
No, it's not about what was allowed or not. The Arabs created 1 million Zionists because they're anti-Semitic after the war of 1948 and fucking the rise of Arab nationalism. Do you deny that?
You brought up. Do you
deny what I just said?
Wait,
do you deny what I just said?
What? Say it again. I wasn't listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs. The anti-Semitic Arabs.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. What? That's my point. Are you okay?
I rest my case.
Okay, well, I mean, you can...
No, you're too fucking delusional to realize what kind of racist nonsense you're fucking tripping on. That was my entire point.
Historic.
Thank you.
I mean, it's historical. You don't know anything of what you're talking about. Avi Schleim, once again, because you don't want to contend, you like to fuse him when it's convenient. He left not because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yeah, fucking Arabs. What was Avi Schleim, by the way?
Yeah, he was an Arab Jew. They didn't see him that way. They kicked his ass out. I'm not saying fucking Arabs. There's a reason for it. There was a rise in Arab nationalism following the 1948 war. They blamed their own Jewish populace for what Israel did. That's anti-Semitism. They had nothing to do. Do you think the Iraqi Jews left their 2,000-year-old communities, left their businesses, left their houses because they wanted to go to Israel? Are you fucking mad?
I mean, I think that's kind of a fair argument, because what I've been trying to push more towards is trying to move away from the anti-Semitism argument and moving towards xenophobia, but that is showing the connection between that they see the Israeli state as a Jewish state, even like the outside perspective.
Ethan, you remember a while back I tweeted and you got really mad when I said that there's a double standard between Islamophobia and
absolutely a double standard, and you exhibit it, my friend.
And you're participating in it right now without even recognizing that you're doing so.
I mean,
give them unconditional arms. That's the centrist position right now, is to give them unconditional arms. I gotta be honest, I don't fully believe that. But obviously I think that they should stop sending military aid. Send medical aid, but people saying to stop aid in general, that is wrong. And you have to agree with that. People saying to stop sending medical aid, to stop sending firefighter aid, that's just as fucked up as people saying to send like unconditional arms. And obviously the same goes for Palestine. You should be sending them aid as well. They should be getting aid as well. But I just think that people saying that Israel should get no aid is probably not wanting the best outcome in general.
I'm just telling you literally what happened.
Historical racism. All Arabs
they were
are not
racist.
responsible.
Do people never get racist? Do people never be? I'm explaining why. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just explaining why. After the 1948 war, the rise of Arab nationalism created a lot of anti-Semitism, and that's why the vast majority of the Jews, the 900,000 of them, were forced to immigrate. That's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Ethan, I'm sorry to say this, and I don't know if your audience gets this as well, but what you just said earlier is not an accurate reflection of history. It's just pure racism.
How do you know that?
You are
shifting
shifting the blame over to
it
the
absolutely was the blame of the
Arabs.
Arabs.
When every single one of these Arab countries
absolutely
with their own version of pan-Arabic nationalism, half of them were already still controlled, by the way, by fucking European colonial powers like Vichy France.
That was literally just in Tunisia.
The Moroccan expulsion program. And you're using that as a similarity between the planned expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians.
See, Kiara, I think we're coming to more of a middle ground than Hasan and Ethan ever could.
I mean, the details are different, but you're denying. Like, once again, you're still not disproving me. What did I say that is hilariously racist and wrong?
Anti-German racism.
Don't make an analogy. Tell me why I'm wrong.
It's like pointing to anti-German racism.
I don't need an analogy. I need facts from you. Why am I wrong?
It's as though you are pointing to anti-German racism happening during the fucking German conquest.
Tell me a fact.
I got to be honest. I just don't want to create a Haaretz account, so I couldn't read the full article. But I'll take your word for it since you sent it to me. And yes, that is fucked up. To try and stop the protesting in that way.
Right? That proves that I'm wrong. That the vast majority of Jews fled because of anti-Semitism in the Arab states.
Oh,
really?
It's not what you're saying.
So I didn't say anything wrong.
I take issue with.
I didn't say anything wrong. I didn't say anything wrong.
That's fair enough to say. That if you want to say that that's just how it's looking in Congress from both the left and the right, that they're both kind of wanting to send arms, that is a fair point, I would say. I just don't think that's... I guess I just don't think that's necessarily true on the whole of like the individuals, but I would say that that's true for the government, on the government level.
but I'm racist.
comparison, it's the idea that all Arabs are fucking one-minded and not and have something to do with Palestinians in general. Yes, I never said that there wasn't any definitely Arab anti-Jewish sentiment. That also,
were the vast majority of Jews, did they leave because of anti-Semitism or Zionism?
The vast majority of Jews,
did they leave,
regardless of whether or not they left for anti-Semitism or Zionist purposes, is not comparable to the Nakba.
You're not answering. Did they leave? Because
I think that's the main thing, is as long as everybody can align on the core issues, then that, because I think that the problem is they've become too divisive in themselves. And I will say my biggest issue with Hasan is just that it seems like he doesn't care about what his community espouses. I won't say that he agrees with all of it, but I do feel like there is extremism that propagates in his chat and in his community that he isn't wanting to quell.
I think that's as fair as I can put it. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm not comparing them. And by the way, they're both
exactly. That's all that matters, is the kids not dying. If we can prevent that, then I mean, we just want all the kids to live on both sides. I'm not trying to say one or the other needs to win or whatever, but yeah, I just want the death to stop. That's mainly my thing. And I think, and my whole thing is, I think that at least, like my whole perspective on it, I guess, and why I'm more pigeonholed, I guess, than a lot of you are, is because my perspective lies in the fact that I feel like Israel, even though it is doing terrible things, is under the control of the UN and stuff, and with enough pushing from the people around the world, we can make a change in the Israeli government. But I don't think the same is true for Hamas. I don't think there's anything that people could do to ever change Hamas. I think it would be very difficult to change Israel. Believe me, I believe that would be extremely difficult, but I think it's more possible.
Talking about, you made that comparison to say, like, to make it seem as though it was a much larger crime.
Yeah, the adults are out. I don't give a fuck about them. Kill all the adults, every single one. I'm just kidding. All of them gone.
You ignore the trauma of the fact that you want to tell that people in Israel to go back to where they came from. This is where they're from. They were forced to go to Israel.
They could right now. They could go tomorrow.
Really? The Iraqi Jews can go back to their home tomorrow. The Egyptian Jews can go back to their homes tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That is insane. You are fucking out of your mind.
They can.
Okay, how? Tell me how. How did the Jews go back to their...
They don't want to, and I understand why they wouldn't want to.
No, they want to.
Why would yes, they could.
How? How would they go back and reclaim their lost assets, their lost property?
There were literally different schemes designed.
If you haven't seen it, that's your perspective. I'm sure you'd probably say the same about Ethan. So, and I honestly don't see much of the H3 community doing crazy stuff, but I'm sure there are a few psychos out there. Every chat has their psycho.
At different points throughout this 76-year-long, drawn-out apartheid structure, there were numerous instances where, yes, there was a right to return offered to Jews and even restitution for the homes that they lost in the process. So, yes, you're wrong. You simply don't know the facts. You are wrong.
You won't say what fact I'm getting wrong.
I just told you.
Did the vast majority of Jews immigrate to Israel following 1948 because of Zionism or because of anti-Semitism?
No. Don't run away
Answer
from this
the
point.
Fucking question.
Yeah, see, that's wrong too. That's what I mean. Is it needs to come from the UN in America. We need to push we need to push for some type of closure.
I don't discount anti-Semitism as a direct consequence of pan-Arabic nationalism that took place in numerous countries.
Answer the question.
I have issues with your comparison.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's comparing? You keep saying that. I'm not talking about the Nakba.
Should be arrested.
I'm talking about your unwillingness to recognize Jewish plight.
International.
Really deliberately to say more Jews were displaced than Palestinians were.
I think that's an interesting fact that you clearly don't fucking ever want to mention because it really messes up your beautiful little narrative.
Why did you bring that fact up right after you talked about the 1948 war?
Because the point is that two people were traumatized.
I think that
there was two people that were traumatized. There was two people that were displaced unfairly. It was the Palestinians and it was the Middle Eastern Jews. They both have trauma. You failed to acknowledge one group. You shit on the other one. I, unlike you, acknowledge both groups. I acknowledge both groups.
You're all lives mattering the Nakba.
What? That isn't.
That's what you're doing. And you're also attributing.
How am I doing that?
You're attributing anti-Semitic violence in different countries
at the same time following 1948 pan-Arab nationalism. You said that.
All Lives Matter was an argument against Black Lives Matter. Ethan is quite literally saying to understand the plight of the Palestinians, but to understand that and he says it. He's trying to explain it more historically because that seems to be a lot of what Hasan's side seems to care about. But I think on a more general level, even the government within Israel is going to radicalize the people within it. Not everybody's a radical. Not everybody's an insane Zionist baby killer. But there's obviously going to be increased radicalization over time. Like they radicalize each other in the same. It goes in like on both sides, and you want to stop of radicalization. And you have to call out both. And what I've been trying to point towards is that everybody needs to call out our side before we can call out the other side. You can't call out the Republicans and all the other people until we can all come to like some type of common ground. Because if we can't come to a common ground, how do we ever expect the other side to meet us in the middle? We can't even meet in the middle. So, yeah, I feel like it's a thing of the conversations need to happen. They need to continue to happen. And it's hard when... Like, I'm sorry, but I just really don't... I haven't heard one concession from Hasan when Ethan has been saying that a lot of the stuff he said, not a lot of the stuff, but, some of the stuff he's been saying has been either hyperbolized or was worded incorrectly and poorly, and that he wishes he would have said it differently. But Hasan not wanting to admit those same points is where I feel like this conversation has fallen flat.
Yourself. These 5 Arab countries were defeated in 1948, and they turned super fucking anti-Semitic as a result. They became ultra-nationalist Arabs. It became popular. As Israel declared independence, they said, fuck no, we don't want this country here. And yeah, they all became anti-Semitic. That's a historical fact.
You also fail to recognize that Iraqi Jews have been allowed to return to Iraq, and there have been numerous instances where Jews were given an opportunity to return if they wanted to.
How many Jews live in Iraq?
What?
How many Jewish people?
And honestly, and that's why Netanyahu should be held accountable for a lot of the things that happen, like on both ends. He should just be held accountable for prolonging a war, not just the actions he's committed within it.
Right now, but they can.
How many Jews live in the Middle East outside of Israel?
Why would it?
Virtually none. Where'd they go? If it was so fucking great for them.
I think that when Hasan, here's the one point that I can give that Hasan really, there were so many. We've been through 4 hours, so it's hard to say every single one. But when Hasan said, you worked alongside the ADL. You partnered with the ADL. He did not at one point say, that was a poor choice of phrasing. What I mean was, you were working toward the same goal as the ADL. What he said instead was, you did work alongside them. You did, partner with them. And that's just untrue. That's completely untrue. Ethan never worked with the ADL. You can think that they worked toward the same goal and that Ethan talking about it helped the ADL in their goal, but that is not the same as working together or being partnered together. And that implicates Ethan of being in collaboration with like something in the hopes to prevent criticism towards himself is what that's a claim of.
Jews not want to go to Iraq, you think, right now?
Zero Jews, almost virtually zero Jews live outside of Israel in the Middle East. Why is that? You don't think that none of them wanted to fucking stay at home?
I don't know. Maybe because there was a religious ethno-supremacist state that was backed by a lot of...
Yeah, he also, he won't admit that there are victims on the other side. When Ethan showed him actual rape victims, he basically just said, I'm not going to deny it, but from everything I've seen, it's not true. So, it's just he's not willing to make a single concession, like at all.
A lot of Western states, there's a direct destabilizer in the fucking region with mass migration happening, especially, of course, mass migration happening, and then in the aftermath of the Holocaust with a shit ton more refugees coming in was a much more viable state for them.
Here's the problem.
The viability of said state, of course, is partially a consequence of the other countries and the hostility that people felt towards Jewish people. You don't want to blame
the Arabs,
but this in and of itself, is the heart of the problem, because people conflate Zionism with Judaism, and
that's what the Arabs did when they kicked them all out.
I know, and I don't think it's appropriate.
And so why are you blaming the Zionists and not the fucking Arabs for being racist? Why do you deny the Jewish trauma? Why do you deny the 900,000 traumatized Jews that were forced, including, by the way, what you keep ignoring, Avi Schleim. Avi Schleim said we didn't leave Iraq because we were...
This is going to be clipped so out of context. Because, Ethan saying Arabs like this is just going to seem as a vast generalization. But it is because of the fact that the region itself kind of expelled the Jews. So, It's hard to not say it like that, but yeah.
Zionists, we left because we were afraid. Are you hearing that?
Ethan, do you blame the English for the Holocaust?
No.
Who did the Holocaust, Ethan?
Just fucking make your point. I'm not playing this silly game.
Come on, who did the Holocaust? Just say it.
Make your point, dude. I'm not a fucking...
Why not? I'm asking you a question. It's a super simple question.
Avi Schleim said we left Iraq because...
I asked you who was responsible for the Holocaust.
Why would I answer such a stupid rhetorical question? Just make your point.
What, you know the answer to this, right? Like, come on, what are you looking at on your fucking computer? Like, which country is responsible for the Holocaust?
Anytime you want to make your point. I would appreciate.
What?
I would appreciate if
what
you.
is happening, dude? Dude, when you already okay, here, whatever. You said
I would appreciate if you would just listen to one thing I would
You already
say.
said that it wasn't the English, right? It's not the responsibility of the British that the Holocaust happened, right? You understand that? You recognize that, right?
Well, I would say the nation most directly guilty for the Holocaust was probably Nazi Germany.
Okay. Did you just read that from your laptop?
No, I'm eloquent. I'm like your dumbass.
I mean, yes, it is. Okay. Notice how you don't actually
fabulous,
put every single fucking country. There was plenty of anti-Semitism in England too. Notice how you don't fucking say all of Europe is responsible for the Holocaust.
Concentration camps in the
but you
UK?
say all Arabs.
Okay.
The point is,
there's no Jews in the Middle East.
The
None.
anti-Semitic.
Can you listen to one thing? I have one thing important to say that I really want you just to listen to. Okay. Avi Schleim said they did not leave Iraq because they were Zionists. They left because they were afraid.
Yes.
You are denying his family's trauma. You are blaming his family's trauma on
Will
Zionists.
you talk to him about this?
Sure. I mean, he's going to agree. I read it from his
If you're
fucking
so
book.
confident in everything, if you're so confident in all of this, okay, that would be great. All right, perfect. Okay.
So listen. I'll
you should
debate
talk to him
all these
and
people instead of
Norm
you. I have time. Unfortunately, like I said, it's getting late, so I just want to make one last point before we go, which is that always remember, Hasan, that when people criticize me, I watch it on my stream by myself live, unlike a bitch-made coward like yourself, who needs someone to hold your hand, make all the excuses in the world to avoid any single criticism, any response. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend that responded to it live with zero hesitation. But you know why? Because I'm not a liar. I don't have to think about the shit that I say and justify it. You lie. That's why you can't do it, because you'll get caught in those lies.
Our endeavor made you look good, then congratulations.
You don't think it was good that I...
He did say Arab countries, but then he started saying Arabs, and that's where it's going to get clipped out of context,
think
for
that
sure.
it was a supreme confidence that I responded to it immediately, live?
Ethan, you took you 4 months to actually entertain the notion of having a conversation with me. I don't give a fuck about watching YouTube videos. I don't know why.
Oh my God.
You think that I'm
You watch
afraid of
11
watching
hate
your
videos
fucking
on your
YouTube
channel. 11 hate videos. I've watched zero about you, Hasan. Do you want to actually discuss who's the coward?
You made the hate videos, dumbass. Your fucking community is the hate community. Why the fuck would you have to watch hate videos or whatever? You are the one who's doing it.
When criticism comes,
he's just so, like, that point doesn't make any sense. You can't just point to this, like, vague, your whole community is doing it. Your whole community is doing it. We can point to the individual point, like the individual times when Hasan has watched hate videos, when Hasan has talked about Ethan. But Hasan had the 100 tweets, the 101 Instagram posts that I will agree, maybe they are all about Hasan. I don't know for sure. But to me, I think saying that because they said H-A-S-T-W-T, that means that he's talking specifically about Hasan, and this counts as him, like, I don't know. It all seems like a bit of a stretch in comparison to Hasan talking about him 24 minutes a day for the past 2 months straight. On average.
I confront it.
Well, thank you for
When
backtracking on at least 7 points.
you
Maybe we
hide
should
from
go
it.
through.
So why didn't you say anything about the 3 points that I just brought up? Because I'm pretty sure the 3 points I brought up. So the rape denial, or did I just bring up those 2 points? The rape denial and oh yeah, and then the victims on other sides. Why did you just like not talk about those at all? No, yeah, I mean XQC and Asman are definitely more like hate channels to Hasan. Like, honestly, I think that Ethan has pushed me away from Hasan quite a bit. I do not watch Hasan videos. I watch Hasan videos through Ethan, and if I need to, for content, because I've done it to get context from his clips.
For the context, puke. One more.
Yes, I'm asking you. You asked me what. You said, what should Hasan have said differently? He said Ethan works for the ADL, or works with the ADL. He partnered with the ADL. That's not true. He did not say, I shouldn't have said that. What I should have said was, you were working toward the same aim as the ADL. He said instead, no, you did partner with them. You did. He doubled down on it. So I think that was wrong. When Ethan showed him the women and men, the different people that were claiming to have been raped on October 7th, Hasan's response was to just go, well, I'm not going to say they didn't happen, but from everything I've seen, they didn't. That was his response. He said, I'm not saying that they didn't happen, but from everything I've read, it said that these are conflations and that it's all a lie. Can I play the ADL part? Here, let me finish it up and I'll rewind it. Well, I mean, I guess I could just 424:52. So he probably just said that wrong. Yes. Yeah. No. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to rewind it because you hinged on the perfect point. He did say it wrong. He said it wrong. He didn't mean it like that. He said it wrong. Why can't Hasan admit that he said it wrong and just correct the record? He didn't admit that he said it wrong. What he did instead was double down on it and say that that was actually the right thing. Remember how you just said that me saying why was crazy about a guy getting arrested? And now you're the one wanting to go like, what rapes? What rapes happened? Do you see how you're being a little bit disingenuous here? The double knock. So there are no victims. There are no victims in Israel. There were no victims on October 7th. Their families do not, like, they're not victims of having their family ripped away from them and killed. No, he's referencing clips that Hasan made. Oh, no, I'll just rewind it then. He said it twice. Oh my God. Do you just not watch Hasan content either? Because you're in here saying a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of stuff that I'm like, do you not know about this stuff?
Do you think it's appropriate to accuse? Do you think it's appropriate to accuse any Jewish person you disagree with of working with the ADL?
No.
Here, for example, is someone using it anti-Semitically.
I'm
getting there.
Here's this fucking guy. I don't care about this guy. I want to get to Hasan saying it.
Are nefariously making.
Oh my God, I don't care. This guy is a fan of Hasan, or he isn't, or he is. I don't really care. He said he was, and that's all that matters.
That was the whole point. The reason why I showed you that is because he was never a fucking fan. And then when he saw the full extent, not always. I'm famously.
Okay, we're walking that back. Sometimes I speak on the side of my mouth.
Because I'm not anti-Semitic and making these inferences that I am, and like partnering with like the ADL and
partnering with the ADL. You want to unpack that one there, buddy?
So that's what he said. He said partnering with the ADL, and here's what Hasan says.
Yeah, again, partnering with the ADL. That is precisely what took place.
What are you talking about? What do you think I mean by victims on both sides? Why are you calling it the double Nakba? Like, what do you think I'm talking about? Hasan doesn't seem to think that what happens when they kill Israeli civilians is bad. He thinks that it's okay and it's justified because of the history. That's not okay. That's not a good way to think.
Spoken to the ADL, so what does that mean?
I'm not saying you directed the ADL
Do you know
to take
how
action.
silly
Well, actually, you know what? I am kind of saying that. I am implying that you directed the ADL to take action.
Well, that's
you are that's
a defamatory claim that has zero proof. And frankly, it sounds a little Jewish conspiratorial.
If I thought that you worked for the ADL, I wouldn't have said
not
you worked
spoken to the ADL.
I would have said you worked for the ADL.
That's just such like a stupid. Him trying to sidestep that is so annoying. Why can't he just say that he got it wrong and he meant that they're working with the same goal? You don't think what Hasan has said about people dying?
To watch criticism of me, you fucking coward? What are you saying?
Because you're fucking presenting yourself and developing an audience that is literally, without even realizing it, because they are only drama obsessed, without realizing it, they're literally positioning themselves to be pro-Israel, to repeat pro-Israel talking points. Yes, that is the only reason why I started talking about you, because you went on a fucking deplatforming campaign.
Why did you not watch Bad Economics video about you?
You watch all the... You did 110 Instagram stories on me, Ethan, since January 31st, 2025.
24 hours, bro.
You didn't even recognize.
You need to at least admit that it's reciprocal. I am not upset. You made 24 hours of nonstop content, bro.
Ethan,
24 hours in the last.
And that's basically the point I'm hinging on with this. If you can agree with that, that he shouldn't have said that about the ADL. We can disagree on the factual necessity of certain claims or whatever. We can disagree on that. But I think that's my main issue with Hasan, is that when something like that happens, something that could so easily be just like, oh, I misspoke, I meant this, it seems like he wants to always double down on it. And that bothers me because it shows a lack of humility.
2 months.
Just on your own personal
We've
Instagram
talked about each other equally as much, bro.
January 31st, 2025, 110 stories. It was so insane, you didn't believe it.
Even if
you don't even believe your own mania.
Hasan,
please, for the love of God.
Hasan, you talked about me 24 minutes a day, every day, 7 days a week for 60 days. Does that
Yes,
sound
after
fucking
you,
reasonable?
After you presented yourself as a fucking significant force trying to literally deplatform.
But that's the thing. Thinking they work just because they're working at towards the same goal at the same time does not mean they're working together. Does not mean they're partnered. And the assumption there is a bit strange.
How much time do you think it makes an Instagram story?
That's why. And that's you literally.
Why didn't you watch a bad episode video about yourself?
Your own producers were begging you to stop talking about me, so much so that you had to set up a separate war room where you only talked about me. And that's what happened, right? Because you couldn't shut up about it. Your fans were fucking going, Ethan, we get it.
My fans are fine, bro. Don't worry about my fans.
And the entire time you framed this as though it's petty fucking drama.
It's not petty drama. You are deeply anti-Semitic, hateful, fucking propaganda slayer.
Took place. And it only took you now to fucking openly say 10 toes down that it is a genocide, but also
I've said that consistently for years, liar.
Ethan, you don't want anyone to resist against genocide. It is a fucking untenable position.
You mean kidnapping civilians?
No
You're so pathetic, bro. Please.
And you constantly keep smearing me as a fucking anti-Semite at a time when the Trump administration, is blackbagging people.
Yeah, that's not happening. Don't call me out. That's not happening. Don't call me out. That's what you're doing.
Dude, how do you not understand that you are playing a formative role when you don't talk about Mahmoud Khalil?
Just remember, everybody watching.
When you don't talk about the mass starvation of Gaza.
By the way, I advocated for Kamala to get elected. What'd you do?
I can agree that the assumption isn't strange in passing. If he would have just thought that in passing, but that was just one clip of him saying that. He said partnered in that clip, but then he said worked with in the other clip. So he said that twice. So that's a continuous thought in his head, is that Ethan is working in some way in a coordination with the ADL.
I told people to vote for Kamala. What'd you do?
Oh.
No, seriously. What'd you do?
Ethan,
did you?
Congratulations.
Do you think Kamala and Trump would have been equally bad?
I won't change anything from Joe Biden's policies, Harris.
It's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris.
Not only did I go to the DNC, but I actually offered some pretty fucking valuable criticism to the Democratic Party that they didn't listen to, unfortunately.
Did they kick you out of the DNC?
Because they didn't listen to that valuable criticism, they lost. Why have you lied about me voting for Jill Stein, by the way? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
Who did you vote for?
Countless hours shitting on Jill Stein.
I said I think you did.
Not to vote for Trump. I said that Donald Trump is significantly worse than Kamala Harris. And I've also, on top of that, called Jill Stein over and over and over again. But for some weird reason, despite the fact that I voted live, mind you,
and you didn't say
lying
who
to your audience, and you kept lying to your audience.
I said
and you
I think.
kept making it seem as though I didn't even fucking vote or urge people not to vote. There's never
been
a moment where I said do not vote.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
No, I got no problem, but I think there's people in your audience that would.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem.
Why didn't you endorse her then?
Why the fuck do you keep saying I voted for Jill Stein?
I said I think because you didn't say who you voted for.
Oh,
yeah,
you
that's what I said. It's an opinion.
Oh, you think? Oh, you don't give a fuck, dude. It doesn't matter who I vote for anyway. You're out of your fucking mind. I did not endorse Kamala Harris, and I will never endorse Kamala Harris. And I did not endorse Joe Biden.
And now Trump's president.
You want to know why? Because you want to know why?
Trump's building the Riviera in Gaza Strip, and guess what? You fucking love that shit because you get to keep making content about it, and you get to keep making videos, and you guarantee there will never be peace there because you won't acknowledge the trauma of both sides. Two things must always be true.
How much content have you made about Donald Trump? How much content have you made about fucking Donald Trump? You literally defended his terrorist regime. What the fuck?
That goes towards Ethan's argument that you are benefiting from this. Because I would say Ethan hasn't made as much as you. Like at all. He doesn't talk politics almost at all except for like this stuff. But this isn't even real politics. Like he's really been more so talking about the people that sent skulls to his house and sent CPS to his house and that criticizing that.
Fuck are you talking about?
People saying that his kids crawl around on the floor and eat dog shit and that he's on drugs. I think those criticisms are what Ethan's kind of hinging on.
And you have to apologize because you're an embarrassing figure.
You can't fathom.
Okay? Listen to me.
You can't fathom that somebody says something wrong and come back and corrects it.
And all of the producers or all the people that are giving you fucking talking points is not going to make you come across as smart in this process. Please, for your own mental sanity, stop trying to do this. You are basically brain breaking a shit ton of people into idiotic positions. You clearly don't care about people who have actually voted for Donald Trump, considering your allegiance with people who have literally directly voted for Donald Trump.
Who's my allegiance? Okay? Who's my allegiance to?
What do you mean? You have fucking Trump supporters that you're friends with, like Steiny in general. When I have a conversation with him, I'm actually directly fucking addressing some of the
Did you watch my interview with him? You fucking dipshit. Our entire conversation was me arguing with him and telling him why Trump's bad and why transphobia is bad. You are insanely incompetent.
You're going out, you're playing poker with people who fucking voted for Donald Trump. You're defending Asmongold is not actually Trump coded.
I spent hours shitting on Steiny.
You're just a liar. Asmongold has been a valuable figure shitting on me this entire time, and that's the only reason why you act.
I'd say you can blame Hasan less for the CPS than I'd say Denham's, who was probably the main perpetrator in that, and Badam Panada, obviously, but he's just some nobody. I mean, here's the thing. Hasan might say things he can say things to his chat, like I'm saying things to you. But if I genuinely felt like you were being disrespectful, like you were being heinous, like you were calling for something that was vile, I could ban you. Hasan doesn't seem to care about that as much. So much so that they had a conversation like a year ago or like 6 months ago or whatever, or it was like a year ago, where Ethan was pointing out that Hasan's chat and his moderators were talking shit about him. Bad Imma Panda.
Like he's not that significant of a force. That's it.
When did I say that?
You will take help from anyone and everyone.
And
no matter
it's
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about.
Kiara, you really are like not tapped in on this at all. Did you not know that Ethan, his main complaint? I'm sorry, but you cannot separate the art from the artist when the artist is absolutely depraved. But if you don't know who Denims is, then you have missed basically the entire like issue that's been going on. If you have no idea who Denims is, like, I'm sorry. It's a Hasan orbiter that was watching bad I keep wanting to say bad Imma Panda. That was watching bad Empanada and said was going like, whoa, wait, really? His kids were eating shit on the ground? That's crazy. Denims are a type of jeans, you're right. Well, technically, denim is the fabric for jeans. Thank you very much.
Rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a.
But the thing isn't about what they say, it's about what they don't do. It's like Denims didn't tell her chat to go and call CPS. But what she didn't do was quell her chat from telling each other to go call CPS. And the same way that that's true is the same way that all of this H3 snark Reddits were doing the same thing.
Who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that dude is because you don't give a fuck. All you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs. And it will be fine. People will forget that you have been.
Did you not hear what I said earlier, that you should be critiquing your friends before you critique the opposition? Do you not think that's true? It's not about policing your orbiters. It's about calling people out when they're doing shitty things, regardless of who they are. It shouldn't be, they're my friend. They like me. I can't talk bad about them. You should talk bad about them when they're doing bad stuff. Call it out.
Behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why.
Hasan literally hasn't watched a video without some dude sitting in the background like.
People don't like it. That's
very good, very good. Now, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's videos about you?
Because he's pro-Palestine, and I don't give a fuck about.
He was criticizing you.
Palestine,
oh, you're
and
such
I don't care about the difference in methods that we have.
All right, very good. I'm out of my depth. I shouldn't talk about
the movement. And if you were pro-Palestine, I would never talk about you either. That's the real reason.
Uh-oh. Can you please contend with the Avi Shlaim quote that they left not because of Zionism, but because they were afraid?
Dude, come on. Enough. You have Avi Shlaim on the show. Talk to him about it, okay?
Sure,
Maybe it'll go down exactly like you.
And I'm sorry, are you just a Bad Empanada fan? You know about Bad Empanada, but you don't know about Denims? What is going on? Who are you?
The thought with Sam Cedar.
How did it go with Sam Cedar? I think if anything, Sam kind of embarrassed himself. I genuinely do. I hate to say it because I like Sam.
You're just like completely missing the point. Just him going, it's bad to call CPS is not the same as going, yeah, this person not saying anything was fucked up. This person doing this and allowing this to happen was fucked up. Promoting Bad Empanada, who was one of the people literally just straight up saying Ethan's kids eat dog shit.
40-year-old man
he is fucked up.
When he has like a little oopsie moment, is actually the one who's talking about Sam Cedar embarrassing himself.
Did I button during that debate?
He lowered himself to talk to you man to man and tried to explain
what
was going on.
That's what you asked for. Why would you want to lower his status?
Why would you lower his status? Because I thought you could be convinced. I didn't realize you were this fucking drama obsessed.
Drama obsessed. We had an argument about fucking South Africa apartheid. What's drama about that?
What?
You're fucking dude. Listen.
I can't hear what you said. What did you say?
It doesn't matter. Just remember. When it comes to criticism, I watch it.
Yes,
Nelson
Mandela. Nelson Mandela was actually peaceful because you're going to clip chimp the fucking shit that Lonerbox told you.
Why was
you're going to say the violent things that
I love that he just can't. He's like, he's not friends with Destiny, so he has to be friends with Lonerbox. Hasan should debate Lonerbox. Honestly, if he wants to debate Israel Palestine, you can think Lonerbox is wrong on his perspectives, but he's definitely much more know-it than Ethan is. So he'd be able to argue the facts of the matter a lot better.
That the ANC did were in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee attributed to.
How many civilians died in 20 years in the ANC during the ANC's?
It was like 200, I think.
Less than 100. How many people did Hamas kill on one day? Nelson Mandela, which I'll read you a quote from his trial. Are you
comparing the apartheid structure in South Africa to 76 years of colonial occupation?
Don't you do that all the time?
No, the numbers are larger, and the militancy has gotten far more radical as a direct consequence of Israel becoming far more radical. Because, as I told you, and you seemingly understood when we first had this conversation after October 7, that the maintenance of an apartheid is an inherently violent endeavor. And as a matter of fact, the resistance to said apartheid is only going to get worse and worse as time moves on. This is precisely the reason why the first intifada was fought with stones,
You're just bringing random shit up,
rocks, and the second intifada in the aftermath of horrific acts of terror against Palestinians who were at a mosque praying.
I actually have facts. I have a historical quote. I'm not just grandstanding. Mandela, from his trial in 1960, said, and I quote,
I'm sorry, saying bad empanada is the Heidegger of YouTube essays is crazy.
There were 4 forms of violence that were possible. One was sabotage, one was guerrilla warfare, one was terrorism, and then there was open revolution. We chose to adopt the first method as it exhausted it before taking any other decision. In light of our political background, the choice was a logical one. Sabotage did not...
I hope I get a bad empanada video. That'd be pretty awesome. Just don't send any skulls to my house.
Involve loss of life and offer the best hope for future regulations. Bitterness would be kept minimum. And if a policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. This is what we felt at the time, and this is what we said in our manifesto. We have always sought to achieve liberation without bloodshed and civil clash. We hope, even at this late hour, that our...
Am I accusing you of being Australian? I would never do something so despicable. Don't worry.
First actions will awaken everyone to the realization that the disastrous situation which the nationalist policy is leading. We hope that we will bring the government and its supporters to their senses before it's too late, so that both the government and its policies can be changed before matters reach the desperate state of war.
Notice how the end part of that is getting ready for rebellion.
Did they?
I feel like with yeah, because the apartheid structure dissolved as a direct consequence of pressure campaigns and also militancy, which Nelson Mandela not once but twice
what's Hamas doing
with
for
the option
liberation?
of having a sentence commuted, which he refused to do. They said,
on principle,
Nelson Mandela,
bro.
if you disavow
On
violence,
principle, he said, "I will not remain in jail because a prisoner can't negotiate. A prisoner can't decide."
Yes, that was
he
the first
said
time.
no
And in both
both times. He refused on principle. Less than 100 people died during the 20-year period. They never anyone that attacked civilians. They were
That was a cool little fact pull. He wanted to info dump, and Ethan hit him with the big fact. If that's actually a quote, that he did it on principle of like the prisoner has no choice, I mean, that's very true. And trying to negotiate with terrorists is never what you do. You say, you're keeping me here? Fuck you until you set me free or until they make me free.
Disavowed. The ANC repeatedly apologized and disavowed violence against civilians.
When did they do that?
Less than 100 civilians died.
When did they do
Hamas
that?
killed 1,000 civilians on one fucking day.
1,000 civilians?
Yeah.
The poor civilian Israeli soldiers that died in their military.
I can appreciate Kiara being so middle of the road. You really don't have any allegiances. I can appreciate that.
There was like, bro, you're so dumb. 300.
What do you think I'm so dumb?
Okay, how many civilians died? How many civilians died?
I believe the total number of casualties on October 7 was 1,200, with 800 being civilians, which is completely unacceptable.
I'm off by 100. I was off by 100. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe the historical inaccuracies.
Well, you just made a big, you're the one who's bringing up numbers here, Ethan. And yes, I do think it's important to recognize something here that you are seemingly failing to recognize. Nelson Mandela was thrown in prison because he went and trained with the FLN in Algeria. The reason why he stayed in fucking prison was because he refused to disavow violence, because he understood that as long as peaceful revolution is impossible, that violent revolution is inevitable.
Yeah, and I never said he's a
revolution they
pacifist.
did do.
You know what's funny?
In terms of the death and destruction on the apartheid structure, by the way, it is incomprehensible to compare that to Israel's violence against the Palestinians. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is far worse. And by the way, that's not my assessment. What Israel has done to the Palestinians for the past 76 years is infinitely worse.
Well, let's ask someone that lived through apartheid.
By the way, that is the assessment of Mandela. And for all the for all of the moments that he was able to fucking see.
You think Mandela said what's happening is worse than what we went through? That's bullshit. Why would he say that? That's on your liar.
Why would he say that? Because it's true, Ethan.
Okay.
That's why.
Is Nelson Mandela a Zionist?
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Are you going to say in 1999 he said Israel has a legal right to exist?
More
in
than
that same speech, you're going to fucking clip champ.
Remember that you called this guy a neo-Nazi, not fit to be a dog catcher. That's what you said about Nelson Mandela.
What are you talking about? Whoa, you're jumping off like a million different points.
The right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders.
You disagree with that statement?
Israel has a right to exist, not in the way that it currently does.
With insecure borders.
Hammer that home. Hammer that. No, Ethan, drill into that. What do you mean? Does it have a right to exist at all? Because that's the argument that Ethan is fighting for, is that some people want the full destruction of Israel. If you can say that Israel has a right to exist, not in the way that it's currently done, that's my whole perspective. Israel has a right to exist, but it completely needs to like reform the government that is running it. So come on, keep going, please.
Hold on.
Howard.
Do you know what he says after that clip?
Yeah, that he also thinks that Palestinians also need to be acknowledged. Which, by the way, is my fucking point.
No, not that.
Palestinian
Not
liberation
that. No,
and Israeli
no,
borders are
no.
two sides of the same coin.
Ethan, he didn't just say Palestinians also need to be
What did he
acknowledged.
say?
He says that if peaceful means of coexistence is impossible, then violence is inevitable, Ethan. Why did you clip that out of the fucking clip chimp
Because
that
it's
you posted,
irrelevant.
Ethan?
Did you saying I clip chimp Nelson Mandela?
Yes, you literally did. You cut him out of context.
No,
Because it doesn't
he's
suit
a
your fucking
Zionist. What do you
purpose.
mean? He's talking philosophically.
No country has a right to exist, but all peoples have a right to exist and should not be expelled from a land just because of the acts of their government. So yes, I would say that all countries as they stand have some right to exist. It's just about the formation of which they exist in.
He's talking
You just
philosophically.
did. You think it's irrelevant? We're having a conversation about Nelson Mandela and whether or not he actually believes in violence. Whether or not he actually believes in violence. You have said time and time again that he was a peaceful dove. He's never actually done any violence whatsoever. There are numerous instances
Inevitability, a philosophical warning, is not an endorsement.
And Palestine being stateless and not them just having Gaza and the West Bank is why there needs to be a reform. Yeah, I didn't say that they didn't. That's the thing. Palestinians have the right to exist and resist occupation. Yes, 100%. Can both things not be true? Would you say that regardless... I'm not even going to continue with it, whatever. Because yes, I agree with you.
Endorsement. He was speaking as a warning to them, which was apt.
Brother, that is...
Again, in this, do you think that Germany should have wholly dissolved itself after World War II? That Germany shouldn't exist right now? Because Nazi Germany was terrible. They did terrible stuff. They were expansionists. They expanded. They did slaughter campaigns. Terrible stuff. And I don't think that Germany should have been destroyed. What they should have done is what they did, which was reform Germany, pull back the borders, and try and resolve the issues where they can. And they probably could still do a lot more.
Insane.
What?
Nelson Mandela was literally on a terror watch list since 2008.
Who gives a fuck?
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You like to use the terrorism watches when you're talking about the Houthis, or you like to use the terrorist watches when you're talking about...
When did I say they're exercising a legitimate right to self-defense? Have I not said that they are committing terrorism and doing things that are bad? That it is an apartheid structure? And that... Because here's my whole perspective. And you're going to chew me out for this one, Kiara. I know you are. I think that they are committing genocidal acts within Gaza and the West Bank. But I don't think that that necessarily reaches the level of condemnation of a governmental state-run genocide. They are both evil. The actions themselves are disgusting. But to say that it's the government running it, I think takes a higher level of like proof. You know, you need to prove it more. And I think Sam Cedar basically said the same thing when he was debating Ethan, that it's a legal term to call something a genocide. But it's still genocidal conditions.
I mean, I gave you specific examples of why those organizations are bad.
Exactly. And I think Israel probably can only reform in the same way.
Who do you think?
Because honestly, I think it sucks, but I think the only way that they can really have Israel move forward is if they tear down both governments and try and build it back up. Because genuinely, I don't know what's going to work at this point without either just one of them killing the other one. Who is doing what?
Who do you think a philosophical point that he was making? The guy who was in prison for violent resistance, by the way, who trained
violent resistance? You mean sabotage?
Ready for rebellion, by the way.
Sabotage.
Who
You
do
give
you think
government
that was a warning to?
infrastructure.
Do you think that was a warning to Palestinians, or do you think that was a warning to
The fact that
Israel?
you are
Because
so
that
willing-
same Nelson Mandela has time and time again also repeated that no one is free until Palestine is free. That same Nelson Mandela that you're trying to fucking use in this situation has said that this is a united struggle, that Israel's actions against the Palestinians are abhorrent, that it is akin to what they have experienced in apartheid South Africa, if not worse. So the idea that you can make this comparison because you think it suits your fucking argument is so stupid. And the only way you can do that is by cutting it out of context.
No, I just explained why. Dude, I want Palestine to be free. But you know what? I don't think Hamas is furthering that goal. I think Hamas is counterproductive. They're making it worse. They're causing it to be inevitable. You refuse to criticize them, which is pathetic. Unlike me, I'm willing to criticize the Israeli government. I'm willing to come to terms with the cruel reality. Hamas.
Walk through it. Why are they making it worse?
Well, what was the fucking objective there on October 7th, genius?
Kidnapping, which by the way I don't even agree with, which is the international human rights violation. But kidnapping Israeli soldiers, Israeli civilians to
and what part about that was slaughtering fucking families in their homes?
Ethan, I don't agree with the tactics. You know this already. We're not relitigating this over and over again.
I'm just
after
saying, Hamas
17 years, 17 months of fucking genocide. Okay. What do you?
If I support invading Israel, well, that's not what I said. I said that they would probably have to. I don't know. Maybe it depends. It depends on how willing the government is to reform. You know what I mean? But government's got to act right. They got to do the right thing. And I mean, if a full occupation of Israel needs to happen, then I don't know who would do it. I imagine the UN would probably have to figure that out. But if that's the agreement that they come to, then that's what they come to.
You think?
And the only reason I say that is purely because I think that the way that it's currently going, it's just going to be one side kills the other, and that's it. That's the way it's going to end. Here's the thing, is everybody's in favor of a one-state solution. Everybody would love everybody to party together and have a good time. But you can only get to that through, like, reformation, probably start with a two-state, reform the government, reform Hamas, and slowly start integration. But a one-state overnight is never going to work, and you have to work. You'd have to work towards a one-state.
One day you're going to watch a video response I make.
Probably not. When you apologize for all the fucking harm that you've done.
Apologize? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Listen.
I have the rest of the clip that you clipped, by the way, if you want to hear his actual fucking full-fleshed opinions.
I'm not hiding from it. I literally acknowledge what he said. I don't care.
But so why did you say that he was actually a peaceful resistance type of guy?
When the fuck did I say that, you liar?
You've said it on numerous occasions as opposed to you said that on numerous occasions before someone told you, no, actually, here's a better way to massage that narrative.
I said he uses violent means such as sabotage. He didn't kill civilians.
Ethan,
that's what I said.
Will you stop talking if I show you numerous instances where you have said Nelson Mandela was peaceful?
I'm not going to. You get those together, okay?
I mean,
you're going to do great. You're going to do great. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan, you literally said he was a pacifist.
I literally never said Nelson Mandela was a pacifist. Ethan, that is an insane lie.
You said it to Sam Cedar 2 days ago.
He might have. If he did, he misspoke. I mean,
so you got to watch that back because you're once again a liar. You have no problem lying. You have no problem saying that I work with the ADL without any evidence. You fucking have no problem discrediting the suffering of Jewish refugees.
Nelson Mandela is a pacifist.
Okay, well, prove it.
And the full quote, by the way, of Nelson Mandela is from when he visited Gaza in 1999 that I was referring to. Choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence. Yeah. Does that sound like a pacifist to you?
I meant that he didn't kill civilians. His approach is vastly different than what Hamas is doing.
Do you think Nelson Mandela would like what the Houthis are doing?
I don't know. Let's fucking dig him out of his grave and ask him.
That's kind of weird because, I mean, you said he was doing peaceful means of resistance.
Do I think Nelson Mandela would be in favor of kidnapping 10 civilians? No, of course not.
Yes, he would. 100%.
All right, well, while you're busy putting words in a dead man's mouth.
100% he would. What are you talking about? Nelson Mandela bombed the fucking church and shit. What are you talking about? Not Nelson Mandela directly in prison, but
fuck with civilians, bro. That was his thing. He wanted to be as peaceful as possible because he knew that if he killed and targeted civilians, it would make reunification impossible.
You're right.
That's
Israel's doing it genocide because Palestinians are not resisting.
Less than 100 civilians died in a 20-year period. I mean, what do you want more than that? Hamas killed 1,000 or 900. So sorry.
800. But
I am so 800. You're right. You know what? That's better.
It's seemingly important. You're always bringing up numbers. Now, what you again fail to recognize is, of course, the length. And not only that, but also the resistance against apartheid South Africa included military resistance on top of that. But that's not even my point here, okay?
Huh?
My point is that the apartheid in South Africa and the resistance against it was a far shorter period with far less casualties on the South African side as opposed to Israel's complete ethnic cleansing campaign that has started now, but even before its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Then don't compare Hamas to Nelson Mandela.
Because the situation is far worse, Ethan. Because Israel has killed every Nelson Mandela. Israel would have probably killed Nelson Mandela if they had the opportunity to do so.
I'm sure they would.
Okay, I'm looking in the transcript. Ethan didn't say the word pacifist. He probably said something about being peaceful, but I don't see the word pacifist in here. So
I've done everything bad that's ever happened in the world.
Wait, do you know why I said that?
Ethan isn't wrong. He was involved. Mandela was involved in militancy against infrastructure. Mandela did not attack civilians. That's the point Ethan's making, is that regardless of what Mandela did, he never attacked civilians. Just ask this guy. What do you think? What do you think? Come on, give your opinion. But militancy is not violence against civilians, and that's the thing.
No, don't look at your laptop. Do you know why I said that?
Let me guess. You, I don't. Tell me.
No, go ahead. Just throw up a guess.
All right, listen. It's 5 o'clock. I'm not doing this. Okay. You can tell me or you cannot. Okay. You want to? I'll stand here if you want to tell me, but I'm not going to sit here and play rhetorical games.
Israel was aligned with South Africa, the apartheid government.
Yeah, I know. They made nuclear bombs with them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
What's that have to do with anything? Fuckhead.
Yeah.
When did I defend that?
Well, they're both apartheids, so.
Yeah, and when did I deny that? All right, listen, it's 5
know.
o'clock. Like I said, I have a family to go to. I have 3 kids and a wife, and I know that you have a fucking cool-ass race car bed to sleep in, and I hope you enjoy that. And
Okay, man. Thank you. Have a good one. I hope this was productive. Dan, he needs you more than you need him. Stop babying this man, please. He needs you more than you need him. Stop babying
Well,
him.
I know that's true, but I don't baby him.
Come on. Okay. All right.
You want to target the crew more? You want
I'm
to
not
drum up?
targeting the crew. These
Okay,
were my
it's fine,
coworkers.
it's
I
fine.
have a tremendous amount of respect for the crew.
Hey,
They
Bad
are what makes
Empanada
this
called
show
AB
great.
a house slave.
What?
Bad Empanada called AB a house slave.
Yeah, he's wrong. What the fuck do you want?
Okay, well, you watch his videos
Why
a
are you
lot.
bringing up Bad Empanada? Do
Why
you
you
think I agree with everything he says? No, of course
You
not.
endorse him.
Ethan,
Oh, I didn't see that. Do I support an arms embargo? Yeah, I already said that they shouldn't send arms. If we want to create an embargo and say no, stop it, I'm fine with. I'll support that. Sure.
Promote them all the time. That's a fact.
I think they probably have enough guns and bombs and shit, right? They got enough tanks.
Agree with that I think are very well thought out.
All right,
I don't
listen, stop
endorse
being a
any
coward and
opinions
watch
or
some fair
opinions
criticism.
overall.
Please stop being a coward and just watch some criticism. It will prove that you're
No,
not
This was
afraid.
pretty good. This was pretty productive. You know, having this conversation, having this back and forth. Don't you think?
I
you
actually
feel
do.
like
I think you exposed yourself deeply a few times here, and I think we'll have to wait and see, obviously, how this pans out. But I do think
I think it was a bit entertaining, but productive.
it was productive to show just kind of the blatant, overt, anti-Semitism.
Maybe I will
that you-
fucking maybe I will watch the context puke.
Yes, please, and then we can talk
Maybe
about
I
it
will
if
watch
you
the
want.
context puke live, as a matter of
Yes,
fact,
please
not in a
do.
cowardly way. I like that this is what it's come to, where having a face-to-face conversation is less. Is
It's
somehow
not less.
fucking is more cowardly than like actually watching a YouTube video that you made.
The point that Ethan's making is it's cowardly to try and come argue about something that you know nothing about. The critiques that you were trying to come and argue for were critiques that don't exist. Ethan does not critique your stances on Israel. He critiques your stances on Hamas and the Houthis, which you didn't really contest.
It is
No,
because,
dude. What's cowardly is you fucking
We need President AOC now.
constantly crying and refusing to actually look for context and putting together putting together shit that you saw on fucking subreddits to be like, this is my
Please just
argument. I'm
watch it
destroying him.
Watch it and
This it should have ended in a makeout session. You're so right. It should have been. It should have all of a sudden cut and showed that they were in the same room on one camera, and it's like cut down the middle, and they stand up and go make out. I wish.
tear it up and show how out of context it was. I'd love
Don't
that.
worry. Maybe I'll actually do that to fundraise for the charities that you are actively targeting by trying to undermine and celebrate with Creator Clash 3, which is
I don't know if you noticed, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity.
I know. You
Son.
fucking hate everybody that has even lightly fucking criticized you or stayed out of.
Are you
your
surprised that I
crash
didn't
out.
like Ian's video?
What? No, dude.
Dude, if you want to own me, listen, Hasan, if you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's
you're
fantastic.
gloating that a fucking charity event is actually like you're trying to undermine a charity event deliberately.
I mean, low key, we could probably criticize the charity event as just a means to get people to come. Like, what was the point in making it a charity event after they failed the last one? Like, they shouldn't be, like, I don't know, labeling it a charity event when you failed one charity event and had to donate or had to raise donations. Not the best look, that's for sure.
To give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
God, it's so gross, man.
I mean, what happened last year? How much money did they make? Did they do charity last year?
I don't know.
They
I don't
lost
know.
$250,000.
Will you debate me again, Ethan? If you keep
Yeah, we need to ask Papa Gut to make him kiss.
chirping in the future?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay, perfect.
But if you, I think it would be good if you watch content puke,
Maybe I
context
will.
puke,
Maybe I'll
and
do
then,
that
and then
to
we can
fundraise.
discuss it.
Maybe I'll do that to fundraise for Creator Clash.
Yes, I think it's awesome. If you want to own me by donating to charity, I think that's sick as fuck.
Yeah, maybe you should do that too.
I think the only thing that would save Creator Clash is if Hasan fought. Do you think Ian's been hitting him up like, bro, you said you'd help, bro. Can you please fight? Can you please fight LA Beast? Please.
You know, donate some pro-Palestinian charities. I'll feel so fucking owned.
Let's own each other and donate to charity.
All right.
I know you guys
Bye,
fucking,
Ethan.
I know you guys hate each other, but the views were crazy.
It was? How many? I
I'm
never
just
looked.
saying, think about it.
What was the views? I never looked.
They're pretty good on both ends, like 100K.
Whose was higher?
Don't ask that question.
Hasan's was higher?
They need to start the next debate with a kiss. That's the way it has to start.
Yeah.
That way we know they're both coming in good faith. If they don't start the next debate with a kiss, I'm out.
Much, but it was higher.
That's not good. We got to do something.
I mean, I had 120,000. I don't know what you guys had over there. I wasn't looking, but
We got up to about 100K. So
Well, we're gonna have to do something. These people are clearly have some kind of brain disease, and we need to do something.
See, I'm not going to be the person to say all that type of stuff just because donations, like I was saying in the beginning, are like the lowest form of like support that you can actually give. You should be giving donations. That's kind of, you know what I mean? So I don't necessarily think him buying the car. It's like, you know, people like their luxuries too. I won't hate him for that. Is it capitalistic? Yeah. But
No, for sure. Ethan, please keep up the energy as though you feel that there is a genocide going on, because your output is what matters here. And that is what I was trying to get across to you and get across to your
Anissa posted a pic at Hasan's house a week ago. Was Ian there? I'm just fucking around.
audience. If you think that
I acknowledge that I acknowledge that I could talk about it more, and I should make more of an effort to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Instead of going after,
and you should try not to be a fucking raging anti-Semite for a day.
What?
If you can try not to be a raging anti-Semite for a day, then we can shake hands.
You're right. Just Hasan fighting.
I think you should watch back the first part of this interview.
What?
You should watch back the first part of this interview. That is.
Yeah, donations are a rich guy flex, because even if you give up $5, if you give up a nickel, if you give up $1, that's good. That's good that you did that. The more that you donate doesn't make you better or something, and that is like an issue I think that a lot of creators have, is that they think like that is the end all be all, is how much they're donating. And honestly, it's why it's better to just donate in private. You don't need to go out and say what you're donating.
I don't think that makes you look good.
Because you don't need to prove it to anybody but yourself.
Unfortunately, I think your people are going to think it makes you look good, and then everybody else is going to think that might look good. Like, who gives a fuck? At the end of the day,
I'm sure
it's not a swastika. It's just the swastika sword. It's not a swastika. It's just the sword that I call the swastika sword. Got it. All right, have a good night, Hasan.
All right,
I gotta go.
All right, you too, buddy.
You take care, bud.
All right.
Old friends, together at last.
Bye, Hasan.
Give Kaya our love. Give Kaya our love.
Yeah, we also love Kaya.
Oh my God, what a fucking train wreck. I was hoping that.
I want to hear what their final statement, his final statement is on this, and then I'm going to call it. To be. My God. Fucking hell.
I'm so tired.
How long was that going on for?
4 hours. We're going on 5 hours here.
Was I owned?
I need to process everything that just happened. My head's spinning.
Another fucking fever dream.
I was trying to lose, like, at the end tail of that. It's like, dude, I can't.
I could tell you were fading a little bit.
I think I got him. Honestly, I think I got him pretty good. The way that he was like, denying obvious, blatant shit, and being like, no, that's not. No, you're insane. You're hallucinating it. It's like, bro, that's crazy.
If they kiss, I'll be coming in.
I also
good
like
faith.
how he like, whatever. People will analyze this.
Yeah, I'd say both sides got the clips they wanted. That's the.
That's kind of the thing, right? Is like anything. Both sides declare victory, and nothing really changes. So.
No, yeah, that's why I'm not trying to like hinge on how much Hasan donates or how much he spends, because like I really don't think it matters that much, and I think the criticism will be levied in every direction if you do that.
What can you do?
Just keep doing it because the views are great.
Did he actually take off the scarf right after the debate? You're joking.
The son's got to eat.
I'm just saying.
He's got to pay.
I feel like you're joking. You have to be. I did this no bathroom break
thanks
too.
for watching. Thank you to the awesome.
And I went for 5 hours. I went for almost 6 hours.
Loyal, genius, caring 100,000 that watched on our stream, not Hasan's. So important. And I appreciate. I don't know if that was what y'all wanted, but it is what it is.
People are saying I won.
Dan won. Would you stop babying me, Dan?
Holy shit, he did.
All right.
I'm sorry.
It is Friday.
Have a good.
I'm sorry. That's a bit performative. Oh my God, damn it.
This is what you stream.
Sam Cedar conversation.
Does he say anything about it? I want to see if he says anything about taking it off. Okay, there's him taking it off.
Previous positions from the get-go. I don't understand his thought process. It doesn't.
It's literally Kendrick Drake for nerds, and I'm the key nerd.
I think the reason why he did that was because he wanted to fucking focus on like drama. I'm so hot.
I'm so hot, and the only thing he took off is the thin fucking scarf. Dude, what? Come on. Okay, I'm not gonna call him out and be like, "Oh, you fucking disingenuous." Maybe he was just hot. Whatever. People are talking about it in your parties chat. I mean, hey, it's spreading far and wide. You were here. You don't even know who the fuck I am. But I thank you all for coming in. I really do appreciate this very long stream. Thank you, the few of you that I think sat through like the whole time. I really do appreciate it. It has been a lot of fun, and I will be back on Monday. Just remind. I will be back on Monday for an H3 waiting room stream. But until then, thank you for watching. This is Captain Quasar signing off.